launched onto the esports ecosystem.
Galaxy Racer launched back in 2019 and has become one of the biggest esports gaming and lifestyle organizations globally. Galaxy Racer seems to be the center hub for all gamers.
GXR! 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 GXR!
The organization now carries over 100 content creators with a total reach of over 370 million followers across all platforms and more than, are you ready, 2 billion views.
हेलो दोस्तों, जिस दिन का इंतजार था वो आ गया। गैलेक्सी रेसर पाकिस्तान का इवेंट 8 और 9 जनवरी को 2022 पाकिस्तान चाइना फ्रेंडशिप सेंटर इस्लामाबाद में। आइए खेलिए, जीतिए 2 करोड़ रुपए कैश। पाकिस्तान की तारीख का सबसे बड़ा ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर्नामेंट। Don't forget to be there. See you then. That's where the galaxy is going to be shining.
Hey! पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट इसे बनना है, गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा।
पेट्रोल तो पूरा है,
लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
Shortcut! Aw. Cute. देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे। No. क्या? Thank you.
नहीं, Mountain Dew.
Come on!
Mountain Dew, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
Hello everyone and welcome to the Gamers Galaxy Esports Championship presented by Mountain Dew. It's the biggest esports event ever held in Pakistan with a whopping prize pool of 5 million rupees at stake for the Valorant Championship, with 4 teams battling it out in the form of Team Exploit versus Fear Legends and later today Team Clarity going at it against Arrow Gaming. Joseph, I'm joined here with Joseph. How are you feeling today?
I'm very excited for this one, the LAN tournament, after a very long time, not to mention. And, well, the 4 best teams of Valorant from Pakistan have come here flying, and I'm really excited for it. I'm just waiting to see an upset possibly here as well.
And I mean, these names, I mean, they're quite big in the community. I mean, Team Exploit, obviously, they don't need any special introduction. They're, you know, they're some of the best players in the scene, and they've been the best for quite some time. But they're against Trons, they're against Criminal, 2 players who have never missed a LAN, 2 players who have never faltered in the LAN arena. So, what do you make of this?
I mean, it could go either way. It's the two best duos possibly in the Valorant scene right now. Shaka and HSB on one end, and on the other we have Franz and Criminal going up against each other. If I possibly Fear Legends is the only team that I guess you could put up against Exploit here, because every single player on that team has had the experience of beating Exploit once in their lifetime. I mean, Exploit has, I believe, only had 2 or 3 losses in their whole lifetime of Valorant.
And I mean, these guys, they're former teammates, right? HSB and Shaka used to be on the VRN roster alongside Trans and Criminal. So it's going to be very interesting to see these former comrades battling it out in the semi-final for an elimination of this caliber.
I mean, yeah, we already see some lovely banter going on between the players, and it's only going to get better as the maps go on. And well, we're going to have to find out. Talking about the vetoes here a little bit, the first map is going to be Fracture, followed by Breeze, and then possibly we might head on to Split as well.
Yeah, but before we come on to the map veto, I want to talk a little bit more about the players themselves. You know, Trans, he's never missed out on a LAN, and it's been quite a few months since the LAN scene has started picking up again. You know, we had COVID, but now it's coming back together, and I'm really hoping to see what he can do. But we have some new faces to the LAN scene as well, you know, in the form of a Trick over on Fear Legends side, and also King over on Team Exploit side. I believe it's his first LAN ever.
Yeah, it really is. And well, likely Exploit are the teams that are pretty much everyone's favorite here to win, as we mentioned earlier on as well. And I guess you could say that King is much more of a formidable opponent here than Trick. But we're gonna have to see how they perform, because realistically, Fear Legends, three of their players are sort of a gamble here, because they haven't had really much experience into the higher tier scene of CS or Valorant. Actually, they have had a fair bit of Valorant competition in the higher seeds, but it's a LAN event. We're like the nerves are going to be tested. We are gonna have to see who has the ice in their veins and who can keep their composure here.
And King, I mean, the young man, only 16 or 17 years old, at the biggest LAN ever held. I mean, it must be nerve-wracking to be here, and I'm sure it's the same for Trick, but so we're really going to have to see how it pans out for both of them. Both teams have a lot to prove coming in here. With Fear Legends, I mean, with the roster shuffles coming all around, I mean, they have the likes of many veterans coming into their squad now. You know, they're picking up players from Salt Esports as well. So they have quite the esteemed roster going at it against each other. I'm not sure who is the favorite. I mean, obviously, you know, Team Exploit, they've been sitting on their throne for so long, comfortably winning each and every single competition that has come their way. But I have a feeling on this LAN stage against Trans and Criminal that they're going to have a very tough time.
I mean, realistically, the scary thing about Fear Legends is that their roster formed like just before Galaxy Racer, the Gamers Galaxy tournament. So we don't really have much information about them.
Yeah.
They've only played 2 maps on broadcast. So what information can Exploit like make use of? This is going to be hard, because both of the maps that they played, they're not even being played. I'm pretty sure, and well, it's going to be a really big gamble, I guess, for Exploit here to counterplay Fear Legends.
Yeah, it's very uncertain how these teams are going to battle it out. But, you know, I like to remind you all, you know, I keep on saying it, the biggest esports tournament, but I have to mention how big it really is. You know, a total prize pool of $100,000 at stake, 5 million rupees for the Valorant competition itself, 10 million for the PUBG competition, and 15 and 20 million for Tekken 7 and FIFA 22. So it's massive. It's absolutely massive.
It's really massive. And then there's the 5 lakh tournament for Her Galaxy, the 2v2 Spike Rush Women tournament as well. That's a really nice initiative as well, I believe. And then, of course, you have the FIFA and Tekken, 2 of the most played games, like I'm pretty sure in the country there as well. So it's a really big event. It's packed, man.
Yeah, and you know, over here we're going to take a look at the prize pool distribution. For the first place, we have a whopping 25 lakh rupees. For second, it's 15 lakhs, and third and fourth place evenly get 5 lakh rupees each. But you know, apart from this, you do have the best player award as well, and the best team award as well, for both 1 lakh rupees each. So more and more, you know, the esports scene is looking like, it's coming
getting
together as an actual sport in this country, and I'm glad that Galaxy Racer has given this opportunity for this. And Joseph, like you mentioned, there is a female competition in the works as well, again with a big prize pool of 5 lakh rupees on the line. It is going to be a 2v2 spike rush, but I'm really glad because when we talk about the competition, there's a lot of competition there as well. Luvu, one of the first Radiants in this country. She's going to be playing against Frisbee. She's a phenomenal player on her own. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. But we are going to take a look at the format now. So I had the pleasure of casting with Faraz for the quarterfinals, where Team Exploit went against Perfectionists, and they managed to take a comfortable win of 2-0 against them. Fear Legends, though, like you mentioned, they debuted their roster. Not a lot of information out there as well on them, but they had a very good time against Team WDR, also taking the series in a 2-0 fashion. But perhaps the best match in the quarterfinals was Salt Esports and Clarity Esports. That was a nail-biting performance by both of those teams. 10+ rounds in the first map for both of them, and the second one was just as close, and we didn't know where it would end up until the very end, when it came to the second overtime, where Clarity Esports finally managed to take that series, eliminating Salt Esports. I think it's the first tournament in which we're not actually seeing Salt Esports come out for the main event. But I'm glad that Clarity Esports is stepping up, because they've been on the rise for a very long time. And finally, we have Team Arrow. MSK is an absolute favorite of the scene. They beat Cody Peaks in a 2-0 fashion. So now we have these 4 teams battling it out in the semi-finals. Team Exploit versus Fear Legends, and later in the day, Team Clarity versus Arrow Esports.
Yeah, but the matchup that we have to really focus on right now is, of course, Exploit versus Fear Legends. I'm pretty sure we all really miss Salt here. I'm pretty sure the players miss them as well. We've all seen the videos on Twitter, really, and it's actually very surprising that we didn't get to see Salt play. But props to Clarity, of course. Onhead, especially Onhead and Buttsaw, both of them were back from a big break, and they really showed up in that matchup.
Yeah, but we have to talk about the matchup at hand. It is going to be Team Exploit versus Fear Legends. And Team Exploit, they have quite the stable roster in the form of King, Soulmate, HSV, Shooter, and Shaka. Man, just saying the names of these players sends shivers down my spine. Shooter, none of these players need an introduction at this point, but the Fear Legends, they have their work cut out for them. And over on their side, it's going to be Casper, Trick, Criminal, Trance, and Hats battling against them. So just simply roster-wise, Jazib, both of these teams, such big names. What do you make of these rosters?
I possibly can't give a prediction here, because as I said earlier, if there's any team that I would place against Exploit to possibly have a win against them, it's Fear Legends. Every single one of these players have had a good amount of competition and have once beaten Exploit previously. It's been a long time still, but of course they've done it. And also, we're going to move on to the vetoes here. We get to see that Fear Legends actually ended up banning Icebox there, so they're targeting Exploit's favorite map here, which in the past month Exploit played it, I think, 4 or 5 times, 4 times actually, where they have a 75% win rate here, and Exploit returned the favor by banning Haven out. But Breeze and Fracture are the first 2 picks, and the last one is going to be split. Quite surprising, really, that we got to see Breeze and Fracture to begin with.
Yeah, and it makes sense that Fear Legends banned out Icebox, right? That's an absolute favorite of Team Exploit, even though, we saw quite a phenomenal performance by Trance up on that map as well in some of the previous tournaments. Haven, it seems like Exploit likes to ban that map out as well, particularly against Team Arrow. And Breeze will be the first map that is being picked up. It is going to be the battle of the duos finally coming out on the big stage, the biggest map in the Valorant meta, I believe, and also the most chaotic.
And
but we are going to introduce the players now.
Finally,
this is Team Exploit and
everybody's
Team
ready. The audience is hyped up as well.
Getting on their chairs and getting ready for the competition.
Well, I'm not really sure what to say, really, because split, we don't have really strat and for any of those teams because well, Fear Legends, they're a new roster, that's why they're really dangerous. But on the other hand, we haven't seen Exploit playing that map too much either. They have played in a couple international competitions in the previous month, but I don't think there was like I believe they only played like one split and that didn't really work out too well for them. So maybe I give Fear Legends the possibility of winning that map if it heads to a map 3, but really it's the same thing for them again. There's literally no information for us to work with when it comes to Fear Legends.
Yeah, it really, you know, for Fear Legends, I do think that they need to optimize on the first map, get as much out of it as they can, possibly try to take it there because, you know, Fracture, it's a new map. Not just to the competitive scene, it's not been that long since it's been launched as well, so the meta for it certainly isn't very well defined, so anything can go on that stage, you know, add in the randomness that you're on the LAN stage as well. There's too many unknown factors going in for us to make a call on it, but Breeze, you know, we do know how these two teams are going to be playing it out. We do know that you rely on those lurks, rely on those rotations to be coming in, those heavy executes. You do need a wiper for both of these teams. Perhaps pick yourself up a Killjoy as well. But what's going to be interesting to see is how they execute on this site. I mean, particularly when, say, for example, Shooter picks himself up an Operator, it's something that teams, you know, he's made a graveyard out of teams simply by picking up that Operator. He seems to never miss a shot with it.
I mean, yeah, realistically, incredible players on both ends. But you know, one thing that I would like to talk about is Fracture, because that map hasn't been long since that map was included in the competition. And well, both of these teams do have their own coaches. Exploit having Hoshi, and I believe Fear Legends have one of their own. So it's really going to come down to those coaches on how they prepare their team for this matchup. Because realistically, I'm not quite sure. Of course, they would have scrimmed other teams with it, and so they definitely have some practice. Otherwise, why would you pick it, of course? But Fracture, I don't think we've seen like that. I don't believe anyone even picked it in the qualifiers. Did anyone? I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's, like I said, I mean, there's too much randomness going into the second map for us to really know what will be going on until it actually happens. But for the first map, though, you know, for the past few tournaments, I do think that the last time we saw Breeze really being played was in the Calyx Cup, but since then we haven't seen a lot of Breeze being picked up, right? But now it's coming back, and I have a feeling that these teams, they have been preparing for this. I have a feeling that perhaps you might even see a KO being picked up. You know, KO has been making a surge into the meta in the international scene. Sure, the international meta and our meta is, you know, just a slightly bit different, but KO offers just so much utility upon that map. Just simply with that suppression blade, simply with that ultimate, you can choose to form a heavy execute. The opponent's ability to respond during those pulses really diminishes, and you're forced into a position where you have to go for that retake. But it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams respond, what they have prepared for that first map, and how they're going to choose to execute on it.
I mean, yes, when it comes to agent compositions, we might as well like see a double controller setup with a Viper or a Brimstone or an Astra, because that really helps you with defending sites on Breeze, because Breeze is a very heavily attack favored map, and if you really want the best chances of scoring as many rounds as possible on the defensive end. So if having like a double controller setup or maybe a double sentinel setup, which I don't believe I've really seen, but it could be a possibility. As you mentioned, our agent compositions are not exactly the same as what the international community plays on, because it just complements our players a bit more best. But it would really be interesting if we get to see a double controller or a double sentinel pick in Breeze.
Yeah, and you know, like you mentioned, Breeze being an attack-sided map, the last time I remember Trans going up on this map alongside Criminal in the VRN squad, sure, it is, you know, quite a different team. They have a player of Salt Esports as well. Trans did very well on the attack side when he played against Salt Esports. I believe in that roster, they actually managed to take that game away from Salt Esports despite, you know, them being the underdogs for it.
Yeah, now we're gonna head on to the agent select, and well, it's a double initiator setup for FL. Nothing really too surprising right now. We have a Sova, we have a Sky, but on the side of exploit, it looks exactly the same actually. There's pretty much no difference except there being a Killjoy instead of a Cypher for the side of Fear Legends. So going to be a pretty much of an equal matchup here.
Yeah, no Sage in sight though. Instead, we are going to have a Cypher come out. And I mean, both the compositions, I mean, sure, the agents might be a bit different, but what they're trying to do, both of these teams with these compositions, it looks more or less to be the same. So really, I think, what do you predict? How many rounds does Fear Legends have to take in this first half?
I mean, Trons as a Sentinel is a very great player, so it's really not much of a high quality prediction, I would say, but I think the Fear Legends might take this. You know, it's just a random prediction at this point, actually. Now, the first round, or the first map of the Galaxy Gamers semi-finals is going underway as Fear Legends, they look to hit the A site with a couple players present over towards A main. The Flash Skies have been traded, they're looking to enter the site quite aggressively there. The Viper wall up isn't allowing any engagements to go down, but the spike has been planted and now it's a 5-on-5 for the retake.
Both teams holding steadily, but with that Viper wall going down, with those shock darts flying out, Team Fear Legends, they have to find a response. They are going to get first blood onto Shooter. The Sova going to get the first kill, but the Viper wall has gone back up.
They have pushed the site already. 2 players up close and personal with the spike. Haven't found a kill, but that scratch. That is all 4 kills lined up for FL as they secure the first round in such a fascinating fashion.
That was over in a flash. I think those 4 kills came in the difference of a millisecond.
I blinked and it was gone.
I mean, that was a very convincing first round. I mean, as soon as the Viper wall went down, Fear Legends, they went all in, finding those 4 kills. And Team Exploit, they fell big. And now towards the second round, Shooter has picked himself up that mini sniper.
That Marshall, yeah, it could be very deadly. We were talking about earlier, that sniper rifle in Shooter's hand can be extremely deadly, but a technical timeout has been taken. I believe there has been an issue with someone's deck, I guess, but we're gonna head back into the map very shortly. But until then, let's talk about the first round for a little while, because what happened? I actually blinked that second, and once I opened my eyes, there were like four kills.
It seemed like Team Exploit, they had their positioning correct, right? One player was approaching the side, one player was on the mid position, one player was near the door, but I don't understand how all of them fell. I mean, Fear Legends, they had one entrance through which they came in from. Sure, you know, Shooter did fall very early on into the round, but Team Exploit were able to mount up a suitable response to it. But Fear Legends, they just got the better of them with that all-out aggression. You know, playing with the timing of that Viper wall, that is certainly what you want to be doing up on this map.
Yeah, this time around, Fear Legends, they have the intentions of heading back towards the A side, but Exploit, well, they're not even contesting it right now. They've put their whole attention towards mid, but now, well, it has been averted. Fear Legends, they have entered the site once again. With only pistols, they can't really contest this right now.
Spike planted.
As the spike has once again gone down for a 5-on-5 retake, but this time around, it's Fear Legends that have the rifles in their hands. But regardless of that, King, he has found the first one to work with.
First player on Fear Legends roster, falling Shooter, holding strong with that Marshall, but the Viper is going to walk into his death trades going around, and the plant is going to come out. Oh no, the plant was stopped. But Fear Legends is still managed again. Joseph, 4 kills in the blink of an eye. And with that, second round 2 going their way.
I mean, it looked close for a second, you know, HSB had hopped onto the site, Exploit had gotten 2 kills to begin with as well, so it seemed a bit sussy for Fear Legends, but, well, they ended up doing exactly the same thing they did in the first round, getting those 4 kills.
I mean, it was an eco, right, save for the Marshall that Shooter got for himself, so Exploit, I mean, they took 1 player down, sure, in an eco round you want to be getting, you know, 2 or 3, but now looks like Team Fear Legends, they are choosing to change it up. Change up where they want to go this time around, though they have different plans.
Well, Soulmate is going to be the one that greets him, that greets Fear Legends into the B side. But for now, they have to stay back. They have to respect the Viper Poison Orb for now. But well, the reinforcement has arrived. There is another player present for Exploit on the site right now. But Fear Legends this time around, they're taking their time because they realize they do not have good weapons. Because they realize they do not have proper weapons to work with here, only Deagles and Spectres to work with, so they're gonna try to find as many picks as possible in this round and possibly a spike plant, because right now Exploit, they're wasting a lot of time on the clock as well.
Yeah, and I think this should be a round that Exploit should secure this overwhelming gun advantage that they have, and with these 2 kills going, another kill
Spike down.
going their way. Fear Legends not finding much, but that Sheriff is actually doing a lot of work with only 1 player alive. He too shall fall, and the first round going their way. But now this is where things start to heat up. The first gun round for both of these teams. We are going to see what this game will have in store for us through this round.
Yeah, you can. It's only the beginning of the semi-finals, and you can already see players are hyped up. They're bantering outside of the game as well. They're standing up after every round win, and it's only getting better as the round goes on and on. Well, this time around, the rifles are going to be in the play for Fear Legends as well, as we look quickly at the replay. But now we're going to head back into the round. This time around, Fear Legends, it seems they have the intentions of heading towards the B side once again, but they do have some presence over towards middle.
Shooter though, he's going to come on to 1 player, missing those first shots, but will be able to secure the kill. But Fear Legends, they've already made their way on towards the B site. The plant is going to come on alongside the Viper pit. That is a very difficult one, ultimate to fight into, but they're still going to go for it.
The spike has gone down. A 4 versus 3 for the retake in favor of Exploit right now as they look to enter the site from various entries. But the Viper's pit is going to be the main issue for them to defuse the spike right now, as all of the 3 players from Fear Legends, they're playing passively. They're not giving any peeks out except for that one. And well, that was very fruitful for them as they have taken 2 kills. But well, Exploit returned the favor. It's all down to a 1v1. But it's Fear Legends that end up taking the round behind that Viper's pit.
Yeah, it all came down to the Viper's pit.
Oh, look at Casper.
Team Exploit not finding a way inside of it, having to go around, circling the Viper's pit, trying to get any pickoffs they could. And I mean, they did a wonderful job of that, leaving the Viper alone to fend for himself. But, you know, the Viper came out of the pit, right? That's not where you expect the Viper to be. And that just, you know, the element of surprise just went in his favor, and he was able to secure the round for his team. And now Team Exploit forced back on their economy as the lead for Fear Legends, it is mounting. As they're probably going to secure this round as well, right? Against an eco, unless Team Exploit decide to force buy.
I mean, I don't think they will, realistically. It's just the beginning of the map. You're not in really too much of a bad situation. Fear Legends, they only have a 2-round advantage right now, so you're probably going to try to damage the economy of Fear Legends here a little bit, like possibly get 2 or 3 kills. 3 or 4 would actually be really great, but behind that, you're really just hoping to deal as much damage as you possibly can to Fear Legends right now, and I believe there's another Marshal in the hands of HSP this time.
Oh, in the hands of HSB, to change it up a bit.
Yeah, well, there's nothing going in their favor right now as they didn't get any information earlier on, and they have 1 player fallen already as the B site has been completely taken over by Fear Legends to work with here. The spike already gone down. HSB with the Marshal, he's the saving grace possibly for Exploit here, but well, there's literally nothing that Fear Legends is giving away. They're only gaining the information behind that recon drone as well. Shaka has been spotted, but this is looking harder and harder to do for Exploit as time ticks down.
Yes, this retake is very difficult, especially with the gun disadvantage that you have. The spike is ticking down, and with all of the players alive, with the Hunter's Fury up as well, HSB trying to make something happen with the Marshal, but going to get taken down for it, as Hats will be able to find another kill. And with only 2 players alive, no guns to their name, they're not going to be able to do anything, as Strick is going to go in for those kills. Oh, but Team Exploit managing to get 2 return kills for that, as those players are backing away.
No, they actually suicided there. They gave away their lives so that they make sure they get as much bonus money as they possibly could. If they ended up saving those sheriffs, it really wouldn't have been beneficial because they didn't get the money that they should have, and they would have only had sheriffs to work with. But now back on rifles, and I see an operator in the hands of Shooter. Oh, this is going to be lovely.
Yeah, this is where things start to pick up. This is where Fear Legends have to be careful. You know, you don't want to challenge some of that Shooter supremacy. Not with that operator in his hands, not on this map. But we will have to see if he can make something happen with it. He really needs to, though. The scoreline, it's sort of slipping away. It's just a 3-round deficit, though, so definitely something they can come back into. But Trick is going to dash forward, but he's going to pay for it with his life.
A good one-on-one trade to begin with, followed up by another kill from Shaka there. But, well, it's once again traded out, but Shooter's op coming into the mix here. A man advantage gained as the spike has been planted. The Killjoy lockdown is available, and it is going to be utilized now. It's up to Exploit whether they decide to push this or they can just let the time go out and then push this one together.
I mean, in a 3v2 scenario, they can choose to wait, but this Nano Swarm is also buying Fear Legends some time. They know where the operator is coming from as well, but this side flank as well, outgunned over here. They need to hold the positions, but it's only down to the Killjoy over on Fear Legends side. But he's going to get flanked, and this looks like he might just be going down. Oh, actually, no, the jukes! It might have been enough, but Shooter, he was on his back with that operator. And it looks like this is a round going in favor of Team Exploit. 2-4 now.
A little game of Ring Around the Rosie to end that round. It was beautiful to watch, you know, but, well, still. 2-round deficit, as you mentioned, but this time around, well, Fear Legends, their economy allows them to have a proper buy in this round as well. 3 Vandals, 2 Phantoms, as we can probably see here on the board, but this part was actually lovely, you know, the Ring Around the Rosie, just wasting as much time as possible, unfortunately, just wasn't enough, but, well, it's time for Fear Legends to possibly answer back here. They do not have an operator of their own, but, you know, it could still work like that. It has been.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem with the operator on this map, or rather the problem for Fear Legends facing an operator on this map is that if you don't know where it is, with the limited entrances you have, there's only one way to enter the site. And if you don't go in with any smokes, you are going to get taken down. But now the Hunter's Fury going to come out, Trick going to dash in as well. They're going to try and force a heavy execute onto this side. The plant's going to come out with the help of that recon drone trades in the form of 1 player each.
The L.O.L drone going to give them some more information, but this time around, Exploit, they're looking to counter that information as well, but the Viper wall still gaining some time for Fear Legends to work with. Eventually, though, Exploit, they're going to peek out together. The Sky Flash, it could have proven deadly, but for now, they have stayed alive up there. He's taken 1. There's the Shooter op coming into him in the mix. Hats is the last one alive up against 3. He has taken 2. There's the 3rd, and it's now down to a 1v1. Shooter used his ultimate there, but he's up and... barely!
Oh man,
barely!
You did not expect Shooter to come flying from the sky to take you down. Hats, what an absolute player, man. Taking down 3 players.
They're hype.
But it just proved to be too much for him. And I mean, he heard that, right? He heard the jump. He tried to look up towards the sky, but all he saw was death.
Oh. Hats, just if he had been a little bit faster, maybe he would have gotten that clutch. But Shooter, well, a lot of people say he is the best player in the game, so, you know, once you're in a 1v1 against him, likely chances are you're not going to win that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, this time
that is absolutely insane. I mean, there's a reason why the PK Valorant scene speaks of Shooter's supremacy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, this time around, actually, I'm surprised that Fear Legends has managed to actually get a buy in this round as well. Although their Jet is going to be playing on that Blade Storm to find something for now. But this time around, they have approached... Their approach is a bit different. They have a player looking to flank the whole side, which is going to be Trans. He gets the first frag. Now, that is actually a lot of space for Fear Legends to work with here. But now, Shooter, left alone in the side. He has to look at 2 various angles. No backup just yet. Eventually, though, King is going to arrive on site to provide some help, but for now, it's really a big question mark for Exploit. They're not sure where Fear Legends are headed. They're just looking to gamble this one.
Yeah, and Team Fear Legends, they're not giving off any information. As Team Exploit, they're scrambling to figure out what is actually happening on the map. They've positioned themselves neatly towards the back so that they don't know, but there comes Strick flying in like Shooter from the sky, finding that opening frag, allowing his team to enter the site with one trade coming off. Oh, but Shooter will be able to get that kill in the halls. And I mean, that Sky was trying to be really sneaky, but you can't do that against Shooter.
Oh no, you really can't. Now down to 3 versus 3 for the retake. They have entered the side a bit silently though, but the Flash going to keep them at bay for now. King going aggressive, gets the first one. The Flash messes up his aim a little bit, hence he is going to fall. Now it's all down to a 1v1 once again. It's the Viper up against Shooter here again. We learned a lesson last time. Will the lesson be repeated? Shooter, he has hopped onto the spike to defuse it. He's halfway through. He goes out with the peek and gets the kill. Once again, it's the same lesson that we learned earlier.
He timed that very perfectly. I mean, I think he knew that the Viper was going to come for him because the Viper was afraid he was going to get the defuse. He had to. And Shooter used it to his advantage, getting that last kill. Top of the scoreboard right now. And this man, I mean, I think from the 4 rounds that these guys have won, 3 of them have just been because of Shooter going absolutely ham on Fear Legends.
That's what happens when you have such a high caliber player. I mean, we have amazing players, of course. We have Godchild in this tournament as well. We have King. There are literally every single player here is great, but Saab on head. But Shooter, he's just one out of those many.
And now Fear Legends, they're looking to perform a heavy execute with the recon bolt flying out. Oh, positions being revealed for both the teams. With the Seekers, it's going to stun some of these players. As Strick, he's landed himself inside of the smoke, a cyber cage as well. The Viper Spit being deployed and trades flying all around, but heavily favoring Team Exploit. With only 2 players remaining on Fear Legends side, Hat's the only one to find anything here, but it's just down to the Killjoy as the defuse is going to come out, and the Killjoy not being able to find anything.
Exploit, they're really just cleaning house at this point. I mean, Fair Legends, they had good momentum to begin with, but as the first half almost comes to a conclusion, Exploit, they're doing better and better in every round. They're improving, they're adjusting to their opponents right here. As we saw once again, they resisted, and they resisted quite nicely. Before the spike went down, they had, I believe, 2 kills going their way, and the Viper Spit, as soon as it got activated, they shut it down. They made sure that it was not going to be a nuisance for them later on, like we saw previously on the B side.
And I mean, Fear Legends, they had a very good early start, right? Getting those 2 early rounds and then finding 2 more, but they've really started struggling once these gun rounds have come into place. They've really started struggling once Shooter has started to do his thing.
Well, this time around, it's going to be Soulmate that uses his Viper Spit over towards B main and hasn't allowed anyone from Fear Legends to enter just yet. Well, they did intend to go in, and slowly they move in. Their healths have been drowned out. He gets lines up too. There's the third as well. Only 1 player alive for Fear Legends, and this round has already fallen apart for Fear.
Soulmate, I mean, he stuck his own, and then Fear Legends, it's always so difficult to go inside that Viper Spit.
Look at that.
It's just impossible to fight into with that decreased vision you have, and Soulmate held his own. He stuck to that corner, and he waited for Fear Legends to come to him to line up 4 kills for himself. All of these players, I mean, they're all stepping up on this stage, and Fear Legends, they need to make something happen. Their strategy, I mean, they were so good at those executes. I mean, that first round, that second round, 4 kills in the blink of an eye. But it's slowly starting to slip away for them. I mean, the lead, I mean, it's not that significant, right? It's still, you know, just a 2-round lead. They can still come back. But remember, Jazib, like you said, it is an attack-sided map. So for Fear Legends, the win condition for them, they have to secure as many of these rounds in the attack side as possible.
You know, that's the fun part about the higher tier competition. You can really not expect things, and they could happen. Hence, Fear Legends, I mean, sure, it's 6-4 right now. They've lost their momentum, but the tactical timeout, these can be very key. These can be very key to regain the composure that teams have lost in the last 2 rounds. If Fear Legends are able to take them, then the chances of them actually having a good defensive side would definitely become higher. And as I mentioned earlier, Trons, being that Sentinel, he's a crazy good player. I mean, you can't deny the fact that he's really amazing, and he does the job of duelists sometimes, even with a Sentinel. So it could go either way still.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Killjoy lockdown available for Fear Legends, They should really try and utilize this because 6 and 4, they can't let both of these rounds. There's only 2 rounds remaining in this first half. They can't let them go in favor of Team Exploit. That's just an insurmountable lead. But again, they're going to try and make something happen with Trick getting the kill across the wall. There's going to be a neat little blind kill, but Team Exploit, they have a response for this. As 4 players from Fear Legends simply fall, with Casper the only one alive. The spike is in his control, but against 3 players, what does he do? What does he do?
He can't do anything. That one recon dart from King actually messed up the whole round for Fear Legends there, because Trick actually tried to get away from it. He hid in the smoke, but as soon as he went out, nobody had destroyed him. Nobody had destroyed the recon dart. Nobody had him covered. Because of that recon dart, 2 or 3 players fell right there. 1 more followed up as well, and it was just a massacre from the side of Exploit.
Yeah, and I mean, Trick found the kill in a blind spot, right, across the wall, but Team Exploit, they were able to get so much information onto Fear Legends that they were able to clean them all up, and so far, Fear Legends have had no response to the shooter operator. It's still in his hands. 7-4 now, choosing to execute more or less the same way. The recon drone, though, they have to get some information on their side. But some of this positioning over on Team Exploit, it's looking very difficult for Fear Legends to make something happen. They're going to try for it anyway, with Trick finding that first kill. The Killjoy lockdown will come out as well.
And there's the third. Okay, Trick going big in the final round of the first half. The lockdown has been invested as well, as only Shooter remains up against 4, and he falls as well. A nice end to the first half from the side of Fear Legends. It could have gone 8-4, which would have actually been pretty bad to head into the defensive end, but 7-5, a 2-round deficit, not too terrible.
Not too terrible, but you know, they're really still going to have to step up, because it's going to be difficult for them in this second half with Team Exploit on the attacking side. And I mean, how do they change things up? I mean, sure, Fear Legends, you know, the rounds that they've won, the 5 rounds that they've won, they've played it patient and then they've executed in a swift way, and that's really where their strength has lied. So I really do hope on this defensive map they can show some of that patience as well, because it does seem that that is their key for this.
I mean, realistically, I think Fear Legends could have tried to gain a bit more space over towards middle. There was actually, I believe there was only 1 round that mid was actually contested from the side of Fear Legends, so they didn't have that rotation power as much. Once they were stacked at a site, they had to execute towards that one. But this time around, it's going to be Exploit that are on the aggressive side. Shooter find the first one. Soulmate and King follow up as 3 players for Fear Legends have fallen, and it's already a 5 versus 2 to begin with in the second half.
Yeah, and with these positioning, both players so far apart from each other. Trans, though, going to find 2 kills. With 2 players very low on Team Exploit's side, he can try something, but as soon as I said that, King...
jinxed them.
Yeah.
The Cluster's curse is inevitable.
It's inevitable, man, and I see it a lot in the PK Valorant scene, you know, the Coster's curse. As soon as you say something, the opposite happens, and first round going in favor of Team Exploit. And with them having the economy in their favor, it looks like it might be another one. And a 9-5 scoreline, it's snowballing.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a 9-3, we could have had another curse in the mix, but sadly, that's not the scenario. Right now, as you mentioned, likely a 9-3 scoreline, but we still have to see what Fear Legends bring to the table with this pistol round. They have a couple of sheriffs, I believe, in the mix as well, although... Exploit, they're playing this patiently. They're not doing the same thing that Fear Legends were doing. Although Exploit, they clearly know that they have the economy advantage. Fear Legends probably wouldn't have bought, but they're making sure that they don't give anything away to Fear Legends. They don't make any mistakes. But for now, one mistake has been made, but it has been traded out as Soulmate finds the trade. Franz, he gets one more, a 4 versus 3 advantage earlier on, but this positioning from the Viper from Fear Legends could be big. Actually, never mind. He has been spotted as well as they head into the side for the retake, and equalize things out is going to be Exploit.
Yeah, in a 3v3 scenario, but the spike is ticking down Fear Legends. They have to go in, but it's going to be very difficult, but they're making it happen. Given the disadvantage they face, how are they doing this? And now all of them, they're going to force their way into the site, but they're going to get gunned down by Soulmate and King.
Just another one. Another one.
Yeah, but you know, for an eco round, they did manage to do quite a lot of damage onto Team Exploit. You know, if you get 3 kills in an eco, that you should be more than happy with that. The problem is, though, it's at a stage where Team Exploit, they've already managed to secure 9 rounds, just 1 round away from double digits. And Fear Legends, they cannot let this gun round go.
No, they definitely cannot. This is where basically the desperation time for Fear Legends begins. Because if they lose this one, their economy is in shambles, clearly. Only 3 rounds away from losing the first map into this in the semi-final, so you're possibly in the worst state you should be to begin with. This is your map pick, and you're not really doing too great on it.
Another tactical timeout. I mean, like you mentioned, tactical timeouts, they are very useful, especially on the LAN scene, right? The LAN scene is where really the stress, the pressure, it gets to you, and that's where you need to have a strong IGL, you need to have a strong leader to help you get through those times. And I hope that Fear Legends, I hope that Trans and Criminal, they can get through to their teammates, they can make something happen for them. Trick, it is his first time on LAN. Wonderful experience, wonderful first experience for him. But the nerves, I mean, it's clearly showing on to Fear Legends as they are struggling to get some of these rounds.
I mean, this is really where Criminal and Trans are going to be tested. They're the most experienced LAN players on the stage right now, alongside HSP, of course. But for now, they need to show some of that experience in this play. Right now, Exploit, they're stacked over towards the A side with one player leaning towards middle a little bit as they head towards the A side, entering. No Viper wall, the Viper wall goes up, and now they're making sure no one's up close as the Viper's pit gets invested as well. The spike should be able to go down quickly, but before that happens, Hans has actually found a kill to begin with. Up there, hops onto the spike plant, and now it's the retake time, with Exploit being at a disadvantage, and Trans, he's making sure that it gets worse, followed by Criminal getting one more, and it's all down to HSP. He's up against 5, takes 1, but Criminal shuts him down.
Oh man, they played that up so well against the Viper's pit. I mean, they found 2 of those kills completely through blind fire, just shooting inside the Viper's pit, getting those kills. Perhaps Team Exploit should have positioned themselves a bit better, knowing that they had the positional advantage going in their favor. But Fear Legends, they got the better of them for that round. And this is exactly what Fear Legends needed, coming back into the gun round 9 and 6. And suddenly the scoreline is not so overwhelming if you're Fear Legends. You can still come back from this, as you are going to face against an eco. Or, you know, perhaps Team Exploit, they might be going for some buys as well.
Yeah, they've gone for a half buy here. 2 sheriffs with 3 specters alongside those half shields involved in the mix as well. But for Legends, this should rather be easy, but of course there's always some margin for error right now, and Exploit, they're gonna look to exploit that, pun intended by the way. But for now, they're headed towards the B side here. But Hats, he's going to welcome them with a few bullets as he takes the first one. King, he answers right back, but Hats is the last one alive on the side, although Casper is going to try to help him, but he will eventually fall. It's Shooter now in a 1 versus 3 to work with, but he falls to the hands of Trans.
Yeah, just falling as soon as he picked up that weapon. Perhaps he should have stuck to that Spectre, but you know, that would have been too great of a disadvantage for him to face. Fear Legends, you know, these rounds that they're winning on the defensive side, they're winning them the exact same way they won on the attacking side. Swift and decisive action is the name of the game for them, and they're able to make it happen. And now, an operator of their own in the hands of Trick, rather. He has to make it work. I mean, it's a very expensive purchase, and their economy isn't that well.
Of course, it's not the best. Oh, a shot missed to begin with. Well, that's not a great start now. The poison orb.
He's going to get zoned out as well. The smoke, Viper's Pit, they know the operator is there, so they're going to throw as much utility in there as he can, trying to get him to back away.
The wallbang doesn't connect, sadly, but now they're going to pressurize him as much as possible. They want to take that operator away because they know it can prove to be very deadly. The Seekers have been invested to make sure that Exploit stay back for as long as possible, but as soon as the poison orb goes down, they look to enter as a one-on-one phase follows up. 4-on-4, 2 ultimates are available for Exploit to work with, but Fear Legends, they have a lockdown of their own. We're going to have to wait and see if that gets invested, but for now, it's going to be Shooter that has to back out and rejoin his team over towards the B side, where surprisingly, actually, Fear Legends, they have no one present there.
And King, he's going to get that kill on the mid side. And with this, you know, Team Exploit, they're going to go all in with Soulmate getting another kill. I mean, Trick, he 2 shots fired, 2 shots missed. That's not where you want to be with this operator.
Yeah,
And you simply can't give it up. I mean, he can't fall like this. The only one alive, I think he should save here, Jazib.
Yeah, he definitely should. As you mentioned, it is a pretty expensive purchase, their economy. I mean, it's good, but it's really not the best. So you have to hold on to this and maybe try to find some exit picks. But right now, well, as we mentioned, Trick, he is going to hold on to that operator while Exploit, they're not really interested in hunting him down. 2 players are on the run though, but as time ticks down, he probably will be pretty safe for this one.
Trick trying his best to save over here, Team Exploit. They're sticking to their positions, not trying to hunt him down just yet. Trying to secure a comfortable spike plant though. And it looks like they will be able to get it. And Trick, I don't think he's going to... Oh no! Shooter! He did find Trick, and he wasn't looking for him. It was Trick who ran into him.
That's bad.
And that was the 3rd shot that he missed. And, you know, you can miss 1 or 2 shots, but if you're missing a shot against Shooter, he is going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, well, at least you know that Shooter didn't get his hands on the operator, so that's a bit safe for you as well, because as we mentioned earlier, Shooter is extremely deadly on that operator.
Yeah.
But for now, they're safe from that. This time around, actually, Trick has invested once again into that operator. I'm not quite sure if it's really a good decision because prior to this round, of course, we saw him miss a couple of shots. Maybe he's trying to regain here as Exploit. They look to enter the A side behind that L.O.L drone. They're going to make sure that they clear as much space as possible with King entering towards Halls as he takes the first one and HSB follows up as the spike goes down.
And with only 3 players arrive, Hats is the only one to find anything with the Bulldog. Does get that 1 kill, but the spike plant is down. The Viper wall is up, and Team Exploit, they position themselves neatly to defend this site from that retake. But Trick, he's trying to move in alongside his teammate Casper, trying to find the opening position. Hats is going to be the first one to go in. He's going to be able to get the kill. Going to get a double kill, and Casper is going to finish one off as well. Trick, the operator, falling down as well. They only have the Viper to take care of. One player is going for that defuse. Soulmate, though, will be able to find it. The plant at half, though, and Hats, he needs to do something, though. But Soulmate, too quick for him. They knew where he was, Joseph. They knew where he was.
As soon as Soulmate got that first kill in that clutch, he was just then playing with the final one. He was just playing with his target at that point because there wasn't much time to work with, so they had to either commit to the fight or they had to defuse the spike. Either way, they weren't winning that round. Soulmate, he has been recognized as one of the most clutch players alongside King and Exploit, so he really showed that one there. But that's going to put Exploit on that 11th point. 2 rounds away from taking this map home, but the bad thing is that Fear Legends, they're on eco.
Yeah, and I mean, when you pick up an operator twice in a row, not make any use of it, you're going to find that your economy is going to be in shambles. Casper trying to get an aggressive peek onto Team Exploit, but not being able to find anything. And his 3 players from Fear Legends have already fallen. Make it 4.
Oh, wait.
It looks like this round is going to go in favor of Team Exploit, but not before Criminal. He's going to get a neat little double kill, picking himself up that Vandal, a triple kill rather. And now suddenly it's a 1v2. He has the Hunter's Fury up and ready as well. He's going to prime it, going to try and launch it any way he can.
He
might just find one person here. He will. Just 1 kill away from an ace. What an absolute legend, this player. The spike has been planted. He needs to try and make something happen.
Oh, the timing.
But he's not going to find HSB. Not going to see him. That was a phenomenal attempt by him, though.
Really phenomenal. I mean, when he popped that 100 I thought that was a bit of a questionable decision because he didn't really knew where the spike was going down, but he still ended up getting that 4th kill behind that. It actually looked very much possible. Criminal showing his experience of LAN tournaments clearly and almost clutched that crucial round up. But now, losing that one puts Exploit on the map point here. With them having 3 ultimates to work with, this isn't really looking good for Fear Legends.
I mean, they need to win 5 rounds if they want to take it to overtime, but it's so difficult considering the fact that Exploit have the Viper's Pit up as well. All they need to do is enter the side. Shooter, he's trying to go in, going to get that first kill, but he's going to get traded out by Trick. And Soulmate, he's going to go for that plant. Perhaps the Viper's Pit is going to come out as well as soon as the plant comes out. It hasn't come out just yet though. Fear Legends, 3 players alive. The Jet very low on HP.
Oh well, up there. He has taken 1 to his name, but only 2 remain for Fear Legends to possibly keep them alive in this one. They have taken 2 kills. It's all down to the Sova for Exploit right here. And he falls as well as Hat gets the kill. Keeping Fear Legends alive for now. Bit by bit, they have to make this comeback happen. One mistake, and they could potentially lose this.
And their economy, I mean, it's doing a lot better. Do they pick themselves up an operator again? Because it really did not work out the first few times they tried it.
I mean, I don't think they should have. They tested it out twice in a row. It messed up with their economy as well. They didn't have a good result from that either. So I'm pretty sure that they would decide against it as well. But for now, we're gonna have to see how they decide to keep themselves alive in this one, because once again, against the ropes, Fear Legends. But well, for now, you know, they can breathe easily. They're not too congested because Exploit, their economy is in shambles technically.
And Team Exploit with the Viper's Pit up and ready. All Fear Legends have to counteract that is the Killjoy lockdown. No Hunter's Fury up for them. The Cypher ultimate is up as well. Shooter going to dash into the air, but going to get taken out by Trance. The plant does come out in the meanwhile, but one more player from Exploit falling. Abdur, the only one to find anything.
Oh, one player up close is going to be HSB. Well, it seems like they might have a chance of closing this one out just in an eco round. The Viper's Pit and the Seekers, both of them have been utilized from Exploit. They get one more kill. It's all down to Hats and Casper. They take 1, but they do not have any information on where the last 2 players are. Soulmate alongside his teammate hiding in the Viper's Pit. The Viper's wall keeping 1 alive, but Casper is going to take the other one out. Soulmate has been spotted. He gets 1 to his name, and it's all down to him as a Soulmate gets the final one as well with an eco round. Surprisingly, they get their first map here.
Yeah, using the Viper's Pit to their advantage, securing that last round. I mean, Soulmate were an absolute player. Both him and Shooter going absolutely ham onto Fear Legends. The first game, the first map rather, going their way in a big way. I mean, we had a lot of questions. How would these players face up on the LAN scene? And I think we got quite the answer for it in the form of them doing so well against them.
I mean, realistically, Fear Legends, they were off to a very good start, but as soon as the rounds went away from them, they lost their composure and, well, Exploit. They were reading their opponents very nicely on the defensive end as well, and heading over towards attack. Fear Legends, they did grab a couple rounds in a row, but Exploit really didn't give them much window to work with.
Yeah, and Fear Legends, they had some issues with their economy and how they were choosing to go for those buys, had some issues with their response as well. I mean, they had some rounds in which they showed an exemplary response to Team Exploit in their aggression, you know. Those swift rounds that they took, Criminal getting that 4K, it was amazing all throughout. But Team Exploit, they did get the better of them with Soulmate and Shooter just seeming in such good form, just getting through all of those skills. Shooter did not miss. I don't think he missed a single shot with that operator, or perhaps he missed only one, but it's really difficult to say. And Soulmate, I mean, we don't need to, you know, we've sang enough praises about the guy, but I mean, he clutched out on so many of those rounds. In an eco situation, rounds in which he was 1v3, 1v2 situations that he should not have been in, but he really did come through for his team, getting those kills, securing those rounds. And with that, the first map, it is going to go their way, and the second one, it is a bit of a doozy. I mean, if the meta for the first map, it was so well defined for both of these teams. It's very straightforward how you want to play up on Breeze. You want to go for those lurks, those flanks, those heavy executes, play with that information. And up on Fracture, it's very, very random. So Fear Legends, I really do hope that they can come back from this. I really do hope that Trans and Criminal can talk through to their teammates, get them going, because I do believe that they have it in them.
I mean, they definitely do, of course. This map, although it was their map pick, they didn't end up having a strong run in it, although some impressive rounds. But as we mentioned earlier, too many clutch plays, just simply from Shooter, Soulmate, King, everyone really showing up when they were needed the most. But Fracture, it was Exploit's pick, so you could potentially give them a favor here, but we're going to have to see what happens in that one because, well, it's the dangerous part for both of these teams actually, because Fracture is a map that we have no info about for either of them.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, when you say either of them, we really don't know much about Fracture for any of the PK teams.
True.
You know, Team Arrow, Clarity, Esports. If someone picks Fracture in that matchup as well, we really don't know what's going to happen because we haven't seen either of them played as well. But it is going to be 1-0 for Team Exploit. Fear Legends, they have to make something happen if they want to stay in it. It is the big stage. It's Trans and Criminal. They've always been at a LAN. They've never lost out on a LAN. It'll be the first time that they do lose should they go home here. But I hope they don't before a Game 3. I want to see a Game 3 happen from these lads. I want to see the battle of the duos come out to overtime on that split map.
Indeed, I want to see that as well. Imagine an overtime with a 2v2 for the last round between Shaka and HSP going up against Criminal and Trans. I mean, that
I hope they're listening. I hope they make this happen for us. I mean, I know the viewers will absolutely love it as well. But we are going to head into the second map in just a bit. Before that, though, Joseph, how do you think Fear Legends just change it up going into the second map?
I mean, one thing that you really have to talk about is the leadership for Fear Legends, because as we talked about earlier, Criminal, Trans, they have to make sure that they don't let this map stay in the ranked younger teammates. They have to make sure that they have just ended the map. It doesn't exist anymore. It's just not in their brain. You're heading into Fracture. It's a best of one. You just focus on that, because if you lose that, you're out of the tournament.
Yeah.
This is do or die for Fear Legends, and with Exploit showing such impressive results on Fear Legends pick, it's really looking scary for them.
And I think Fracture is a map on which the operator doesn't do as well compared to the other maps, especially compared to Breeze, where there's such long vertical angles that you can make use of the operator with. Fracture is really, it's a close quarter sort of combat situation that you have going on there. So certainly I do think that it's a map in which they can choose to somehow disable Shooter when he does get that operator. Perhaps that's where their strength lies, but they have more than just one player to disable. They have Soulmate to disable as well. They have HSB, they have Shaka, they have so much going against them that it really does feel like a tsunami is heading your way when Team Exploit chooses to go against you.
Yeah, exactly. And well, realistically, when we talk about the players from Fear Legends, you look at Casper. He has the same potential as well. If he goes off, he's just going to kill everyone in his way. Although he's not the duelist, but we have seen some massive clutch plays from him previously as well. Although it hasn't really been too consistent, like we see from the likes of Shooter, from the likes of Soulmate and King, but the potential is there. That's the point right now, and that potential has to show up in this matchup, because right now, as you mentioned, every single player from Exploit could go massive in every map. You can't really expect anyone, you can't really target anyone, maybe except Shooter, because if you don't shut him down, he's just going to kill you every
if
map.
you don't shut him down, he's going to take you out. And I mean, we saw it, right? We saw Trick trying to go for that save with that operator. He came on to Shooter, missed his shot, and instantly he fell down. Okay, that is not a mistake you make against Shooter. I mean, you can make those mistakes against some of those other players, but from the tournaments that I've casted throughout the Calyx Cup, Infinity Cup, from the tournaments before that, I have always seen Shooter punish transgressions very, very heavily.
Yeah, he definitely does that. But the thing about Fracture is, oftentimes we get to see Killjoy and Breach, both of them getting picked, but like it's sort of cemented into the meta for Fracture, and that could really help them to shut down Shooter, because the fault line, the flashes from Breach could help you make sure could help you keeping him slow. He doesn't enter as aggressively into sites. The entry points aren't very open either, but the Killjoy, the same thing for them.
Yeah.
Keeping them slow, making sure they don't get as aggressive as they would like to be, but the the patience play, that's where Fear Legends, I think, would be tested the most.
Yeah, and I think these agents really do come in handy upon this next map. It's a close quarter situation, and when you have the Breeds, when you have the Killjoy, their utilities do so well on this map. It's certainly, you know, something that can negate a lot of mechanical skill, right? It's certainly something that you have to be careful around. I mean, sure, even if you have an operator, even if you have the ability to come out with those opening flicks, opening frags, you still have to be careful, right? You have to be careful if there's a turret. You have to be careful about giving too much information away. You have to be careful about those rotations on this map. It's very small.
Yeah, it definitely is, because the thing is, the ropes earlier on for attackers, it allows them to go anywhere. Like, they could hit you from behind as well. They could hit you from up front as well. But now we're gonna look at the stats. Soulmate, the MVP for this one, 19 kills, 2 first bloods as a Viper. They're pretty decent, but a 247 ACS. That's big.
And I mean, Soulmate, we're going to see him on the MVP position. I mean, it was certainly a toss-up between this guy and Shooter. I didn't know which one would end up on the MVP screen. But the kills don't really reflect this player's impact on the game. I mean, it was really more of how many rounds he managed to secure, really about how he faced the odds that were so stacked against him in some of those rounds, in those 1v3 scenarios, in scenarios where he had to get the spike, in scenarios where he had to keep it from getting diffused, and he was able to do it perfectly, able to come back from scenarios that he should not have been in the first place. But now the scoreboard, it looks pretty even despite the round difference between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's actually like no major difference. The ACS for these players are pretty much the same, but as you mentioned, the kills and the scores really don't define everything here. But King, Soulmate, the clutch players, the consistency from these two, by the way, as well, is actually pretty great, because they're not they're not the players that should be getting the kills. They shouldn't be up front, but when it comes to holding down sites, locking them down, they really make sure that nobody gets in, or even if somebody gets in, they don't exist anymore on the map.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see Shooter on the third position on that scoreboard. I really thought he would have been second, if not first. But it really speaks to the potential of Team Exploit. Like you mentioned, each and every one of these players can come up at any time. Each and every one of these players has the individual ability to clutch it out, has the individual ability to secure his team, carry his team that round. And that's really the most scary thing about Team Exploit, right? When you go against Team Exploit, all of these teams, they think that you have to take down Shooter. And sure, that is very much a fact. But you have to take down everyone else as well. Each and every single one of these players. You have to take out HSB. You have to take down Shaka. You have to take down Soulmate. And it just seems like a very uphill battle each and every single time.
Yeah, and one thing that we were talking about before the broadcast began was the possible void that was left after Storix left Exploit. You know, they didn't have an IGL immediately. HSB was the one that stepped up initially, but later on that really wasn't too successful. So Soulmate was the one that became their IGL. And once your IGL is actually playing that good, your team is going to look very scary on the map.
Yeah, and it's I really do hope that Fear Legends, they can choose to do something different. Team Exploit, something tells me that them picking up Fracture, the other teams not banning it out, I do think that they have something special prepared for us today. I do think that they have been preparing, because here's the thing. Team Exploit, they're 26th in the region. They're 26th in the Southeast Asian region. It's not just the fact that they're the best in the Pakistani scene. They're heavyweights all around, right? They're competing with Indian teams all of the time. And if they can come up with a map of their own, if they can somehow make Fracture their favorite, somehow come up with a strategy that other teams don't know about, then they can potentially climb their way even further from there, potentially even take the throne of the region itself and not just the country.
I mean, yes, BCC once again is very close by, and the last time around we saw them play, they placed third in the whole South Asian region, so that speaks a lot about their capabilities. I think Salt was the team that was in that tournament with them, but they didn't really place well. I think they were out in the first round, but Exploit, of course, they've had some roster changes since then, multiple of them actually, but their performance, it keeps on going.
Yeah, but before we come on to the next game, before we see whether Fear Legends are going to go home prematurely or whether it's going to go to a tiebreaker, we are going to go for a short break, but stay tuned, guys.
पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट इसे बनना है, गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा। पेट्रोल तो पूरा है, लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
शॉर्टकट। क्यूट। देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे। नो 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 नो। क्या? थैंक यू।
नहीं, माउंटेन ड्यू।
माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
Welcome back everyone to the Gamers Galaxy Esport competition presented by Mountain Dew. We're here in the semi-finals bringing you Team Exploit versus Fear Legends. It was quite the convincing performance, Joseph, as Team Exploit managed to take game number 1 in a very decisive way over Trance and Criminal.
Oh yeah, very decisive, and a 13-7 scoreline was very good, especially on Fair Legends' own map. But now we're back from a break right here. That break was good for us as well. We had some Mountain Dew, you know, but it's going to be much more important for the players from Fair Legends. You know, they have to make sure that their composure is on point. They need to refresh their mindset, because this is do or die. You end up losing this map, you're out. And what's more dangerous is that it's Exploit's map pick. You really don't know what they have in their bag.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about elimination, it's elimination from the biggest esports event ever held in the country. The pressure, the stakes, they've never been higher than before. And you know, I don't think that if Team Fear Legends lose, I don't think we've ever seen Trance and Criminal go out this way. Not on a LAN.
I mean, not on a semi-finals either. They've always been in a finals as far as I remember, but this would be very surprising. But I mean, you can't really not give credit to them, you know. It's Exploit that they're facing off against, and even if they push us to a map 3, I would be actually pretty impressed, because as we mentioned, they're a fairly new team. They formed just before GXR, and getting into the semi-finals on its own was pretty good, but getting a map from Exploit in the semi-finals would be even better. Of course, they definitely have the potential to win, but in order to do that, they have to get through this fracture map.
They have to get to the fracture map, and the problem for them is that it is Team Exploit's pick. The problem is that there's not a lot of research, not a lot of information out there on the on this map, that simply because teams have not played on it. So there's really no way to know how these teams are going to perform on it. There's no way for Fear Legends to know what Exploit has planned in store for them, and that must be so scary. But one thing that we do have to keep in mind is that we've seen it time and time again. You know, when Trance goes up against Team Exploit in some of the earlier tournaments, sure, like you mentioned, Jazib, their roster is a lot different, right? They have hats, they have a member of Salt Esports as well playing for them. It's a completely new team. It's not Team VRN anymore, right? But Trance has always been someone who does very well in close quarter combat. Trance has always been someone who has demonstrated a lot of mechanical skill, has the ability to get out those frags. And up on this map, I do think that he is going to shine. I do think that he is going to do very well.
Yeah, and he has to really be the star for the side of Fear Legends in this one, because, as you mentioned, it's do or die. And Fracture, it has a lot of close angles. If he can get up close at personal against the players of Exploit, he could really get those frags going, get his team in the mood of winning as well, and, well, possibly a comeback on the rise for Fear Legends.
possibly a comeback. I mean, I would certainly love a comeback, you know.
I mean, who
and
wouldn't?
you know, it doesn't. If you've ever heard me, Cos, I always love to root for the underdog. I want the underdog to go for that game 3 every single time. And you know, coming into this competition, sure, Team Exploit were considered a top dog simply because of their name, simply because that they have never lost out on a competition in such a long time. I mean, I can't remember the last time they've actually lost, right? But Fear Legends, they have the ability to make a comeback. They have the names as well, right? We've throughout the last match, we've constantly touted the names of the Team Exploits players, you know, such big names. But over on to Team Fear Legends side, they have those same names. I mean, Hats is a player of Salt Esports, one of the big 3, or you know, they were eliminated. So one of the big 3 is still pretty arguable at this point with the addition of Clarity Esports. But Hats is a phenomenal player. Trick, I mean, it was his first time on LAN as well. He's very young, but he had a phenomenal performance as well. Sure, he did not get much out of the operator, but on some of those other weapons, I do think that he was second or third on that scoreboard for his team. He did make quite a few things happen, get those entry frags out, and Trans and Criminal, you know, they played best, right? So it's a composition where it's very much similar to Team Exploit, but it's also dissimilar in the sense that Team Exploit, they seem to be performing a lot better under the pressure they're facing right now.
Yeah, and Criminal and Trans, they definitely need someone to help them among the young ones, because if none of them shows up, it's going to be mostly a 2 versus 5, because they're playing roles that are much more defensive sided, so they have to be the ones that basically are the beacon of hope for Fear Legends all by themselves. They need someone to step up. And I was sitting behind the players actually for a little while during the break, and I was looking at the vibes for both of them, you know. Exploit, they're standing up, they're having fun, they're laughing, but the side of Fear Legends, that was very tense. They're taking this seriously. They know what's at stake here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when we talk about what's at stake, I mean, it's a lot at stake. 50 lakh rupees on the line, 5 million rupees, 25 lakhs to the winner. That's a lot of money. And you know, if you go home from here, you do end up getting 5 lakhs. That's a big enough prize pool. I mean, I think the last tournament we had, it had a prize pool of around 8 lakhs. You know, the Infinity Cup and Calyx Cup both had a prize pool of 8 lakhs. This is unprecedented. You know, Mountain Dew was presenting this event, Galaxy Racers, in such a big way. I mean, the stakes, they can't get any higher, right? You can't have a bigger event than this.
Yeah, this is actually South Asia's biggest LAN event till date. So that just says all on its own how big this is. And well, the players, they understand that. They know that they have to win this. They can't get out just in the semi-finals. They have to put up a fight. They have to make sure that they get to the map third. Split, it's high up in the air, but before that, it's going to be Fracture. We've talked about this a lot already. Trans, Criminal, they're going to be the ones that are basically going to lead that team into the map, and they have to be the ones that begin the map off to they have to start the map off with a good amount of kills.
Yeah.
They have to make sure that their team gets on point as well. They have to make sure that they have to make sure that there's a reality check present for their team as well, because if anyone starts to slack, it's just going to fall apart.
There's no room for slacking over here, no room to be dozing off. As you know, we've seen it time and time again, as Exploit are so good at punishing bad behavior. And Team Fear Legends, you know, like you mentioned, Game 3 is where they should be playing at. They have to make sure that at absolutely any cost, they do whatever it takes to get to that Game 3, right? Get to that tiebreaker, because they are playing against Team Exploit's pick. And up on Fracture, anything goes. And Fear Legends, I really do hope they change things up a bit. I mean, it just seems that the pressure, it's starting to mount on them, but you know, not on Trick, not on the people that you would expect it to be mounting on, right? He's doing very well for himself. And Trans, sure, he did get some very nice kills, but we're used to seeing him do so much more. We're used to seeing him get all of these kills, go 1v3, 1v4, and he has been able to do that successfully in the past. And he needs to recreate some of that magic on the stage.
I mean, there have been maps where Trans ends up getting 28 kills while the rest of his team is below 15, so he could be that hard carry for his team, but you really can't rely on just one player to take you through the map. You have to make sure that your players show up as well. And you talked about Trick. He was doing good for himself, but you have to also take into notice that he's up against Shooter. Shooter is the other duelist on Exploit, and if you're up against such a player, you really can't settle down for just something. You have to be the big one.
You have to go all out. You have to take those risks. You have to make it work. Otherwise, you will end up going home. And you don't want to go out this way, not in a 2-0. You want to be, even if you do end up going home, you want to be able to say that you gave it your all. You want to be able to say that you gave Team Exploit a very tough fight, because, I mean, we've been waiting for it for so long, just for someone to come and actually dethrone Team Exploit, take a game away from them. But no one has managed this so far. Team Arrow tried, Team Salt tried, Team VRN tried, and now we're seeing another roster which is essentially made up of the core of VRN, right? Which it has Criminal, it has Trans. They need to do it now, right?
They have to. I mean, there's no other option. They either do it or they go home. But the thing is that, well, we have the only 2 losses that I remember of Exploit, actually 3. One was at the very beginning of Valorant, so I'm not even sure if we should count that, so that makes it 2. One was to Max D, which was basically VRN, and the other one was to Salt as well. Now, the prize pool here, again, the 4th place gets the 5 lakhs prize, of course, so same with the 3rd one, but you want to go big. You want to at least secure the 15 lakh prize pool here, and to do that, you have to fight. You have to fight Exploit.
Yeah, and this prize pool, I mean, 25 lakhs for the winner, 15 for 2nd place, and 3rd and 4th get 5 lakhs apiece. But now we have an award for the best team and the MVP award, the player MVP award. Or I think it's... I think it was the best player award, but it might be the MVP as well. So the best team, who do you think would be taking that away?
Yeah, indeed. And I mean... who do you think is going to take the best team award, by the way?
I mean... It should be Team Exploit, right?
Yeah, but they're everyone's favorite.
Yeah, they've been the heavy favorites for so long, but I have a feeling, you know, with an upset, that award can be going some other way. I mean, for certain, you know, if you had, for example, a fan vote on who gets to be the best team, then certainly Team Exploit would be winning. They have the most amount of fanfare going their way. But now we are going to come on to the picks.
Oh, okay, a Brimstone locked in. That's a bit surprising to me. But the rest is going as planned. Wait a second, as Cypher has been locked in for King this time around. That's something that's sort of unusual, but we've been talking about this, that it really isn't necessary that our agent compositions should be exactly the same as the international scene, but a breach, that's the only consistent thing I see on both ends, except the Raze actually, and the Viper locked in. So Fair Legends have actually gone for a double controller setup here.
How do you think that's going to work, though, on this map?
I mean, it should really help them generally overall. Like, it should help them get better entries. You know, you have that Astra on Fair Legends as well. It's going to allow you to have the pull and the concussions as well, making sure you have some free space to work with while you're entering, clear some gaps out. But other than that, on the defensive side, the same goes for that. You know, those smokes going to keep people at bay, not let them enter, because Exploit, if they disrespect the smoke, they're getting into a gamble. They don't know where the players are, except maybe some information gained through the Cypher, but other than that, there's really nothing that could give them some info to work with while entering to a smoke.
And I mean, both teams picking up those duelist positions in the form of the Raze, no Jet in sight. I do think that the Boombot does very well on this map. You know, with those constant movements, constant corridors that the Boombot just reflects, or bounces rather, off of, it certainly does do well. But Team Exploit, they don't have a Killjoy.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, but we're gonna have to see how that one works, because King, he has been quite incredible on that side. But we just saw him play that on Breeze, and already he gets to kick things off. There's the 3rd, but Trans eventually will shut him down. Off to a very great start. There's going to be Exploit behind that 3-piece, but for now, Only 2 players remain. Already one of them has been tagged quite down, and this really isn't a great start for Fear Legends.
Yeah, King absolutely put a stop to their assault. I mean, the backbone of their attack simply broken. And with only 2 players remaining against the 4 of Team Exploit,
It's not looking good.
it's not looking good at all. Perhaps Hatch should just secure that ability point.
I mean, that would give him something to work with later down the road, but for now, Trans, he's tagged down to below 50 HP as well. This round has pretty much already fallen apart from them. Maybe a miracle could possibly save them here, but already has been spotted. He does get one. Okay, no trade is going to come in because there's no one for Exploit around to do so. But for now, the rotation is coming in as well. The timing, okay, never mind. The smoke goes out, so
30 seconds left.
has some space to work with. The B site is all clear right now, and Trans is going to join him for
player
play.
standing.
But he, never mind.
Spike
There you go. The
down,
flank
B.
from HSB is going to take him out now. It's all down to Hatch, who has been spotted and is not even looking towards the player.
Shooter finding that last kill,
Oh,
and
look at
HSB is going to taunt the other players, and for good reason. I mean, they took the first map in a decisive way, the second one also. The first round being so decisive. I mean, King coming out with that triple kill, not being punished for it at all. You know, we were talking about this young man's first time on LAN, and I mean, he started that off in a big way.
It doesn't even feel like it's his first LAN, you know?
Yeah.
He's
It
just
really
casually
does
playing
not.
in his home. But off to a good start. Exploit already securing that first round in a beautiful fashion, by the way. I might as well mention. But now all 5 Spectres stacked for Exploit. But this time around, Fear Legends, they're headed towards the A side from Satellite. All 5 players, all 5 pistols. Although this might not work too nicely for them, but Exploit have given some space. They're allowing them to enter at least for a little while, but now finally the Razor is going to contest it. Soulmate and HSP alongside Shooter, they get the first 4 picks within seconds. And now it's all down to one. Criminal does get one, but well, there's his life taken away from him as well. Well, Fear Legends, this time around, they're the ones that are going to lose the pistol rounds, although in the prior map, I'm pretty sure they were the ones that won both of them. Actually, never mind. Exploit were the ones that took the second one, but still. Fear Legends, not off to a great start, although this round is going to prove, I believe, very crucial for them, because losing multiple rounds earlier on could prove to be deadly, especially when you have lost your map pick earlier on as well. This time around, they're headed towards the B side, up from main as well. The Brimstone making sure that nobody enters, although Soulmate is present to help them. One through the smoke, up there gets the first pick to kick things off. There's the second, they can't get through a Spectre. They're going out individually. This is really some terrible miscommunication from the side of Fear Legends.
And already 2 players have fallen, and with just 3 left, 2-0 for Team Exploit. They have the guns to play around with, but
the spike is in the hands of Exploit. That's even deadlier.
yeah, there's just no way for Fear Legends to get across to it. I mean, despite them having the guns, it's very difficult to play against the Spectres when the spike is no longer in your control.
Yeah, I mean, Fear Legends, they haven't really set themselves up for good trades when they were entering the site. They went out individually. One kill went in the favor of Exploit just through a smoke, and they intended on, I believe, going in with a double peek, but getting that first kill through the smoke was really what put Exploit in this favorable position, because once the second player entered, he didn't have any help whatsoever. But this time around, Fear Legends, they're going to punish Exploit for giving out that peek for free, and now some space for to work with as Fear Legends. They enter the site, but once again, it's going to be King that proves to be Global Trans. He gets a kill somehow. I don't know how he killed that person in the air, but now only 7 seconds to work with. FL has found 2 and they get the round somehow.
They get the round, and I mean, this is what we were talking about. Trans's ability to play in these close quarter situations, Trans's ability to get ahead with that mechanical skill, just finding trades all around, getting those pickoffs. And this is where his strength lies. This is where Fear Legends are their strongest. And the operator is not going to come in handy this map around.
It definitely isn't, but Exploit quite literally threw that round away, I believe, because they gave away the first initial peek for free. that's where FL got some space to work with. Then once the clock was ticking down, I don't think Fear Legends had much time to go for a plant and then keep themselves safe as well. So Exploit just went out randomly and ended up getting all killed. So a nice clutch to begin with, but Soulmate, he was almost caught with his pants down, but he still ends up getting the kill. Although it has been traded, but the damage has already been done. Casper barely surviving right now. He's been tagged down quite a bit right there, but still a 4 versus 4. As long as he's alive with the spike, that's some crucial information that they've kept away from Exploit there.
Oh, the smoke is going to force Criminal to go back as Trick
King!
finds his way on the King, but oh man, King getting that double kill. And with that, Fear Legends, their aspirations for this round coming to a halt, grinding to a halt rather, as they're still going to try and go for that plant, but oh no,
Never
Shooter
mind.
executes the planter
There you go.
midway and finishes off that round.
I mean, we were talking about how a Cypher could work on this map, because usually what we get to see is a Killjoy pick instead of a Cypher. Right now, I'm not quite sure about what's going on with the Cypher's utility, but King is definitely playing on point. He's gotten like 5 kills in just 2 rounds alone, just making sure that he cements that round in favor of Exploit.
Yeah, he's looking in absolute peak form this time around. I mean,
Shooter as well, he's 5-1 right now. The 2 players for Exploit, they're off to a very amazing start. This is what we should have seen from the side of Fear Legends, although it's just not happening right now. It could really be painful.
yeah, and I mean, it really does look like Team Exploit. They've prepared a lot for this map. They prepared so heavily for this map. And it really goes to show, you know, despite the disadvantage of being at your first LAN, you're still fragging out ahead of everyone else. I mean, if you're able to do that, then really you can adapt to any circumstance that is thrown your way. And now Shooter, oh, he did make contact, but not going to deal a lot of damage. The trades are happening across the map though, as Criminal will be able to find 1 kill.
So Fear Legends, they do have their lockdown available. Perhaps they might prefer entering towards the B side, because they could just put the lockdown underneath the site. Hence, it might not be, it might not get destroyed because the breach is dead as well, and the Brim doesn't have his ultimate to work with. So it could really be good for them if they decide to head towards the B side, which it seems like they want to. But for now, they're still in a bit of a trouble because they do not have great weapons to work with. The Brimstone making sure behind that Molotov that nobody gets to enter the site, as Abdur and King once again start the massacre. Criminal, although it's going to shut it down temporarily because King has found in the level the last 2 once again.
There's no stopping him. There's no stopping King. Just getting... did he get 4 kills that round?
He got 3, but Shooter was the one that got the rest. These 2 people are just...
You have to find a way to disable them,
God.
otherwise you are going to lose out on these rounds. I mean, Fear Legends, they were so execute favorable last time around, where then when they took swift action, they managed to secure these rounds, but they're really struggling to do it this time around on this map against King, against Shooter, where they're simply getting punished every time.
I mean, realistically, the scoreline might as well would have been 5-0 if Exploit hadn't given that 1 round away to Fear Legends, but right now, Fear Legends, they're down bad actually. They're in a terrible position right now to begin with, and the Viper's Pit is only going to make things worse for them. Soulmate just going to sit over there in arcade all by himself, while the rest of Fear Legends, they have to work their way around this because, well, once again, it's the ability of Exploit to read Fear Legends. We were talking about how there's no information on Fear Legends at all, but it's just Exploit that are analyzing this one so nicely.
They're playing this so very well. I mean, waiting for Team Fear Legends to come to them rather than choosing to go, rather than choosing to make any aggressive play. And you know, this is something that is unconventional for Team Exploit, because we have seen Shooter go for those early on aggressive peaks on the defensive side, and we've seen it work out for them. But they're choosing to go for a different strategy on this map, and it's working out very well. Now a 5v5 this time around, with the Viper's Pit having been deployed, and Team Fear Legends, it looks like they want to challenge it still.
On 30 seconds on the clock to work with. The Lightning Storm has been utilized, but so is the Asterisk causing the wide. But look at that, the Brim ultimate is going to keep them at bay. 15 seconds to work with, still 5 on 5. No kills have gone out, but the Raze ult isn't going to find anything either. It's going to be sure that gets the first. Another Rolling Thunder in the mix as well. 44, 7 seconds on the clock. Fear Legends, they're desperate right now to plant the spike, but Abdur, he's not letting them do so. The spike eventually isn't going to go down. King just gets the kill somehow.
No time.
Where
for
was
them.
he?
And Team Exploit, I mean, they lured them into the bait. They allowed them to come in at a time where there was no time for Fear Legends still left on the clock. And it just ticked down on them. As a very desperate Fear Legends attempted to reach on towards the site, they've quickly found themselves outgunned. I mean, despite the fact that Shooter was in that open position against 3 players, he was still able to find one. And even though he got traded out, he gave off so much information that the rest of Fear Legends all got cleaned up.
This is disastrous. This is disastrous for Fear Legends. They're all down to pistols right now. 2 of them already spotted. 1 of them fallen. They're just falling apart. And the Killjoy tag down as well. Well, not even alive anymore. Scratch that. There's the 3rd. There's the 4th. Exploit. What are you doing?
That is disastrous if you are Fear Legends. I mean, a 6-round lead already in this first half. Team Exploit, they're looking stronger than ever, and it does not seem like they have a response for them.
I mean, we could still hope for a 9-3, you know? The curse is still in the mix.
I mean, I would hope for a comeback even if it's 12-0. I mean, it might be impossible, but I will still hope for it.
You're one of the believers.
I'm one of the believers, but, you know, I do hope that Fear Legends, you know, they believe in themselves as well as they can still come back. It's just 6-1. A 5-round deficit is not insurmountable, but they have to play it right. And now with all of the ultimates expended by Team Exploit, they have 3 ultimates, Fear Legends, to use of their own. The Viper Spit, the Killjoy Lockdown, the Showstopper in the form of the Raze.
Well, Fear Legends, they're actually really desperate, but this time around, one positive to look at is they have 3 ultimates to work with. The lockdown still hasn't been invested from their end. Now they have the Raze's ultimate and a Viper Spit to utilize as well, but this time around they're once again exploited just so nicely, wasting time off the clock from the side of Fear Legends, that eventually Fear Legends, they have to get desperate. They have to get desperate for the spike plant, and this time around it seems like they're headed towards the B site, where Criminal is going to be the one that kicks things off actually.
And that is a very important kill.
Of course.
But King...
Of course!
Oh no!
Of course it's King!
He will get traded out though, so Fear Legends, the lockdown has been deployed as well. That should buy them enough time to zone them all out. The smokes, they're going to fall. The Viper Spit enabled as well. Fear Legends, they're throwing all of their chips in to get this round. Trans getting another kill, but somehow Exploit are getting these trades off, and now they're going to go all in, but Casper's waiting for them. Will be able to find one, and Trick will finish off the last one. That was well played, but they used 3 ultimates for that.
And it was still close, by the way. Fear Legends lost 3 lives in that round as well. So barely clinching that second round for themselves. It's okay. That was impressive, but it's still not too great for Fear Legends. You know, with how good Exploit have started, I think it's going to be a tall order for them to really have an impactful comeback in this half specifically.
Yeah, they need to do a lot more. They simply can't rely on what are considered to be round securing ultimates to win them every round. They need to rely on some of their gunpowder or strategy, and it seems like Exploit has been besting them in that regard in some of these rounds. But now Trans, he will get that opening kill. It was Criminal last round who got that opening kill, so we do see the 2 veterans stepping up for their team. But they need to keep this going. As the trades do fly, still in favor of Fear Legends.
Okay, I don't think there has been a single round where King hasn't gotten a kill, but this time around it's going to be HSB that gets one. But Drake, he's stepping up to the mark. He gets 3 this round, and now it's all down to Soulmate. Their economy should be pretty good, so hence he might try to go for this one. Up against 3, the spike has been planted, but the smoke is blocking him off. The fault line going to keep him back for a little while, but I mean, this should be another Fear Legends round.
Yeah, but only one player alive, Soulmate. I mean, he has clutched in a 1v3 situation before. We've seen it in previous tournaments. We saw it last map, but we won't be seeing it this time around as Hats will finish him off.
Well, finally some signs of life from the side of Fear Legends. I mean, they've been quite silent to begin with, but now it seems they're back in their bodies. You know, they're thinking through how Exploit is really playing this one, and 3 more rounds before this half ends. I mean, okay, if you're Fear Legends, which strategy do you take? Do you take the curse strategy and lose 3 rounds, or do you just try to tie things up?
I mean, whichever strategy you take, you have to win this round or you're going home. But Shooter, getting that first kill will trade his life for it. But it's King who needs to be disabled on this map, as he's been absolutely insane. And now in a 4v4 scenario, Soulmate, he's going to make his way onto them, but Criminal will be able to get the best of him. And now Fear Legends are going to make their way forward as Hats gets a kill as well. Going all in. Oh, they are going to come onto him. He had a knife out.
Fear Legends.
Oh man, was that BM? I mean, I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't think so. That could have been an accident, but I mean,
Brought a knife to a gunfight, man.
I don't think he knew where the player was. That could possibly be the reason here, but
King, he's the only one alive, and now we're seeing the score line even out a bit, right? 6 and 4. It's not that bad if you're Fear Legends. You are coming back into it. 2-round deficit is certainly something that you can come back from. And if you keep this pace up, I mean, you know, this is a 3rd round. The first round, Criminal got the kill. The second one, Trance did it. And now Criminal got it again. This is what they need to keep on doing. They need to lead some of their younger players. They need to lead some of their newer players forward. And this is how you do it.
Exploit, they have taken a tactical timeout, but yeah, as you mentioned, Criminal and Trance, they have been like playing pretty nicely there. And one round, it was Trick that actually got the 3 kills. You know, it has been it's proving to be effective. You know, them getting the kills is making their teammates a bit more comfortable as well. We saw that in the round where Trick got the 3 kills. It just happens. It just needs to happen a bit more. 2 more rounds to go in the first half. It could still be a tie, but we're gonna have to see. You know, the first map had a pretty close score line once the first half ended as well. It was 7-5 in favor of Exploit, but after that it was just massacre.
Yeah, and Fear Legends, I hope in the second half they can make something happen. I mean, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think this, like last map, Breeze, it's very heavily attack favored. I think this map is a lot more even as far as sides go.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is, because since the meta hasn't really developed completely, you know, we talked about how we see a Breach and a Killjoy more often on this one, but still, we're seeing King play really nicely around his utility as well. So the meta, it hasn't really shaped out perfectly just yet. So there's just a lot of variables into the mix right now. So the map is pretty equal-sided for now, but eventually we'll have a better idea of how this one plays out. For now, though, we're on a technical break. You know, we can relax for a bit from all that tension, those massive kills. This has been a fun one.
This has been a fun one. I mean, it's been so back and forth, despite of the fact the King has been getting all of these kills. The scoreline is pretty much even. That you know, that's suggestive of the fact that his teammates are not doing as well as him. But you know, King is on a role that where he shouldn't be getting all of these kills, right? He's on the Cypher. He needs his utility to keep stay alive so that he can get those cams up, those trap wires up. But so far he hasn't needed to.
I mean, but if he's getting the kills, why not just let him?
Yeah.
But also I want to mention the Shooter has been also pretty impressive to begin with. He was 5-1 in just 3 rounds, and well, right now what Fear Legends has done amazingly, that whenever they've tried to contest the B side, they've made sure that they get the kill onto Abdur and King. They just don't let them back off. They make sure that they get those kills once they're entering the site, and let Exploit have no chance. They're shutting down Shooter and King at the right moments. They're not letting them get much space or kills. So for now, that is working really nicely. But during this timeout, let's see if Exploit decide to change things up a little. Maybe remove some players on sites.
I mean, Exploit, they don't need to change things up just yet. But of course, you know, Fear Legends, because they're playing this in a very conventional way, because their strategy throughout these 4 rounds they've won have been more or less the same, then you
Yeah, we're gonna see how this one plays out, but still, I think we're gonna head back into the match very shortly. Never mind, it's still a technical timeout. But yeah, the thing is, there are still 2 more rounds. Even if, let's say, Exploit end up winning those 4 rounds in Valorant, I think that's a deficit that could easily be removed, especially once you're heading into a different half. Because if you end up winning the pistol round, that's basically 2 rounds secured. So that would end up being just a 2-round deficit. So Fear Legends, even if they end up going down 8-4 into the second half, it's still a pretty decent scoreline to what we were expecting once we saw how they had started.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, I did not think from how this map started out, I did not think that Fear Legends would have had this scoreline 6-4. But, you know, Jazzy, one of the things you mentioned, they can obviously 4 rounds in Valorant isn't a lot. 8-4 is not a terrible score line, but you know the other thing you mentioned is the pistol round. Whoever wins the pistol round most likely will be winning the round after that, unless you know the other team goes for a forced buy. But with an 8-4 scoreline, so when you combine both of the things you said with an 8-4 scoreline, sure, that is, you can make a comeback from that, but that just means when you go in the second half, Team Exploit, you can't let them win that pistol round, because then you're going to be playing 10-4, and that is very much an insurmountable lead.
I mean, yeah, let's say if Exploit end up going up 8-4 and they end up winning the pistol round as well, maybe Fear Legends start to question whether they want to go for a force bar or not, because and it's still up in the air because we still are yet to conclude the first half. After that, we don't know what's going to happen, but let's say Fear Legends do. Let's say Fear Legends do end up going for the force buy, and if they win it, well and good. You know, they've destroyed Exploit's economy as well, so they have 2 more in the bag. But if they end up losing that, that's even worse.
That's even worse. Fear Legends, I mean, they're not in trouble, but the signs are there. They have to make something happen. You know, perhaps pick yourself up a judge in this. You know, it's a close quarter. It's a weapon that can work very well. You know, we haven't seen a lot of it. We've seen it in other maps. Haven't seen a lot of it on this particular map, but it's something that can do very well. It's something that can particularly do very well against King and Shooter. You know, they like to close the distance on you, and sure, even if they take 1 player down, if you have a judge, you have the increased capacity to get those trades out. You need to at least trade him out. Don't allow King to get 3 kills on you. You know, with all of those 3 players trying to take him down, but he still manages to get all 3. That's, you know, it's impressive and hallowing at the same time how he's able to do that.
Yeah, it really is. But the thing is still though, you both of these teams have Raze. You know, Raze is probably the best agent to have a judge on as well. So that could really be something that Exploit doesn't expect, hence could work out. But it really is possibly a big gamble, because if you're a judge player with a Raze, you're possibly going to go with the satchels like headed right into the site blindly. So not much information to work with possibly. So it's actually like a 50-50. If you get a couple kills, well and good. If you don't, you've lost a life for free.
But that's the sort of thing we were talking about earlier on, right? Where Fear Legends, they have to take some sort of risk, right? They have to make something happen, pull out some magic, you know, pull out something out of the hat. And they need to gamble. They need to gamble on these unconventional strategies if they want to be winning this game. Otherwise, they're going to be going home prematurely.
I mean, we don't expect that to happen though. We want a comeback.
Yeah.
Definitely. We want a map 3, we want to see Split, and I'll be very honest. A lot of people might disagree with me, but I personally think that Split is a great map and I love it. Split is
I
actually
absolutely love Split as well. I think, you know, Faraz loves Split as well. I think everyone, I think RZ loves Split as well. I think the
So
whole
the caster
caster
gang loves
community
Split,
over here
basically.
loves casting Split.
Okay.
So
But I've heard a lot of people complain about Split. Like, why does it even exist?
that's
It's
because
a good
they
map.
have to play the map, and we have to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here. We're not sitting in the chairs.
Yeah.
So it's for good reason. Let's stay here. We enjoy Split from high above. But yeah, before we head into Split, of course, Fracture remains. Fear Legends, they're going to have to win this one, which doesn't really seem possible right now. But of course, they've made a good comeback right now, but 2 more rounds in the first half before it concludes. But for now,
This is how they're going to take this game, right? It's when you're playing against a team like Exploit. I mean, it's very difficult. But you know, let's talk about some theory over here. How would Fear Legends, the Fear Legends that we've seen, how would they have fared against Clarity, or how would they have fared against Team Arrow? Do you suppose?
okay, honestly, we can't really judge them against Clarity because both of these rosters are quite new.
Yeah.
Clarity, they have had new additions to the team, Beast, Onhead, and Butsub especially because those two were the ones that went massive. And the thing is that Onhead and Trans, both of them play Sentinels. Both of them great players for their teams. So it actually could have been a very good matchup to watch because, you know, 2 equally matched Sentinels pretty much heading up against each other. Trick against Butsub. It would have been really interesting, you know.
It would have been absolutely phenomenal as well. But you know, I'm glad that we're getting to see this matchup. Perhaps I would have wanted to see, you know, Clarity versus Exploit, but I have a feeling that Clarity still have quite a few ways to go before they can face against Team Exploit. I mean, they've made it very far, eliminating Salty Esports in the quarterfinals. Who would have imagined, right? They've been trying to do that for such a long time. But coming back to this match, 6-4 scoreline. Team Exploit, they're looking very much in their prime. We had a lot of questions about King, how he was going to do on his very first LAN. He's so young, but he came up with some answers of his own. I mean, it looks like he came prepped with his homework, and he simply, you know, started mowing Fear Legends down. In that first half, he was doing so well, getting those kills, getting a triple kill against, well, you know, against something that should basically never happen.
Yeah, and also says about it also says a lot about the team leaderships as well because we've talked about this earlier that both of these teams do not have any information whatsoever to give on Fracture.
Neither do we.
Yeah, exactly.
They've
Like
never-
we don't know
they've
what's
never
going
played
on.
Fracture.
Yeah, it's just Fracture, dude. Just like it's just happening. Whatever is happening, we just cost it. We're here for that. But yeah, Exploit earlier on, the reads were amazing. You know, they were analyzing their situations very well, giving them a 6-1 lead. But Fear Legends, now they're countering Exploit. They're doing it pretty cleanly, you know. Their initial rounds were pretty struggling, but as soon as the rounds went on, it got cleaner and cleaner. Now, I believe in the last round, they had 3 or 4 players alive as well. So it's only getting better for them.
Yeah, and I think they're taking a page out of Exploit's book where, you know, last map around up on Breeze, we saw Fear Legends actually win those earlier rounds, right? Those first few rounds. And then we saw Team Exploit make the comeback. And this time around, we're seeing a flipped picture where it was Team Exploit who won all of these 4-5 rounds, and Team Fear Legends suddenly have come back for it. Will they be able to keep it up though? That's the question.
I mean, we're gonna have to find out, but before we do so, we're gonna head into a short break. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Use Galaxy Racer, it went for Valorant. This is game number 2. Exploit won the first game. We're back after a short break as we resume into things. 6-4 now on the scoreline. Exploit leading with 2 rounds.
Well, the final 2 rounds in the first half and Exploit, their economy isn't really too great, but they have managed to clinch in a couple of rifles alongside a Spectre. And there's a Sheriff and King as well, so that could prove to be very deadly. But for now, the match has still paused for a while. We're going to head back quite shortly, but until that, we can still carry on the theories we were talking about, you know, the final 2 rounds. These can really be the turning point, followed by the pistol round for either of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, Fear Legends, they should be able to secure this round given the gut advantage that they have. And I'm really glad to see Trans stepping up, top of the scoreboard for his team. They do really need to shut King down though. 13 kills for him. You know, no other player, I don't think any other player is on double digits save for him.
I mean, yeah, King, although they have been actually successful in doing so in the previous few rounds, that's the that's mostly the reason that why they've secured these rounds. But King, yes, he's exactly, actually, literally the most important part of Exploit's game plan right now to defend the sites. You just let players run into King and he just kills
them all down.
Yeah, he's doing the job of a duelist while not being a duelist.
Yeah, and it's really surprising, right? Considering the fact that the Cypher ultimate only requires 6 ability points to charge up, and it gives you so much information. Perhaps it's the most useful information gathering ability in the game, where it tells you the location of all the players, and up on a map like this is very, very valuable for them. So they need to stop that, considering the fact that they have all of these other ultimates that are so good at securing those rounds. The Viper's Pit, you know, the Breach ultimate as well. It's very costly if you know, give up too much.
Yeah, and we've been talking about Trons being the great Sentinel player that he is, so we can't really neglect the fact that King is actually doing the same as well. He's a Sentinel main. He's doing quite literally what Trons is doing, just sort of a little better, you know. He's holding on to the sites right now, but we're yet to see what Trons can offer while he's defending, because that's where he should shine the most. For now, though, we're yet to find that part out. Before that, we still have 2 more rounds to see, and as you mentioned, Fear Legends, they do have actually a pretty big advantage heading into this round, as all 5 of their players have full shields and rifles to work with, while that's not the scenario with Exploit here, who have a couple of weapons, but it's just not as great.
It's not as great. And with Fear Legends having the Breach ultimate up as well, you know, it just completely zones everyone out. It doesn't work exactly the same way as a Killjoy lockdown, but it does the same job, essentially, especially if you're able to land it on to those players that are completely helpless if you get stunned by it. And that's really where the timing window strikes in, where Fear Legends are able to go in on towards the site. So if they're able to utilize the Breach ultimate, if that Breach ultimate catches out 2 or 3 players, then that looks like a very favorable execute for them.
Yeah, the Lightning Strike is actually very massive for retakes and for aggressive pushes into sides. But on the other hand, you have 2 ultimates available for Exploit as well. They have the Rolling Thunder to work with, and they also have the Brim's ult, which could allow potential peaks. Never mind! The Hat's going to be the one that kicks things off, followed by Criminal, as Shooter takes down 2. The Spike has been dropped as well. Trick, although, keeping his team in a better state for now. But the Raze ultimate utilized. The Rolling Thunder is going to be the reply to that, hence the time ticking down. He gets a kill though. Shooter is possibly up for an ace here.
He's up on 3 kills, and you know, against the gun disadvantage that they face, Team Exploit, they've managed to do so much in this round, taking out 3 players, and now it's up to Trick and Trons to make something happen as Team Exploit, they're eyeing them down. King, the man himself holding this position. Oh, Trons going to reveal his position.
Shooter.
Oh, but Shooter,
There's
he's
the fourth.
1 more kill away from the ace.
There's the ace!
He gets the ace. Shooter, what an absolute player. I mean,
Look at him.
The disadvantage that they had faced, I mean, they did not have the guns going into the round. They were facing against the Thunder, the Breach ultimate, and yet still, they could not bring him down. It didn't even come down to King that round. It came down to Shooter.
Yeah, those two players have really gone massive for Exploit in this map specifically. But 7-4, Exploit have at least made sure that they have a 2-round lead heading into the second half. But still, the final one, I'm not sure if Fear Legends, if they have a decent buy heading into this one or not, but they have to work with whatever they can get. I see a couple of rifles in their hands at the very least, but it's going to be Shooter yet again that kicks things off. There's the second. HSB follows up, hence not going to be a second ace, but still, the team was winning. That's the goal. 2 players remain for Fear Legends to work with, but Hats, he's dealing some damage of his own there as he takes 1 down, but 2 ultimates available for Exploit to work with. But on the other end, Fear Legends, they have the Cosmic Divide of their own.
But with only 2 players remaining, oh, scratch that. Make it 1 as HHB proves me wrong. Once again, the Astra, the only one alive.
Well, not anymore. There
Yeah,
you go.
I mean...
Why even?
Okay, I can't even say it.
Yeah, you jinx a lot.
I jinxed it. I jinxed it every single time. As HSB will be able to secure this round with that double kill. And Fear Legends, I mean, suddenly it looked like they were coming back into the game. But that ace, it just seems so demoralizing, you know, facing an ace, especially on the LAN stage, it happening right in front of your eyes as you're looking into the other player. It's just,
I mean, so
you know.
so the situations that we were earlier making up have actually come true here.
Yeah.
The scoreline has turned 8-4 right now, and this pistol round again is going to be very crucial for either ends. Exploit, if they end up winning this, they could potentially put themselves on a 6-round deficit at the advantage. But if Fear Legends win it, they could keep it down to a 2-round difference.
And I mean, this is very crucial, like you mentioned, 8-4. It's very important that Fear Legends make something happen in this pistol round. They can't let Exploit get to double digits with them not even being on the 5-round mark.
Well, right now, Exploit, they're headed towards the B side. A couple, 3 players headed in towers already. The arcade was pretty clear. Fear Legends have let them get in, and now the smokes, they have to respect it. But King through the smoke, this man just never ceases to amaze me right now. But there's one player up close and personal. He missed his shots, although has been able to get back alive right now. But the spike has been planted. Shooter gets 1 more. You missed those shots, and Shooter will punish you. Criminal and Trance, the last 2 alive. The seniors, they have to do the magic, but they will only get 2 before being shut down.
And Fear Legends, I mean, they lost this round. I mean, that was Casper's moment to shine where he did come on to HSB, but missing those first few shots, he had to fall back down. And with that, it all slipped away. And King, getting those shots through the smoke, I mean, taking a page out of Team Fear Legends' book where we saw Hats in the previous map getting those kills across the Viper wall. It's King who's going to do it this time around.
So FL, they've actually decided to not go for a force buy here, possibly letting Exploit just run away with this round, but still a couple of sheriffs in the mix, so they could potentially deal a lot of damage. Although the likelihood of them actually securing the round is pretty low right now. But oh, there's a player just across the wall, and well, the 3-stack doesn't really work out for them, as 3 of them have already fallen. Make that 4, as the last one alive is going to be the raise. That's Trick up against 4, just with a classic to work with, and that has been shut down as well as Abdur finishes him off. A 10-4, 6-round advantage.
And this is what we were talking about, right? An 8-4 scoreline like you predicted, and then the pistol round rather going in favor of Team Export as well. The next round is an easy secure if you win the pistol round, and now it's 10-4. And this is where it's a make or break. If Team Fear Legends can't make anything happen in this gun round, then they might just be sent home packing.
Yeah, it could very likely happen, but right now, this round is where Fear Legends have to make a comeback, because they're at a weapon advantage here, because the players from Exploit, they're all down to Spectres. They didn't lose lives except maybe 1, but other than that, they're still on the weapons that they had in the previous round. For now, Fear Legends, they are at an advantage. They have to make sure that they win the round behind it. They have to convert.
Yeah, and I mean, they absolutely should, because they have those guns going in their favor facing against the Spectres. I mean, it's not that big of a difference because it's such a close quarter map where the Spectre is able to do a whole lot more as compared to the other maps. And now Hats, he's going to go in, getting 3 kills right off the bat.
well, Abdur, he has answered right back by taking one player out. He has his ultimate to work with as well, but he's stuck in a corner as Casper takes him out. Now it's all down to King. One of the most clutch players, if not the most. Well, he's not going to do that here.
Yeah, he's not going to do that here, but you know, Team Exploit, they're still in a very comfortable position. Fear Legends, they made it work with Hats getting those 3 kills. But they need to keep this momentum going. And this is going to be the first gun round coming out for Team Exploit. This is where things get serious. This is where Team Fear Legends are truly going to be tested.
Whoever wins this round could potentially just pave the path to the end result of this map as well. You know, if Exploit win this, they're just 2 rounds away from closing it out, and Fear Legends, their economy will be in the trash bin. Fear Legends, if they win it, they'll likely have a couple more rounds in the bag, but it's still a tall order for Fear Legends here. Respecting the smoke, Fear Legends, Exploit haven't been able to enter just yet, but they're slowly getting a bit more aggressive. They might not expect someone to be just around that box. It's going to be Trick hiding in that cheeky little corner there. Might be able to get a couple of picks, but King checks that. He had his trap wire out. Sadly, the trade is actually going to come through. Has gets one more and won't be able to get the second. Soulmate once again coming into the mix, gets the trade. Shooter, you don't miss those shots on Shooter, but Criminal, he's getting the 2. Soulmate in a 1 versus 2. We have been in a similar situation in the previous map as well. He could potentially do this, but not this time, as Criminal gets his 3rd to secure this round for Fear Legends.
Yeah, Criminal, I mean, when Trans missed those shots, he should not have done that, but Criminal, he absolutely saved his team getting that triple kill. This is what they need to do. And the lead, it was insurmountable before, but now Fear Legends are coming back into it. They just need a couple more of these rounds, and they will still very much be in contention for it. Against an eco, this should be a fairly easy one to secure, but they need to be careful though, as the Raze Showstopper is online. Can use that to his advantage, negate the disadvantage they face in terms of guns.
Yeah, Fear Legends need to make sure that they don't get aggressive and possibly give a rifle away for Exploit to work with here, because that could really mess up the whole set play that Fear Legends have. They're split up right now. They're trying to gain some Exploit have. They're split up right now. They're trying to gain some information. They're waiting for that aggressive peak to possibly get a rifle in their hands to work with it to enter a site and then utilize their ultimates as well possibly. But for now, Fear Legends, they're playing this slow and nicely as Criminal gets the first one. They're playing this patiently. They're not giving much away, but there's a player up close. Criminal, he should back off, but never mind. He gets another one through the smoke right there, as only 3 players remain. Scratch that, only 2, make it 1 as Casper gets 2 more. It's all down to the breach. It's HSB who gets 1, but Trans shuts him down.
Criminal, he's really stepping up, getting a triple kill last round, getting 4K this round. This is what he needs to do. Him and Trans, they have to lead their team. They have to lead the newer players to victory over here, and they're doing it.
They definitely are. Trick, he's trying to show up a little bit more comparatively to the first map as well here, and it's really the effect of how good Hats, actually Hats as well. Look at him, the 13 I believe, he's doing pretty good on the scoreline as well. So the youngsters, they're actually trying to step up here as well when you need them the most, because the scoreline is not so great. Exploit, they have rifles in their hands once again, and they need to win this one, because if they end up losing this, then the match is pretty much tied.
Yeah, I mean, Team Fear Legends, they've amped up their economy where even if they lose this round, they can still go for another buy. Exploit though, they don't have that going in their favor. Oh, but the Raze is going to be stopped right in his tracks, as Criminal will be able to get that kill. The Breach ultimate is going to come out as well, but it's not finding a lot. But King, meanwhile, is able to get another kill, but Criminal, he's not stopping at all. Getting another kill. As Team Exploit, they're forced on the back burner. The Viper's Spit is deployed, but Criminal, he's making his way into it, going to backstab the Viper, as he too will fall. And now Exploit down to 1 man with the Breach having such little HP. Up there, down to red health, can't do anything as Criminal will finish him off.
That
he's-
was big.
Yeah, that was big. Taking another gun round away from Team Exploit. And suddenly, Team Fear Legends, they have so much economy to work with.
And you also have to mention the fact that Exploit used every single ultimate that they had in their back pocket. They used the Showstopper, they used the Brimsalt, they used the Viper's Pit, and none of them allowed to get that round. The Viper's Pit, it got shut down by Criminal. Actually, every ultimate got shut down by Criminal. That pull on to that raise was massive from Hats as well. Really nice team play coming out from Fear Legends. This is exactly what they need to make this comeback. This is exactly what they need to do constantly to beat Exploit.
Yeah, they need to keep Team Exploit on their toes. They need to not give anything away if they want to take this. And, you know, Criminal needs to keep on doing what he's doing. But this time around, I think this might be the first time we're seeing Team Exploit take a pause for themselves to figure things out.
I mean, they did it in the previous half as well, but it was very fruitful. So we're expecting the same result, I believe, from this as well. You know, there's only a 2-round difference between these two teams right now, and well, Exploit, their backs are getting closer and closer to the ropes. They have to make sure that they don't get cornered here. They have to keep that momentum going that they had in the first half, because they haven't won a round, I think, in the last 4, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
I don't think they've won a round after the first 2 rounds they won in the second half. And that's very troublesome, because again, they're forced on this makeshift buy where they only have sheriffs and light armor to play with, and their ultimates did not work out for them. And Team Fear Legends, they have their ultimates on their side, where the Viper's Pit is going to get deployed. And Team Exploit are trying to figure out how to approach this. They have bought those sheriffs, so they are going to be looking for those headshots, for those flicks, trying to inflict as much damage onto Fear Legends' economy as they can.
Right now, though, they're playing patiently. I like their approach right now. They have used the Viper's Pit as well. Not like giving any information through Arcade either, so they've blocked the whole sidelines. You know, Arcade is possibly like the better place for you to be in a sheriff. You know, you can pop a headshot there, get possibly get a rifle if someone's up close and personal as well. But right now, the Viper's Pit actually was over towards a site where there is one player present from Exploit who they might not expect, and that's big. Shooter gets the kill. He has the rifle in his hands to work with as well, although Trick, he has tied things out here. They're still running after Shooter. Hats on the other end has gotten one more pick to his name. Now Exploit with a man disadvantage to work with, and the rifle has been taken away from the hands of Shooter.
Oh, Criminal though, he's going to get a 1 kill. He has an idea. He has an idea that someone else is there as well. He's just on the edge of that Viper wall as it goes down. Still no positions being revealed, no information being given out by either side, and the clock is ticking down on Team Exploit. Just 10 seconds left. They have to make something happen.
Oh,
Criminal
the
will move
timing.
in. He's going to take out this spike planter and will be able to finish the round off as Trick gets the last kill. And he's looking happy with that one.
I mean, if your leaders... I talked about this earlier as well when we were mentioning Soulmate after the first map ended. Once your leaders are doing good, the whole team is hyped. The whole team is feeling it. The whole team is playing good. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Hats. That's exactly what we're seeing from Terminal and Trick as well. Everyone's playing their part. So you can see Criminal, he gets the first kill here, but he misses his shots, but he had help present. Trick was in the back lines to get that kill for him there.
Yeah, I mean, even if he went down over there, Trick was there to support him, and Trick would have found that trade. But now on to the next round, as Criminal will be able to get an early pick. And with just 4 players remaining on the attacking side, their attack is pushed to a halt as they're forced to change decisions, as they're forced to constantly, I mean, they're constantly forced to have to rethink about what they want to do, and Fear Legends are putting them in this position each and every single round. It's sort of similar to what we saw Team Exploit doing to Fear Legends in the first half, but in the second half, there's not a lot of rounds to work with. So in a 10-9 scoreline, if you don't make something happen in this gun round with the economy that Fear Legends has going for them, you might end up losing the second map.
Well, finally, they're getting aggressive. They get the first two picks to enter the site. The showstopper utilized from side of Fear Legends, but they're heading the opposite way. They took a bit of damage, but they've managed to stay alive, all three of them. The Cosmic Divide is still available for Fear Legends to deny the entries, but they're not using it just yet. They know they have sort of an advantage over Exploit due to the damage dealt by the showstopper, but now Exploit, they're starting to stack up outside the A site once again. They're waiting for the smoke to pop out again. The turret, though, making sure that they slow down. The one-on-one trade goes through. Trick gets another, and now it's all down to HSB. He does get the third kill to his name, but only 5 seconds remaining. He can't plant the spike here. He has to run for the kill, but Hats plays it nicely to get the 10th round, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, Hats tried to go for those shots, but he quickly realized that he can just simply walk away as HSB had no options left. 3 seconds on the clock, no time to plant the spike, as now the rounds are evenly tied for both teams. Fear Legends have made it further than they made it the first map around. I mean, and this was Exploit's pick.
So the thing is, I think they agreed that they are not going to win their own map picks, but the main stage is loud right now. The players, they're talking, so they're doing the banter all that they want right now. Everyone's feeling it, and it's everything that we wanted. The biggest event right here going on, presented by Dew, of course, Gamers Galaxy, but you know, 10-10, all tied up. This round is going to be very big for either of these teams. A lot of information gained for the side of Fear Legends to work with, as they've spotted players over towards B mate who have to respect the smoke once again. Not going to enter just yet, but they have had some counter smokes pop in. The Molotovs are going to make sure that Fear Legends don't have any backup coming in just for a little while at least. With the Viper walls up, they have players present in tower as well. They have completely taken over the site, and Fear Legends seems they're going to go for a 5-on-5 retake, as a spike should eventually go down, but a lockdown. This is actually going to be very big for Fear Legends here, followed by the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they still went for the spike plant, but Team Exploit, they're finding these trades despite of the lockdown. HSB getting the last kill. One player will fall though, but Soulmate will be able to clean up that player ascending from the ropes, and HSB has found himself in a nice little corner just behind the astral wall, and with only one player left, it's just up to Trance, the most experienced of them all. But with the spike ticking down against 3 players, what do you do? As Abdur will finish you off as well. 11-10 now. Just 1 round away from match point, 1 round away from securing their spot in the finals. And for Fear Legends, it is 1 round away from going home.
2 rounds actually, but still, this 1 round could pretty much be the exit point, because, well, the economy matters, and Fear Legends, they're not at the best state right now. Of course, they could have like a decent buy in the next one, but still, they need to make sure that they win this, because they might as well just be down to Spectres with a couple of rifles to work with. For now,
Exploit, King has the upload ready. It just takes 1 player to fall, and Exploit will have all of the information on you. So it's absolutely crucial that Fear Legends stick together and do not let any player fall. Get those trades off. Do not let the Cypher approach any dead bodies on this map.
yeah, that new info could quite literally just close out the round for Exploit once they know where exactly everyone is right now. But Exploit, they're still roaming around the map. They're taking this one slow. They want to make sure that their approach is near perfect here. No, Fear Legends, they already have a player quite tagged down here. Actually, he's just visiting the Viper's wall, hence down there. But it's going to heal back up, so never mind that. But Exploit, they're playing this one a lot more passively here. 45 seconds remain on the clock, and they still are yet to go into an engagement.
And I mean, with the clock ticking down, Team Exploit, they really do need to make a move. But it's very difficult. All of their players, they're a bit all over the place on the map, with only Soulmate and King on the same page. but King will be able to get
There's
that
an
kill, and
FF.
with this, they have to go in. Oh, the Cypher link is uploaded. They know exactly where all of the 4 players of Fear Legends are. The spike is going to plant, and they are going to prepare themselves for this retake.
The fall line doesn't connect. There's a player in the backlines as well. That's going to be King. He gets one more. 3 players remain for Fear Legends. They have to take this round with them or either save the rifles, because if you lose this exploit, they will be on match point here. King gets the 3rd for this one. 2 remain. Make that one as Trance is the last one alive up against 3, and Shooter shuts him down. The match point for exploit. And 1 more round away are Fear Legends from getting eliminated.
Yeah, that Cypher upload, I mean, the spike plant came at the right time as well, and with that, it was doom for Fear Legends as they could not attempt that retake with their positions entirely being known. It was just point and click for Team Exploit, as that was all it was needed to clean them all up. As now they're on match point, and now, you know, unlike the mistake I made earlier, Fear Legends, they're 1 round away from going home, 1 round away from elimination, as another timeout will be called. And this is perhaps the most important one. The words that Trance and Criminals speak to their teammates will determine their journey from here.
They've taken a tactical timeout. They have to think this one through. One minor mistake could cost them the final spot.
And we can see the pressure on them, right? We can see the pressure.
For now, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine for them. You know, they have a 1 round that they could play easily, but that couldn't be the same for Fear Legends. You know, they're definitely tense. They definitely do not have any margin for mistake here. 1 round is all it takes.
1 round is all it takes. For either side, I mean, 1 round for Team Exploit, and they will secure themselves that final spot tomorrow. Team Fear Legends, though, I think it'll be the first LAN that Trance and Criminal will be exiting from. So history will be made either way, right? Not so much for the fact that Team Exploit will be winning yet another event, right? That's not history. But Trance exiting, that itself is history.
But it's the biggest LAN. This event itself is history right here in the making. And speaking of history, of course, this round could be one that could be written in the books as well if Exploit end up winning this one. Fear Legends, back against the ropes. Your 2 leaders, they need to show up. Your youngsters, Trick, Hats, they've been playing lights out this map. They have to do it again for 2 consecutive rounds.
But it has to be Trance and it has to be Criminal who leads Trick and Hats. As you mentioned, they have been doing so well. They need to continue to keep it up, but someone needs to show them the way. As both teams, they're playing this round very, very slow. Abdur is going to be priming his smokes.
Smokes down.
And there goes the smokes. They're looking to enter the site with the Molotov headed towards the towers. The alarm bot and the Nano Swarm is going to keep them at bay, but King from behind gets the first frag. 4 versus 5 to work with. They're headed into the site. A player has been tagged down quite a bit from the side of Exploit, but the Viper's bit utilized. They have the site locked down. King gets the second as well. There's the third. Only 2 players remain that separate Exploit from getting the final spot. It's going to be Trance. And it's going to be Casper that's left all by himself. Shooter gets one more. There's the last one.
There's the last one.
Exploit.
They are going to be heading into the finals, eliminating Team Fear Legends from the competition. Trance and Criminal are going to be exiting the stage, as Team Exploit are your champions for the semi-final. What a game, what a performance by King. That young man absolutely showed up for his first LAN in a very, very massive way.
Wow, the only word that I can think of is wow right now.
Yeah.
This map itself was wow.
This is not the kind of performance you expect from someone's first LAN, you know, but I mean, I'm honestly perplexed at how he was able to do it, just outshining the likes of someone like Shooter, you know, outfragging him, outfragging everyone from the opposing competition. It's perplexing.
It really is, but there's the hugs. The banter was present, but so is the good things, you know?
Yeah, it's the hugs.
They're still friends
It's the
outside
goodbyes.
of the game.
I mean, they're all friends. The competition, it's the whole circuit is like one, you know, one big family.
I mean, that was still a very impressive map. Exploit, a very clean 2-0 to kick to end that one, and there you go. It's King. It's the best player possibly here in the side of Exploit, especially in this map, because every single time if Exploit faced trouble, it was King and Shooter that got them out of it right now there. But well, just wow again. Fear Legends, it seemed like that they had made a comeback. They got so close, yet they were so far from securing a spot in the grand finals for the Gamers Galaxy presented by Mountain Dew. HSB, you can see on your screens right now, everybody's happy. Khoshi, he's giving a hug, you know. Exploit, it just smiles all across the board, but that's just not the same scenario for
Hello everyone, I'm joined here by Hasib, who recently alongside his team won the semi-finals, securing their spot in the finals. How are you feeling with this win?
I've lost my voice, I'm sorry, but I'm feeling very happy. And most of these players played their first SAN tournament and they played exceptionally well. And I just want to say, well played, Fear Legends, and we're happy to be in the finals now.
Especially King, right? I mean, it was his first LAN, and he did so well up on this stage. Are you guys proud of him?
Being honest, we expected him to play good because he has played a lot of tournaments before. But being on stage is something else. And we are proud of him that he played very well.
And what are your thoughts for the next matchup between Clarity and Arrow? Who do you think will be taking that one?
Okay, that's a 50-50 match, and I think it can go both ways because both of those teams have the same experience on LAN, and it's going to be depending on who's better, who had better strikes.
I'm guessing you're confident going up against either of them, whoever comes up.
Yeah, we are confident against any of them because we think this was basically the grand final for us, and I hope the next game is going to be easy for us.
I mean, I hope so too, and best of luck going forward for the finals. I mean, regardless of whoever it is, I'm sure you guys will have a good time.
Yeah, we are ready to win now.
Well, that was HSB with Filtrus there. You saw him in the interview. You heard the chants from the audience as well. It's just an amazing vibe right now, all across the venue here. Everybody's happy, but that matchup was just something else right there. You know, the composure from the side of Exploit after going down multiple rounds consecutively in the second half was very impressive, of course, but props to Fear Legends as well. The first map, it wasn't really so close, but the second one, they really put up a tough fight. They didn't let Exploit go into the finals so easily, but whatever it may be, it was really a fascinating match to witness here at Islamabad, the Pak-China Friendship Centre, where the Gamers Galaxy tournament is being held right now, presented by Dew, of course. Now, the second matchup is going to be Clarity going up against Arrow. It will happen, I believe, a couple hours later, but before that, it's just going to be 5 or 6 smiles on the side of Exploit and some sad faces on the other end.
Yeah, but you know, they're going away with quite a big prize pool. You know, just for the fact that this event presented by Dew Gamers Galaxy has such a massive prize pool of 50 lakhs. They're still going away with 5 lakhs. They should be happy with that. And at the very least, you know, not a lot of teams come this far against Team Exploit. Not a lot of teams are able to secure double-digit rounds against them in the first place. So I certainly do hope that this roster that Trans and Criminal have managed to form, they do stick together, right? Because they have the talent, they have the experience to show for it. And you know, LAN experiences, we were talking about this being the first LAN for Trick. You know, it's always up and down. So I certainly do hope that they hold their heads high as they exit the stage, and they do come back for some of the other events this year.
I mean, this is still their first tournament as a team, so they
Yeah.
still played very impressive, as you said. They got to the semi-finals. They won, of course, a decent amount of cash with that as well. But as a team, they really played great against Exploit, especially in the second half. The first one was they were good in the initial half, but the latter one wasn't really just too good. It was lackluster, quite honestly. But in the second map, they really showed their potential.
They really did show their potential, and I mean, there's a lot of hidden potential as well. There's a lot of improvements and adjustments that can still be made, and we saw glimpses of that throughout the match where Team Fear Legends were able to get the better of Team Exploit. They did have a better strategy in some of those rounds, and they were able to clutch it out themselves in some of those rounds. You know, just as how impressive King's triple kill was in the first round, Hats came off with those triple kills himself, and not just this map, he did it in the first map as well. Just how King was able to get those blind shots off through the smoke, killing someone. Hats was able to do that in the first map on Breeze. So certainly the potential for Team Fear Legends is very much there. But they will be, you know, they will be going home, unfortunately, having earned that third and fourth place. And Team Exploit, they will be making their way on to the finals to face the winner between Clarity Esports and Arrow Gaming. That is the matchup that I'm looking really forward to.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be on the desk for that, but I'll definitely be sitting on the audience because, you know, both of these teams, they're great. You know, on one end you have MSK, Gothschild, Edzadai, every single name is very good, but on the other end, it's Onhead, it's Butsop, it's Beast, you know. The potential in every single one of these players is massive. And quite honestly, though, it's the semi-finals. You know, every single player that comes here, they're massive, they're big, they're great.
They're big, and we are going to take a look at the MVP. And you know, I don't think it should come as any surprise, as we're probably going to see the King on that screen anytime soon. But you know, it wasn't just King. That even though he did frag out the most, it was his entire team combined. It was Shooter, in fact, who got that ace as well. So we can't, you know, we can't give all of the credit to King.
I mean, there were a lot of rounds where Exploit just won off of the fact that there were no trades coming in from the side of Fear Legends. It was just two players locking down a site, getting all those 5 kills. There were multiple rounds where that happened, even on defensive sides and aggressive sides. It was just working out so nicely between them. You know, they were making sure that they take advantage of every gap being provided by Fear Legends to them. And it really showed, you know, earlier on with that lead and then stopping what Fear Legends had coming, you know, as a comeback. Also, props to their leadership, you know, Khoshi alongside Soulmate, both of them really kept their team on the tracks whenever a tactical timeout was called out, because the first time it was called out, they were down 6-4, they were up 6-4, of course, but they ended up winning the latter 2 rounds. After that, when the tactical timeout was called, I believe at 10-9 or 10-10, they showed up. It's really just big brain plays, I guess.
Yeah, it was really just them covering each other's backs. And Soulmate, you know, he had a phenomenal showing in map number 2, and this time around he didn't need to perform quite as well as Shooter and King were doing the heavy work for their team. But Soulmate's positioning this game was absolutely insane. You know, last game around he did frag out quite a lot. This time around though, you need to have those utilities up on this map. You need to make sure that your Viper is up and running if you want to be playing on this map. And it often came down to those Viper pits. You know, even though one of those rounds, Trans was able to get the backstab onto the Viper. But apart from that, you know, the Viper wall, the Viper smokes, it was the deciding factor between who was going to take the round. It was the deciding factor between how ready a team was able to execute.
Yeah, it really was. You know, there were rounds as well where just Fear Legends just played so well that it seemed Exploit were done for. You know, there was a round where Fear Legends had quite literally denied 3 ultimates being utilized from the side of Exploit and still ended up winning the round with 4 players alive. So Fear Legends, they definitely could have made the comeback. It just fell a bit too short.
Yeah, I mean, the comeback was there, the hopes were there, and it almost seemed like reality because when the scoreline was 10-10, the economy was going in their favor. Team Exploit had burned through most of their economy. The Ultimates, they expended 3 of them in that 10th round, that 20th round rather, and they still lost out on it, right? And then Team Fear Legends had all of those Ultimates to play with, but unfortunately, it just came down to the comeback mechanics of Team Exploit. And this is something that, they're very, very big on. When Team Exploit are pushed into a corner, they fight back in a massive way. They actually respond in a way that no other team in the scene does, where they work so well under pressure. They don't let it get to them. It doesn't even get to some of their younger players like King, where they're able to consistently put up that performance where at a time where we see other teams struggle towards it.
Yeah, playing that good under pressure, it really just shows their experience actually. And one thing also that I would like to mention, King, we've been mentioning him. I mean, quite honestly, he deserves to be mentioned that much, but he clutched up under pressure as well. It's his first LAN. The nerves didn't get to him. He has good leadership around him. He has players that are very well experienced in LANs as well. HSB, Soulmate, Shooter, all of them have played on the big stage previously. So this King showed up that he can do it too.
Yeah, he can do it too, and I think all of these 4 teams, all of them have the ability to do it as well. But we are going to go forward, guys. Team Exploit, they have won the semi-final. They will be playing in that final tomorrow on Sunday against the winner between Arrow Esports and Clarity Gaming. But before we come on to the next game, we will be taking a short break.
Racer launched back in 2019 and has become one of the biggest esports gaming and lifestyle organizations globally. Galaxy Racer seems to be the center hub for all gamers.
DXR! 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 DXR!
The organization now carries over 100 content creators with a total reach of over 370 million followers across all platforms and more than, are you ready? 2 billion views.
हेलो दोस्तों, जिस दिन का इंतजार था वो आ गया। गैलेक्सी रेसर पाकिस्तान का इवेंट 8 और 9 जनवरी को 2022 से पाकिस्तान चाइना फ्रेंडशिप सेंटर इस्लामाबाद में। आइए, खेलिए, जीतिए 2 करोड़ रुपए कैश। पाकिस्तान की तारीख का सबसे बड़ा ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर्नामेंट। Don't forget to be there. See you then. That's where the galaxy is going to be shining.
Hey! पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट इसे बनना है, गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा।
Hey! पेट्रोल तो पूरा है,
लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
Shortcut! Aw. Cute. देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे।
No, 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 no.
क्या? थैंक यू।
नहीं, माउंटेन ड्यू।
माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching none other than Gamers Galaxy, presented by Mountain Dew and brought to you by none other than Galaxy Racer. It's Waldady and Tultrus back on the mic once again after what was an insane game. But I say once again, even because I've returned from the the quarterfinals all the way back. It was actually Inflict stepping into my shoes to cover the first game. Thank you for that, by the way. But now I'm back, feeling pretty good now, and I've evacuated the hospital bed so that Fear Legends can fairly lie in it after that last game. So Tultrus, tell me a little bit about the last match, because to be honest, I missed it.
I mean, that was quite the nail-biter. We didn't know what we would expect coming into the semi-finals. I mean, sure, we have known Team Expert for quite a while. We know what to expect. I think their throne has also accumulated quite a bit of rust as they've been sitting on it for so long. But I really thought that Fear Legends would put up a dominant performance, would at least be able to take it to a Game 3. But we didn't quite get to see that. But instead, though, we did see Team Fear Legends come very far ahead in terms of, in terms of how they mounted against the pressure that faced against them. I don't think we've seen a matchup where a team has come this close against Team Exploit. They secured 10 or 11 of those rounds in that
on LAN as well.
On LAN, exactly, especially considering that Trick, one of their players, it was his first time on LAN. So that was quite surprising. The result, not so much, but the way that the result came about.
Yeah, I think they actually put up a really good performance on map number 2, but Fracture being that close, that was absolutely crazy. I did get a chance to see that action, but now it's time for us to dig into the final Valorant game of the day. It is none other than Clarity versus Arrow. And Talha, I know you've got so much to talk about this game, because Clarity, you know, they tore through those quarterfinals and they ended up beating Salt. That's a team that was destined to be in the finals, perhaps even in the grand finals. But no, Clarity with so many roster shuffles and whatnot, they finally found the pieces to make it to that final stage. But will they make it to the final day? That's the big question, Talha.
And I mean, they've been vying for it for quite a long time, you know. Clarity Esports, they're, you know, in this stage, they're the newest esports organization. They came about in the Sky Esports Championship through the third iteration, but they didn't manage to find any success with a 4-loss streak going their way. But they finally caught a break in the quarterfinals of this tournament, where they were able to take a game, or actually they were able to take the third game and the series away from Salt Esports and actually eliminating them. And you know, when we talk about the big three, Team Exploit, Team Salt, Team Arrow, that's, you have to go by it step by step, you know. And for Clarity, they're heading in the right direction. They've taken out Salt Esports and now they have Team Arrow in their crosshairs.
Yeah, if they can get past Team Arrow, then it's I would go ahead and say they've actually got a very fair chance at beating out Exploit, especially because I know that Exploit ended up beating out Fear Legends, but it wasn't really in the convincing fashion we anticipated them to. What are your thoughts on that, Talha?
I mean, you know, give or take, Exploit did have to adjust to new experiences as well. One of their players, King, he's very young and it was his first LAN, and despite of that fact, though, he managed to put up, you know, the MVP in that game number 2. He was top fragging by a very fine margin, you know, just well ahead of his entire team. But Clarity Esports, you know, for this matchup, it does seem like they have what it takes in terms of team composition. I mean, I know you know Tazzer very well, and he has departed, but they have some neat little additions that should go in their favor in the form of Beast and Butsahab. I mean, Beast, who was a core founding member of Salt Esports, it certainly seemed, you know, he provided some valuable insight to Clarity Esports that helped them take the game from Salt, helped them eliminate Salt Esports in the quarterfinals. And now Clarity have also Butsahab, who was also a forming core member of Team Arrow.
Absolutely.
So is history going to repeat itself in the form of, you know, will Butsahab be able to provide Clarity with enough information on how Team Arrow works for Clarity to eliminate them?
Yeah, and that's one of the big storylines here, right? I know that Clarity weren't really a super well-known team when they started, but now they're a bit of a super team. They've got pieces from Arrow, they've got pieces from Salt, and I'm really interested in seeing how that is going to play out on the server, especially with the dynamic that these players are going to have up against the likes of MSK, up against the likes of Shani. So, in particular, one thing I wanted to point out is that Beast is going to have the pressure of being up against a player like MSK. So how do you think that's going to play into the whole thing, Talha?
I mean, you know, MSK, he's one of the most revered captains, one of the most revered people in this scene, not just in Valorant, but throughout his Counter-Strike career as well. Yeah. He's very well respected, and for good reason, because MSK is, you know, sort of those leaders that you need, especially on the LAN stage, that can keep their cool, keep their composition, help guide their team through to the victory. And as far as, you know, game knowledge is concerned, I have personally been a witness to MSK's analytical ability, and that really does shine, and it shines in the game as well, where Team Arrow are able to pull off these unique combinations, those unique niche plays that does seem to get the better of their opponents, does seem to win them some of those rounds.
Absolutely, but we are going to be heading straight into the veto, Talha. So what are your thoughts on this? Because we're going to be seeing Icebox being picked up as the first map. It's not something that Clarity have really been struggling on too much, but neither is Arrow. So do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, it's a bit surprising to see Arrow let go of Icebox. I mean, sure, you do ban Split out. It's a map that Clarity does very well on, and we've seen it in their run against Salt Esports in the previous tournament in Infinity Cup. They didn't manage to win, but they did very well. Against Salt, it was a 2-1, but up on Icebox, it's very chaotic. From all of the matches that we've casted so far, you have both those Vipers, you have the potential of a Sage or a Killjoy, you have at least one of those two agents up on that map. It's chaos, it's very hectic, you're forced in to go for those retake positions, and often at times it does come out to who uses the better ability and who has the better execute.
Yeah, and this game is also a contrast to the previous one where we saw Breeze, we saw Fracture, we saw both of those newer maps, but now we're not seeing that this time around. Instead, we're going for the much more traditional picks. It's just the maps we've grown very familiar with, Talha. But you know what? There are quite a few more things to talk about here. For example, what I really want to shed light on is how is Godchild going to play, Talha?
I mean, that's a very big question, right? Godchild, he's an absolutely phenomenal player, but we have seen him struggle in the past. But the good thing is that he did very well in the quarterfinals, having that top fragging position or that second top fragging position for his team. It's really a matter of whether his team is able to enable him, and it's very much a question of whether he's going to let the pressure get to him or not. But this is where, as I was talking about MSK's captaincy comes in, I do think that is going to play a crucial role in keeping Godchild stable throughout the competition, throughout this match, where MSK will be able to guide him through.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people are worried about, right? If you're a fan of Arrow, you're worried. Okay, Godchild was actually one of the contenders to be one of the top players in Pakistan. In fact, I remember when Pokemon was really into Valorant, he was destroying everybody. Godchild was the one player that could stand up to him. But just because of the fact that Godchild couldn't put it up consistently and his tendency to choke in these high pressure situations, that's what made him, personally in my book, that's what made him A tier instead of S tier, like someone like Pokemon. Yeah. And that is the difference I want to see here today. So how is he going to perform? That is something we're going to be finding out very soon. But Talha, I know there's quite a bit more that you want to talk about when it comes to clarity, especially when you consider that that their team is essentially a super team. So do you have any more components that we can think about here?
If you look at their composition, you have Beast, who is coming in from Salt Esports. You have Batsa, who's coming in from Arrow. You have Khatak and Frebik, who were core founding members of Clarity. So you have like a super team. And we also have the debut of Onhead. I had the pleasure of working with him where he was observing. And this was really interesting because when I was talking to Onhead, he mentioned what his rank was in the game, and I saw some of his games and I was like, Onhead, you play a fantastic game. Why don't you compete, And he was like, well, I mean, I'm looking for a team. And I'm really glad that Clarity Esports picked him up because we saw him perform in quarterfinals and what a performance he had. I mean, he played absolutely phenomenal. And Clarity Esports is an organization, or rather a team, where they have shuffled all of their roles around in a way that complements each other. And I think that's where their strength lies.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that Clarity, now they have players like Batsab on the roster, especially because if you look at Arrow, they have such a star-studded lineup. Yeah. And so most of these players, it seems like they're meant to be one of five when it comes to playing in a team. But no, you've got Protagonist in the same team as Godchild. What's going on here?
And I mean, you talk about those 1v5 situations and you talk about star power, the star power that Arrow has, and it really does shine. I mean, time and time again, these players, Protagonist has aced out on the verge of elimination. We saw it in the Infinity Cup. Time and time again, Godchild has aced out as well for his team. So these players, you talk about star power. If you mention star power to any eSport Valorant fan out there, they're probably going to mention Team Exploit. Probably Shooter is the first name that's going to be on their tongues. But Team Arrow, they have a lot of it going in their favor as well.
Yeah, I think so. Exploit, sure, they've got all that firepower, but now I think Arrow actually gets a chance to prove some of their own as well. Yeah. And you know what? I think Arrow is one of the few teams that has a very legitimate chance against Exploit. Fear Legends was the one that I had a whole storyline about, to be honest. I personally thought that Fear Legends, just having so much experience on LAN and having the veterans guiding the younger players onto LAN, that would have allowed them to get a victory. But apparently Exploit are bulletproof even to the veterans. But whether or not they can have some of that armor against Arrows, I'm not too sure about that just yet.
I mean, really going to have to see. But I think we can use this next match as a very good benchmark to assess how Team Exploit is going to do. I mean, whoever wins out against them. I mean, if you saw my interview with HSB, he seems very confident at whoever comes up against him. So we're really going to have to see how he does. But one of the things that concerns me about Team Clarity facing up against Team Arrow is that Team Arrow have a lot of information going their way, because it is very much like a double-edged sword in the sense that Batsahab, you know, he has transferred from Arrow to Clarity Esports, but Batsahab is a duelist. He's always played a duelist. He has 86% of his games on Jet, right? And a duelist is a very core role in the team. A duelist, you know that your team is going to be trying their very best to enable the duelist to function, to get those frags out. And Arrow know exactly how Batsahab function, because MSK has practically reared him into the player that he is today. So that's going to be something very interesting to see, because if Batsahab is playing in his natural zone, something tells me that Arrow is going to know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, it's almost as if Batsahab is sort of fighting back against his mentor almost.
Yeah.
And that's something that really excites me, Talha. You know, and I bet there's so many feelings coming into this game, knowing that you're playing against your former teammates, you're playing against the players that have actually maybe even taught you some critical components about the game. And I think that is something incredibly interesting. But, Talha, I do want to talk about the difference in firepower and how Clarity, I don't particularly think they're on the same level as Arrow, but one thing is for sure. Clarity, this is, like, the story of Clarity is probably the most linearly progressing thing I've ever seen in my life when it comes to teams. You talked about it a little bit. So you start off with the smaller teams. You take a chip off of Sol, then you take a chip off of Arrow, and then maybe you even get to strike against the big dogs that are Exploit. Is that going to happen though, or are they going to fall off the staircase? That's something we're going to find out very soon.
I mean, they've come very far, though, eliminating Sol to Esports, and now they're in the semifinals. Certainly, they made it further than they have ever before. But against Team Arrow, it's a whole different ball game, because Team Arrow, they're looking particularly dominant themselves. MSK in the quarterfinals, he played absolutely phenomenal, able to frag out. And we had quite a bit of banter at the time as well at MSK's performance. It was surprising to see, but it was more of a pleasant surprise. So I'm hoping that Arrow can keep that up as well. And if they do, then Clarity Esports, they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be too long before we finally start to head into the game, Talha. I bet the nerves are high on the stage for these players, because they are potentially going to be sent packing home. We start to head on to Icebox. First map, second semifinal. This is all where it comes down.
Clarity Esports, though, they're on the attacking side, and they have managed to picked themselves up two duelists in the form of the Jet and the Reyna. So they need to secure most of these rounds, or at least as many rounds as possible, as this is an attack-sided map. Now, the fact that they have both the Reyna and the Jet means that their defensive side won't be as strong. Neither team has a Killjoy, though, so that is a disadvantage going in their favor. But it is going to be a heavy execute onto the A side, but Godchild, he responds in kind with getting that opening frag. Katak will be able to find a trade, and both teams will reset as that Sage Wall is planted neatly. The Kitchen, though, there's a player going for that frag. It's on ahead. It's his debut. He had played 2 games before against Team Exploit and Team Arrow a year ago. Did not find much success, but I'm hoping he can find it here on the big stage for 50 lakhs. But Shani is going to be finding that trade. His lurk not really working out for him. It's a 3v4 situation, but Arrow, 2 of their players are very low. The Sage is up, though. So one player should be getting healed over here. The Viper Wall going to get planted. And with this, Clarity are moving in on towards that B side. The Viper Toxin going to slow down the plant just for a little while longer.
3 versus 3 now.
Comes out.
And Clarity, they've got a very legitimate chance at closing out right away. The Viper manages to take out Sova, and that brings it down to a 3 versus 2. Things are looking a bit dicey here for Arrow as they try to find a way, some kind of avenue where they can poke their head in and potentially get a shot in. But that's the first kill. That could be the opener. How quickly do they fight back? The bomb is ticking down. And there's another kill. 1 versus 2 tucked behind the yellow container, but he cannot do any more. First round going the way of Arrow in a 2 versus 3 clutch.
That was very surprising to see. I mean, despite the fact that it was a 3v2, 2 of their players were very low. The plant did manage to find its way on to the B side. And Arrow, I mean, Clarity had everything going for them in that way, despite the fact that they were 1 man down. But it was still just the first round, both teams dealing a significant amount of damage to each other. And now, both teams actually going for that buy.
Yeah, pretty expected. Normally, we've seen a lot of this trend where you immediately buy up weapons because you have a pretty fair chance at having equal weaponry, so no surprises there, but Arrow, I want to see whether or not they can continue their winning ways, but no, it is already a 2-piece, 1 a pop from each of these members, and the attack side starts to go insane. Arrow find themselves locked out with no key.
And this retake attempt is so incredibly difficult. With them only finding a 1 kill, they have to make their way onto the site and they have to do it very quickly. It's Shani who's going to enter the site with the Sage on top of it. But it's very difficult that the Sage wall is there. They're going to have to try and take it out, giving away their information on it, though. He's neatly planted himself on the other side. He's going to make contact with him, and he is going to be able to find that kill. With the first round in favor of Clarity, it's now 1-1.
By the way, that was a particularly one-sided round for Clarity, if anything. How do they just manage to run onto the ace site and run amok? I have no idea. They've done it with SMGs as well, but you know what? It's just the first couple of rounds. Arrow, maybe they're having some teething issues when it comes to playing on the big stage, and that was part of the storyline we were talking about, Talha. Just knowing that MSK is also going to have a lot of the responsibility of keeping these younger players under check as they're probably going through a very difficult experience, just having the crowd, having a lot of the nerves of Flan after a very long time especially.
And he has picked himself up the stage, so definitely priming himself for that leadership position on the supportive role.
I want to see Clarity's movement here. Oh, Frebic, he could have had some information off of that push, but there are actually quite a few members trying to aggress forward. That's the first double. This is Clarity. Oh my goodness. No chance to fight back here. Just going to be Arrow taking 1 to the chin. Pistols though, so it's still forgivable.
But Arrow needs to do a bit more damage. They need to take out 1 more player, but already with a 1v4 scenario, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find it. Short of a lucky flick that he might be able to get. He's trying to land some shots though, but with his position being revealed, it doesn't seem like he has anywhere to go. Oh, actually, he's going to find the kill anyway, but he will get traded out. Not too bad on Team Arrow's side. They managed to take 2 players down, but the problem is the way they're losing the site.
Yeah. Man, there was so much hype around Clarity when they finally beat Salt, when they finally made their way into the semifinals, and they're continuing to show us that that was not a fluke. They can continue to deliver, but they've got to show us a lot more, Talha.
It is going to be a gun round though for Team Arrow, and with them facing against 4 Spectres, this should be one that they're looking to secure. With Batsab, the only one with a Vandal to his name. Oh, though, he's going to go in. Clarity, they're again managing to find all of these kills with just a Spectre on that long position. And now Beast, he's running forward towards onto that site. All sorts of utility being thrown in there. The Viper orbs, the Viper slow. So difficult, but now the spike plant does come out, and MSK, he's instantly going to fall. As the Sova, the Sage revive is up though, but even if you expend it, that's a 3v5 at best, and those are not good odds. As Team Arrow, they're forced to back away from the site.
Nothing he can do about it, so he's just gonna back off. Gonna make sure that they keep their guns. even a couple guns could actually still do quite a bit in the next round. But my biggest question is, where is this version of Clarity coming from? Are we seeing a weakened Arrow just because it's land, just because the nerves are high? Or are we seeing a super empowered Clarity that had so much research going into this match? And obviously all the little factors you talked about, Butsob having a lot of info, just being a super team, Clarity maybe finally putting all the pieces together, and also having that sweet land buff of just having all that energy combined.
I mean, whatever it is, it certainly seemed to be working for them, Clarity Esports. I mean, we know that this is one of their strongest maps, the Icebox, but them doing this well, them taking these rounds in this convincing fashion is certainly something that I did not expect from them. But it's a pleasant surprise, and it's not so pleasant if you're Team Arrow, though, as they need to make something happen, as they're losing out on these rounds. They're not letting their economy build up. Having to buy those Spectres, having to buy those guns is still losing out. And now 1-3 on the score line. As Team Arrow, they don't have the buy to go forward for this one either. As Beast is making his way forward, but he's facing a lot of resistance. The Viper Wall is planted. The Toxins are going to slow them down as they are forced to back away from the site. But they're advanced, though. They're going to make their way forward again once that Viper Wall goes down. They're using a lot of firepower for nothing. But
yeah, and they're just going to be backing off, Talha. They don't even get anything off of it, but there's still a minute on the clock, and that has sold the idea that A is still something that can potentially be up for grabs. So that's something that Arrow have got to watch out for, but they're still going to have a fair concentration of players close to the A site, so they can very quickly retaliate if that Clarity push eventually comes through. And based on the position of the spike, that's what we're likely to see. The Viper Wall is the only thing that will eventually be obscuring vision when the push finally starts to happen, but with only 40 seconds on the clock, we're about to see some action, Talha. How quickly do they reel their resources back in? Clarity, they've got the burden of making a move now, and every breath they take, every little second, means that they've got to spend additional time, additional desperation on just clearing out the bomb site. And this last-minute fake towards the B site means that Clarity, two of their members, can actually intercept the A site, and the bomb will go down very comfortably all the way on A. And Arrow, they'll find themselves bamboozled.
yeah, and the rotation, I mean, they're going to try and go for it, but this retake is so incredibly difficult with Clarity having positioned themselves neatly to intercept any rotation. And we're going to see this with Butsob going in for that first kill. Will be able to dash out to safety, but will get taken out by the Sage. As the rest of Clarity have positioned themselves on towards the site.
Oh, but look at B's position, though. Just being available for the flank completely nullifies anything that Arrow could have possibly done. And if you're in the crowd, you can hear the cheers. There's a good reason why Clarity are so hype right now. Just going absolutely nutty, making Arrow look like scrubs.
And this round, I mean, this is where the max potential for both teams comes out. 4 ultimates up for Clarity, 3 ultimates up for Arrow. Both teams having those guns. The Viper's Pit available for both teams. The Sage's Revive up for both teams. Reyna's ultimate up for both teams. So it's really going to come down to how they execute. But for Team Arrow, it's a bit of a dire situation because they absolutely cannot let that Viper Pit go to waste. They cannot let that Sage Revive be for nothing. They need to make something out of it.
Yeah, these ultimates might just be the one thing that end up saving Arrow. Viper's Pit is probably the one thing to keep an eye on here, because the other two ultimates, well, the Revive, it can be useful, it can help you out in a duel, but it's such a situational thing. And Reyna's as well, maybe it can bolster your duelist, but it's not really a game changer in a similar fashion as to what you expect from Viper. But if you look at the other side of Clarity, they also have very similar ultimates available. In fact, it's just the same setup, with Jet being layered on top of it as well. So that makes things even more favorable for Clarity. They've continued to not only have a round lead, but also just have everything else. You know, you've got ultimates, you've got money, you've got the mental lead, basically.
And if you're Clarity, if you're, you've just taken down Salt Esports, now you're eyeing down Team Arrow. If you take it, I mean, they should be very confident if they win this series. Still too premature to call that out, though. Still, the scoreline only 4-1. Very much possible for Team Arrow to come back from this. Even if they don't win this first map, they have another one to go. That will be their home ground. in the form of Haven. But we will see a technical timeout come out as Team Arrow, they really do need to figure something out. As Arrow, I mean, he really does need to talk some sense into some of his players, really does need to build their confidence up as they are looking towards him for that guidance, for that support. And I'm sure that MSK will be able to provide for it. I'm sure that Team Arrow will be able to come back into this map. But they have to make use again of that Viper's Pit. Have to make use of that Reyna. Perhaps go for that Lurk.
Yeah, but it is going to be a while, and we might have to have a bit more of an extended technical timeout here. But in the meantime, Talha, if you've been paying attention to Arrow, I mean, what's the difference you'd like to see personally in their gameplay up against Clarity? Because so far, it doesn't seem like Clarity have done anything too special. They had two very basic pushes, and then they had a fake. Yes, a really big brain fake where they went down to the last wire, but what's the difference we're looking for here from Arrow?
I mean, I think if you're Team Arrow, you need to position your duelists in a fashion that they're able to stop the aggression from coming out from Team Clarity, able to get that opening pick off, you know, perhaps position protagonists with that operator, or perhaps position Godchild in a way to stop that flank, or actually stop that execute from coming out. Because it seems like Clarity, they really do snowball in some of these rounds where they quickly go from getting one kill to taking complete control over the site. And that just makes the retake for Team Arrow very difficult to accomplish. As the timeout is still running, and as Team Arrow tries to figure things out.
Shouldn't be too long before we get done with it, but Talha, is there any standout player that you're particularly looking at? Because for me, I'm going to steal your pick, actually. I know that you were eyeing Onhead since he finally got a team. But no, that's actually the player I'm watching out for. You've got to pick your own now. It's not like I stole that. But yes, Talha, who else are you looking at? Yes, Onhead finally being in a team, finally being able to flex himself. Who else?
I mean, it has to be the moment where Godchild shines, or Protagonist, one of these two. These two have the individual capacity to carry their team. They've demonstrated it time and time again in previous tournaments, able to ace out, able to clutch it out, and they need to do this again. For their team, for this moment, they can't go home like this. And if you're Team Arrow, you really do need to enable your duelist. Because Batsahab, he seems to be doing very well. And you have so much info on Batsahab. MSK has practically reared him into the player that he is today. And they need to be able to figure out how he's getting the better of them.
It's got to be unnerving for MSK as well, right? Because if you're the IGL, you know that these are players that you've played with, and Clarity used to be a team that Arrow would absolutely have no problems with. But now, with the addition of Batsahab, with the addition of a couple players, with Frebic and Kotak still very much being the core, things are different now. It's no longer that Clarity. They finally have stuck true to their names. Their eyes have been opened.
And now Protagonist, he has picked himself up an operator, and he has to make it work this round. It's a very expensive purchase for him. Oh!
Yeah, that's the first kill. That's the opener. Two-piece for them. And now Arrow continue to deliver. How have they managed to turn everything around? Clarity, they only get a bit of chip damage, and hold that thought, Talha. It's actually two players being taken out by the Sobo, which means this is still very much a very reasonable prospect that can be salvaged. Clarity now on the way to the B site, right behind Yellow Container. They're going to be using the wall as a curtain to hide themselves, and there's a lot of responsibility on Kotak. He's got to do some more. It's been brought back to a 2 versus 2. And with the revealing arrow, he gets some more information to play off of Frebic. He's going to have to land the first shot. Spots the pixel, knows there's an elbow, and it's all turned around, but Arrow, they can still salvage it. Clarity, though, how have they botched this? Even with the flank, Kotak cannot manage to line up the shots, and that means that Arrow somehow salvage it after nearly dropping a clean round.
And I mean, Khatak, he played it so well. I mean, this is what I was talking about. Protagonists and Godchild, they need to position themselves in a way to get that entry, to get those entry frags out. And they did a wonderful job of that. That operator coming in handy, getting that opening kill. But Khatak was able to find those 2 return kills. But still, he whiffed the last kill where he got the flank, he got the jump. But the last player on Arrow was too quick for him, was too quick on the trigger. As Arrow managing to secure the 2nd round win.
Yeah, once again, Clarity want to direct most of their efforts towards the Beast site. It's already the first frag for them, and Onhead, now he's settling into this new team. MSK responds. The veteran is trying to keep things back. But Clarity, they slow down. Their pace will allow Arrow to quickly compose themselves, and now within the Viper's pit, it's going to be a complete chaos. Sova taking out himself in kind, 1 versus 2.
Oh, the Viper managed
arena,
to make it back inside the Viper's pit. It's just down to Protagonist to make something happen as the Viper's pit will go down. We'll go for that diffuser. Is he faking it? Oh, Frebic.
Okay, from Clarity's perspective, they slowed down Arrow once again. It could have been a lot worse.
It was costly though, as they had to expend 3 ultimates to get that done. The Viper's pit as well. But going in their favor was the fact that Arrow had to expend some of their ultimates for it too. Their Viper pit is down now. And with that, both Viper's pit being taken out, it was a sort of an equalizer in that round, with Clarity coming out slightly ahead.
And we get a chance to look at how Clarity will be playing this. A seems to be the name of the game. Beast is the first man in charge of Arena. Utility starts flying. A Sova drone follows through. 4K footage of the site as they start to aggress. Arrow.
No charges left.
They quickly find themselves not quite locked out, but now that the rotations have already come in, Beast teams up with Buttsop to get a 2-piece, and well, I think this is already where Arrow start to make the call. Do they go back? Ooh, Buttsop, nice shot there.
1 enemy remains.
Single tap that too. As the rest of Team Arrow will fall. That was a very clean entry onto the A site, and this is where we're seeing a sort of weakness come out from Team Arrow. They're not really able to hold the site from getting taken by Clarity, and they lose too much to go for that retake. But now again, Protagonist has picked himself that operator. Again, a very expensive purchase. And we saw it last series as well, where Trick purchased an operator where he didn't find that much with it. And it did cost them that match. And this can't be the way that Team Arrow goes down as well.
Once again, Clarity. They want to dominate Arrow. Victory is not an option. It's gotta be domination. So Vidar doesn't quite reveal much behind the curtain that Viper is set up. It's just calm before the storm. Shani trying to delay it further. And Clarity quickly realized that they can't put all of their chips onto the A side just yet. Perhaps they go for a bit of a fake, maybe rotate over to B, but so far they've actually chosen to linger. They've pre-packaged and sold the idea that maybe the attention is going all the way around. But no, it's not circling back. Maybe leaving some of their efforts here. And Shani should be the first point of contact. A wall is also being prepped up by his teammate, MSK. Stop them in their tracks as they start to go for the bomb plant, but this is where they have to telegraph what they're doing, because to get the bomb down, they need to get rid of the wall. The revealer makes sure that a player can be taken out here, and kills go left and right. Arrow come out with a disadvantage. It's Clarity in a 3 versus 2. Make that 1 as Arrow only have 1 member remaining. Buttsop on, sorry, that final member on the Jet.
Yeah, it's okay, that confusion. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's so synonymous with Jet, and also kind of synonymous with Arrow, where my brain was just like, oh yeah, okay, that's Buttsop, that's Jet. No, it's actually Protagonist. And there's a good reason why he's sticking back, because he's got that big ol' OP.
Yeah, but, you know, even though that he's going to save this operator, his team won't have the economy to go for any buys themselves, so it's going to be a very difficult next round as well, even if he manages to save this. And with a 7-2 scoreline, Clarity Esports are looking more dominant than ever. The protagonist, he does know someone is there. Oh, manages to find that flick onto Frebic.
You can see there's also a massive disparity in the kill distribution. So both top fraggers are actually doing quite a bit more than they should be. But so far, Arrow, they have not looked promising. Clarity, on the other hand...
Clarity looks super promising, don't
Yeah, the thing is, I thought Clarity would have teething issues when it comes to LAN. They would struggle. They would not. They would have the nerves on their mind. But no, it's not. It's nothing like that at all. In fact, they've somehow got a LAN buff off of this, and which is really surprising since most of these players aren't really proven on a big stage like this one. On to B side we go. Rotation soon to be called by Arrow, and they will be ready. And it's got to come down to the firepower. First kill collected. Buttsob opens space up for Clarity, which means that Arrow suddenly have to fight off of a deficit. There's a knife. We didn't even catch that though. And that's how sneaky he is. And quickly Arrow looking super desperate, trying to find something, but it's quickly very feasible. The spike slowly taking down. Yeah,
some of those weapons.
It's gotta be the round for Clarity, but Arrow still have a very reasonable shot. Moving it in behind yellow container. No, the Reyna will get domed from the side, which means that Protagonist is quickly left with the responsibility of saving the sniper once again.
But it's going to be very difficult as he has nothing but his knife out, as he will get cleaned up by Onhead. And Frebic, I mean, he's doing so well, and I mean, he's not the star player of his team, right? It's Buttsob, it's Beast, but yet Frebic is really showing up this game.
Yeah, and that's super scary, Talha, because that means they have more players that can potentially be activated. Not only is it Frebic that can go wild, they can continue to add on to that. They can have Buttsob, they can have more players jump in and contribute, especially when it's going to matter most, especially if they can make it to the grand finals against Team Exploit.
And that's something that's always been a theme of Team Exploit, right? Them being so good with shooter, but all of their other players are very good as well. And we're seeing a version of Clarity that does the same thing.
Okay, Arrow, maybe they've gotten up out of their gaming chairs now. They're ready to punch down. Bring it down to a 4 versus 4. Spike starts to tick down, looking for it, and the Viper Spit does catch a player, but not quite the bomb planter. 2 kills for him, and Arrow, now things have suddenly turned around. It's just one member left, trying to fight back, but caught with the utility, caught with their pants down, means that they will lose 2 members in the process, and Arrow finally get back on the board.
And what a round that was. I mean, playing against the Viper Spit for that retake, that's a very dangerous situation. It's so incredibly difficult to get that job done, but they were able to manage it. With Katak finding the only one to find anything there, with just 2 kills. But Clarity, they have a very large margin of error where they have such a huge lead over onto Team Arrow. They've already secured what seems to be, you know, the win conditions for the first half if you're on the attacking side on this map. Already 8 rounds secured.
Clarity are going back to the basics, hitting B's site as quickly as they can. The flashes allow them to slowly create space. Viper wall set up as well. And that has been the first kill collected. It hasn't really been the chaotic round that I expected it to be, but I think it's the calm before the storm. Arrow, they're getting all of their resources ready. And with the survive, it's going to be as close as possible.
They brought themselves back, though, turning it into a 4v5 from a 3v5. Oh, the
Clarity,
plan
yeah,
gets interrupted as well.
Yeah, they are
He's
not
finding
giving an
that
inch at all.
kill,
That
but
is...
Arrow, they're falling all over the place. Their revive not coming in handy as well as all of them will fall. Protagonist, the only one finding anything there. And Clarity, they've managed to secure 9 rounds without even expending the Sage revive once.
That was such a flawless half from Clarity, honestly. If you consider the fact that Arrow had really dicey rounds even out of those 3 rounds, it's super unpromising. I'm not impressed by Arrow's performance right now at all.
I mean, you know, like you mentioned, the 3 rounds that they won, it's not as if they were in a decisive way. They had to fight tooth and nail for it. As Clarity have dealt significant amount of damage even in the rounds that they've lost. And now in the second half with a 6-round lead, despite this being an attack-sided map, it's enough of a lead for Clarity to feel very comfortable in their chairs right now.
Yeah, that really circles me back to that round where Arrow actually started with 5 members alive. They got all the kills, but then coming down to a 5 versus 2, they somehow still managed to let it come down to a 1 versus 1. And even that round was strategically played better by Clarity at the end of the day because the Frebic ended up finding himself on the back foot. He found himself on a flank. It was just missing a few shots that led to their demise. Otherwise, that would have been a 2 versus 5 clutch. So what do really Arrow have in terms of showing the viewers?
I mean, they have now on the attacking side, right? They have the Jet in the arena. Oh, but
okay.
He's going to go in very aggressively. All 5 positions were revealed for Clarity, but they didn't manage to find anything just yet.
Oh, Beast is going to stay true to his name, get a double. And Katak?
Can't get the heal off though with that Viper wall being up.
Yeah, 3-on-2, Clarity. They've got the advantage once again, and if you're Arrow, you've got to be trembling in your boots. There's not a chance you're feeling comfortable with this, Talha. Action slows down, though, and I think they're about to meet. It's a bit of a crossroads at down middle. If Frebic peeks along with a teammate, perhaps they can catch a player. And Arrow have the pressure of making the first move.
The clock is ticking down on Arrow, though, with only 35 seconds remaining. They have to make something happen.
Beast.
As Clarity, they're approaching them from all
30
angles.
seconds left.
If Beast can thread himself behind the wall, perhaps he gets a chance to get the flank on them. This is where they start to connect. Okay, Arrow, they get the opening kill, but Beast has missed a few shots. No, never mind. He finally finds his footing, and the spike needs to go down immediately with so little time remaining. There's already a player watching that as well, and Beast can finish things off. Clarity already on double digits still, huh?
10-3 now, and I mean, the way they played that Clarity, they boxed Arrow into a corner, forced them out of time. And with Beast coming in for that flank, cleaning them all up, finding that neat little double kill, finding the heal as well. The timing window to stop the Reyna's heal is very short. Reyna needs the vision to get that heal off, and if you allow the heal to pop off, that's additional armor you're giving away for free. And now if you're Team Arrow, you must feel the pressure, you must feel the sweat trickling down your forehead.
Chaos ensues over towards the A site. Arrow, they've been battered, they've been continually punched down on. And I think Icebox was one of those maps that they were actually comfortable on, but all of that comfort has been taken away. Katak very casually mowing them down, and it's all going to be down to Beast, who very easily cleans things up. Janitorial services have been brought in, and Arrow have been put in the bin.
11-3 now, and Team Arrow just 1 round away from Clarity being on match point, and this is not how you want to go out. I mean, sure, it's a new and improved roster. Sure, Clarity have Sahab, who is giving them all of this information on you. Sure, they have Beast as well, veteran players in addition to up-and-coming potential players, but it's still Team Arrow. You're still one of the big 3. You're still a top contender in the Valorant scene, and you need to show something for it.
the action just really doesn't stop, does it, Talha? It's Beast, it's Butsob, wherever you look on the scoreboard for Clarity, it's just damage. Arrow in the meantime, trying to garner their resources, maybe bring something together, but really, if you're Arrow, I think you've already discounted yourself, right? Because you've given up 12 rounds.
Yeah.
You've got 3 in the tank. Are you really going to have the 9-round streak, this uphill against this uphill battle? No, absolutely not. I don't expect it to happen.
And I mean, now that they're on match point, now that their ultimates are up, Clarity Esports, it should be an easy first map for them. This is troubling. I mean, I don't think we've seen Arrow even struggle like this against a team like Team Exploit. They usually secure more rounds against them as well.
I want to see if the prospects of a new super team can finally come to light. Clarity once again ripping them apart. It's Butsob leading the fray this time around. And Arrow find themselves out of contention once more. 3 versus 4. They're going to have to pull off a miracle if they want to have a sizable comeback here. Protagonist looking for the first elbow, looking for a pixel, just anything that they can work with. And maybe Clarity give them a chance here. In they go. No, Butsob gets a kill before he falls, and On-Head, all he has to do is secure the final kill. Arrow, they're on the brink of losing map number 1.
You will not kill my ally.
And it's gotta come down to just this one member. No, there's still a revive in the tank, and that will allow them to get some more damage off, but it's all come down to one member once again.
Player standing.
There it is. Okay. Oh, no, I expected it to be a bit more, but no.
He was going for
it's Clarity.
The knife.
In such a dominant fashion as well, Talha.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, you know, HSB said earlier that he's very confident no matter who comes up against him, but this performance by Clarity Esports, I've never seen them perform like this before, and it looks super convincing.
I think one of the major storylines, personally for me, was that Clarity have been leveling up in every game they play.
Yeah.
So for a lot of teams, before they get better, they're going to have these stagnant moments. And sure, as a franchise, as a brand, that might be true for Clarity. But this particular iteration of the roster, rather than the entire history of Clarity, it's improved incredibly. It's just been linear progress straight out of the gate. You beat a couple teams, you beat Salt, and now you're starting to beat Arrow. What's next?
Yeah, they're like a bunch of Super Saiyans. I mean, each time you defeat them, they come back stronger. And each of these players, I mean, it's not just team growth on its own, it's individual growth. I mean, look at Frebic. He stopped fragging, right? I mean, how is he doing it? He's just come so far from all of these tournaments that he's played alongside Katak. They're just looking super impressive.
Yeah, I think personal growth is probably the biggest factor here, right? Because they're really leveling up individually. Butsob having joined Clarity, now he's proven that he doesn't really need to have this veteran keeping a hand on his shoulder all the time just to make sure he's in check. No, it's Butsob fragging out. Frebic, somehow with so little LAN experience, especially within Valorant, he can start fragging out like a madman. And all of the issues that we were generally associating with Clarity relating to not being experienced or not having too much time with this roster, none of them have really been showing up, especially in this particular game.
Yeah, it seems like some of the issues we were talking about with Clarity, like the inexperience, it sort of applies to Arrow in this regard, even though Arrow is the more veteran team, even though Arrow has the more veteran players on their side. And as far as captaincy is concerned, I think MSK is one of the most veteran captains out there. There's no one that beats him in terms of experience.
So what exactly is breaking down here, Talha? Because we didn't really see anything too particularly impressive from Arrow. We didn't see anything unorthodox, and it seemed like Clarity, time and time again, they could just get get Arrow's number. They had really well-timed pushes. They had these incredible A-side takes. They had these incredible B-side aggressions. They had a few fakes in there as well. So I really don't see anything that was missing from the pie.
They had a knife come through as well.
They had a knife?
On the main stage in the semifinals, has to build up your confidence quite a bit. But the good thing is this was Clarity's map. This is one of Clarity's favorite maps to play on, and the next one is Haven. Right, and that's one of Arrow's favorite maps. That's a map that even Team Exploit is ready to play against, and they're really going to have to turn it around on that map. I mean, it's a whole different strategy, and as far as the meta is concerned, Team Arrow have locked down the meta for that map, Haven, as best as anyone else has.
Yeah, I think so too, and especially because Haven is a very information-heavy map, so that is something that Arrow particularly really excels at. So when you've got players like MSK that are really good at driving out information, you know is going to have an impact on the server. You know is one of those players, or at least it's one of those teams that has incredible Sovas. You can very easily have insane dart lineups that can fish out information from any corner of the map, and the one thing that particularly scares me, sorry to cut off my own train of thought there and take us into onto a wild tangent, but I think Haven is actually going to be really dangerous for Arrow. And that's because Clarity showed pushes, showed informational plays, and showed aggression that we simply didn't expect from Clarity.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Clarity were able to take the site scot-free. I mean, even in the rounds where Protagonist was able to get that opening frag, Clarity still managed to get that site. And they do it in a way that makes it impossible to go in for a retake. Team Arrow just don't have the manpower or the sufficient resources required to go for that retake. And Clarity, I mean, in terms of strategy, they're really hitting the mark there.
Yeah, we get a chance to look at the map MVP, and is it really a surprise that Frebic is the MVP? Yes, it is. Everybody knows that. Nobody expected Frebic to be the top dog.
Though, is that he has all of these kills, he's MVP, but he has only one first blood. That means he's not the one getting the opening frags, but he's the one doing all of the rest of the work.
Yeah, he's doing the heavy lifting. He's really acting as a rock for the team, when normally you would be expecting other players on the side of Clarity to be acting as rocks. You know, maybe you can see some of that from Beast, since you know he has that analytical brain, the kind of player that is touted to be playing against MSK. You know that maybe you would expect that burden to be taken by some of the duelists on Clarity, but no, it's Frebic in a very unorthodox finding, if anything.
Do you think Dazzler would be proud?
Dazzler would be proud.
Dazzler would be proud.
But apart from that, Talha, I think there were still quite a few prospects on the side of Clarity that really impressed us. So, like, any thoughts on that?
I mean, all of their players seem super impressive. I mean, like you mentioned, they seem to improve again and again and again. And they've come to a point where they've essentially, you know, established themselves as a contender for the big three. Previously, where they beat Salt Esports, you know, they've been trying to do that for a very long time. The last time they came close to it was in the Infinity Cup, where they lost 2-1 in that best of 3 series. But then they came back in this quarterfinal to eliminate Salt in the same fashion, in 2-1, except it was them winning out on that overtime. But now they've beat Arrow in this super convincing fashion. I mean, it's only been around 10 days since the quarterfinals, but this is a whole different team that we're seeing. This wasn't the performance that they showed against Team Salt, right? It's so much better, so much improved. I mean, back when they played against Team Salt, it wasn't Frebic who was top fragging.
I think Clarity's progression overall is very reminiscent of another team, and that is Salt. Because if you recall, nobody really thought of Salt as a particularly impressive contender, but then they came in, they beat a top dog, they ended up beating Exploit, and suddenly we're like, okay, how is Salt one of the main talking points in our conversation about the top teams in Pakistani Valorant? And I think Clarity are doing something very similar. They've beaten Salt, they've basically beaten the team that acted as a yardstick for progression like this one, and now they're going on to beat Team Arrow. They haven't done it yet. It's not something I'm entirely confident on just yet, because, you know, Arrow, maybe they have a bad map or two. But you're not allowed to have two. Just one bad map is okay. But now they're on the brink of achieving greatness. And the only thing that could potentially stop them is Exploit, because right now, Arrow, they do not look impressive.
They don't look impressive at all, but you know, if it's anything I know about MSK, it's his ability to form together, band together his team. It's his ability to take a hit, but keep on pushing back. And that's where I think Team Arrow is going to shine on the second map, where they are going to brush this loss off and they are going to make a comeback.
Absolutely, and I think there is quite a bit of action waiting for us. Perhaps it even goes to a map 3, but we're not at that point just yet. We're going to be back after just a short break for map number 2 so you can continue to watch the madness.
The guys at Galaxy Race, a huge organisation that have just launched onto the esports ecosystem.
Galaxy Racer launched back in 2019 and has become one of the biggest esports gaming and lifestyle organizations globally. Galaxy Racer seems to be the center hub for all gamers.
DXR! 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 DXR!
The organization now carries over 100 content creators with a total reach of over 370 million followers across all platforms and more than, are you ready, 2 billion views.
हेलो दोस्तों, जिस दिन का इंतजार था वो आ गया। गैलेक्सी रेसर पाकिस्तान का इवेंट 8 और 9 जनवरी को 2022 पाकिस्तान चाइना फ्रेंडशिप सेंटर इस्लामाबाद में। आइए, खेलिए, जीतिए 2 करोड़ रुपए कैश। पाकिस्तान की तारीख का सबसे बड़ा ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर्नामेंट। Don't forget to be there. See you then. That's where the galaxy is going to be shining.
Hey! पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट इसे बनना है, गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा।
Hey! पेट्रोल तो पूरा है,
लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
Shortcut! Aw. Cute. देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे।
No, 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 no.
क्या? Thank you.
नहीं, Mountain Dew.
Come on!
माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching Clarity versus Arrow. You're watching Gamers Galaxy presented to you by Mountain Dew, and you are watching madness. Talha, what did we just watch?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that Team Arrow even know what they saw in that match. I don't think they saw what came at them. I mean, I don't think I've seen a version of Clarity Esports like that. I don't think I've seen them play like that before, but man, what a pleasant surprise. They absolutely dominated Arrow, and like you said, you know, they didn't settle for anything less than domination.
Yeah, that was entirely crazy. I don't think we expected any of those theatrics. I mean, like, with the kind of domination we saw from Clarity, I mean, I think that they belong in some kind of Mountain Dew commercial, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it looked absolutely heroic. But moving on, what's the difference we want to see in Arrow, Talha? I'm going to put you on the spot here. What went wrong?
I mean, they simply can't allow the site to be taken over so quickly. And sure, if you allow the site to be taken over, you need to ensure that you have enough resources to go for that retake. You can't go for a retake in a 2v4 scenario. You can't go for a retake in a 3v5 scenario. You need to have your abilities up. You need to have the information going your way as well. And that was sort of the problem that we saw. Team Arrow, every time they went in for that retake, they were playing against information. They were playing against positioning. They had no utilities that they could use, and they simply got mowed down. It's a scenario in which you either don't allow Clarity that much space, or if you're allowing them that much space, then you need to have a way to counteract it.
Yeah, part of the reason that Clarity, I think space is the key word here, part of the reason that Clarity even came out on top is because they continually had well-timed aggression, both from the A and B site. They had this forked approach where they were able to gather information before Arrow could really find their footing. And even trying to contest down middle, Arrow would seldom find themselves in a spot where they can actually stop Clarity before too much information was gained. And surprisingly enough, when Arrow would try to go for defaults, Clarity would just hold it down. They'd be like, nope, we're not pushing. So, sure, there's a bit of luck in that, but really, you can't chalk up something like a 13-3 to luck.
Yeah, it did not seem like luck. I mean, it didn't even seem like luck when Clarity was playing against Salt Esports in the quarterfinals. It more seemed like preparedness and, you know, well-timed execution coming out in favor of Clarity Esports. They simply got the better of the other team. And, you know, Arrow has these duelists in the form of Protagonist and Godchild. Godchild himself does not play that duelist-centric role, does play other heroes like that Sky and that Killjoy, but does play them like a duelist, right? And they have the capacity to get those entry frags, but they need to keep those frags coming in. They need to keep on getting those kills. They simply can't just get one kill at the cost of losing 3 members.
Yeah, and now their insurance policy has been swept out from under them. They had a chance. No. It's down to already a map victory for Clarity, and now if Arrow drop the ball even once, they're gone. And in Clarity's mind, that bolsters their performance even further, because heading into a LAN, that's a kind of mistake you see a lot of new teams making. You're not going to go for aggression. You're going to try to play a very stale style of gameplay because you're like, okay, I can't go for anything too ballsy. I can't go for these plays which might cost me the game. But Clarity did the exact opposite for that. They're like, all right, you know what? We're going to go out guns blazing if we are going to. Instead, they're going for pushes. They're going for these super proactive plays. And they ended up working out. And now that they've managed to get a map in, the ability or their propensity to carry out more aggressive plays, it increases even further because they know they still have that insurance in the back pocket. They're not going to have to worry about just losing a map and being out of the server, unlike Arrow. And that in itself might actually mean that Arrow is even more passive and gives up even more space. So I'm super worried here, Daltrus, when we're playing a map that relies so much on information.
Yeah, and you know, like you mentioned, Clarity Esports, they must certainly feel that confidence coming in. It's the first time actually that they're playing from ahead rather than from behind. In both of the previous times where they went against Salt Esports in the Infinity Cup, where they lost 2-1, it was the second round or the second map that they had won and lost the first one. And even in the quarterfinals, if you remember for us, Salt was the one that won the first game. So it's really the first time that Clarity has won map number 1 against some of these bigger teams. So their confidence must be sky high.
Yeah, it's really a luxury they haven't been afforded before. And if you look at how Clarity played that first map, they actually had a bit of a comeback in the first couple of rounds. Okay, not a comeback, but they had an upset on that second round, right? So even after dropping the ball initially, they continued to power through. So that was absolutely crazy. And maybe we see some more of that madness when it comes to Haven. Heading into that second map, though, of course, do you have any thoughts about this, Talha? Do you think Arrow are going to switch things up? Have you seen anything in particular you maybe want to mention on Heaven?
I mean, they have picked themselves up that Killjoy, you know, so it is very much a comfort pick for this map, able to secure one of these bomb sites. There are 3 of them, so you do want to be picking up those agents. You want as much information going your way as possible, so we do see the Sky for that as well. And this is really where Team Arrow needs to hit the mark. They need to have their information game on point. They need to have their positioning correct. Especially on a defensive side. I mean, they're already probably low on their confidence right now, having lost the first map in such a fashion. And upon this defensive map, upon this defense side of this map rather, it's super difficult because you do expect to lose out on more rounds in this first half if you're Team Arrow. But you can't let it snowball, not in the way that it happened in the first map.
Yeah, just generally having low confidence coming in from the first map and knowing you now have to also play the disadvantageous side. On top of that, you're playing a map that'll be very difficult to get past when you yourselves are on the attacking side, simply because Clarity are bolstered by their ability to now aggress now that they feel comfortable in doing so. And that too on a three-prong map where you can essentially have more than 2 pushes. That's something that's super scary. How is Arrow going to respond? And to be honest, Talha, I don't even expect you to have an answer for this because personally,
I haven't
wouldn't.
seen a version of Arrow that has faltered like this in a way, not even against Team Exploit. You know, Arrow's always been a team that does well even against Team Exploit. They've managed to secure 7, 8, 9 rounds against Team Exploit. And really, I don't remember the last time that it was this one-sided.
Absolutely, I think this is certainly a spectacle, and like I said before, it's reminiscent of Salt's progression. In fact, I would go ahead and say that this is even more impressive because when Salt ended up beating out 2 teams, I can't remember what it was. I think it was Arrow and it was Team Exploit. No, it was actually VRN back in the day that Salt ended up beating. The stakes weren't as high as they are now. So Clarity doing it in these massive online qualifiers with a massive prize pool like this one, with so much money up for grabs, it's just a testament to how good these players are and can further potentially be.
And I mean, the potential is there for both of these teams. I mean, the Valorant scene right now is sort of in a place where all of these top 4 teams, and you know, it's very ironic. Before, in some of the previous tournaments, I used to mention Clarity as a potential top 4 team. But right now, I think Team Clarity deserves to have their name as one of the top 4. I mean, they've worked super hard for it. They've beaten out Salt Esports. They've beaten out Team Arrow in map number 1. So I do think they deserve that position.
Yeah, I mean, only time is going to tell whether or not Clarity can continue to deliver, but before that happens, so it is going to be a while before the second map goes live. You want to delve into the history of Clarity a little bit? Because I know that for a lot of the viewers here, Clarity, sure, a new lineup, okay, we haven't really been following them too much. They got slapped around in a bunch of previous cups. But how did their entire lineup come to be?
I mean, initially, you know, there was Frebik and Khatak, and, you know, Shani, who's playing for Team Arrow. There was Swifty, Frebik, and Onhead obviously is a newer addition, and, you know, Dazzler, he's one of your closest friends, right?
Yes.
So they formed during Sky Esports, the 3rd iteration, but they didn't really have any sort of success. I mean, not in that competition. In fact, in the Calyx Cup or the Infinity Cup, any of the tournaments they played after that, they always managed to lose out in a massive way, in a very big difference, 2-0 score lines all throughout. But now we're seeing a version of them that actually brings it all together in this lineup, in this star-studded lineup, fusion of Clarity, Salt, and Arrow put together. And it's working out very well for them. But now we are going to head into the first game.
Well, the first round of map number 2, that's okay, Talha. I mean, it might as well be the first game or the first map with how quickly the first map ended. We don't really have too many memories of that. But Clarity, starting off on the attacker side, they want to take full advantage of what they've been given here. So much of their attention is concentrated around towards middle. And it seems like that is going to be their avenue of approach. Butsaw, first man in, using his teammate's flashbang to allow himself comfort here. 15 HP on him as he finally starts to get the spike down. But the damage has been done. It comes down to a 5 versus 5 retake, and Clarity, they actually have a pretty nice stronghold on this site, Talha. But look at this. Godchild has managed to get the first kill, which means that avenues have been opened up, trying to get the defuse down so that they have to peek. They've given up their positions, and Godchild continues to deliver. Really awkward duel, missing a lot of shots. Do you have rocks in your mouse, man? How's that lagging? No. Arrow, they still managed to come out on top. And it is with 3 members alive. Nice and clean round for Arrow, and an excellent retake.
Yeah, and at Clarity, I mean, they chose to execute on the B side of all places going into the pistol round. It was very interesting. I think the objective there was just to secure the spike plant going out. But Sahab, you know, he knew that his position, he was pinned down, he was going to fall anyway. I don't think they expected Frebic to get taken out so quickly. I think he still had a flash or a stun available in his inventory that he wanted to use. But all in all, it was slightly sloppy from Team Arrow, particularly Godchild missing those few shots. But all in all, you know, they did
Yeah,
win.
I mean, all's well that ends well, but it's not going to end well for Arrow if they continue making mistakes like this one because, well, Clarity, they are a team that will quickly fight back. Godchild now showing us why he was once in contention to be one of the best players in Pakistan. He saves him on the pistol round, he gets a double on the opener, and maybe, just maybe, Haven will turn things around, Talha.
Oh, but Beast managed to find himself in a very nice position, but Shani is going to take him out. 2 rounds now. And Arrow, they are coming back after their first defeat in the best of 3. This is what we want to see, but, you know, again, like you mentioned, they can't make many mistakes. They can't let Clarity get ahead. But this looks like this should be the round going in favor of Clarity, as they have picked up those 3 Phantoms alongside those 2 Vandals against the 4 Spectres of Arrow Gaming.
Revealing it.
Clarity. Playing a bit of a default here, and that could have actually worked out for them incredibly because Arrow initially wanted to go for a push around the C site and maybe have some aggression on A as well. But no, realizing quickly that Clarity are trying to hold their horses there, they're going to quickly return to passivity as well. And it is going to be a while before Clarity actually decide to hit a bomb site. But Saab, separated from the pack. He is the hound that is destined to take the first bite, and he's going to have to take it out of Godchild. MSK tags him. There it is. The drone should be confirmation that an ace side hit is about to come through, which will allow Arrow to go for premature rotations, especially considering there's only 40 seconds on the clock. Clarity finally get the spike down, and it's about to be mayhem.
Yeah, it's a 5v5 retake situation as Protagonist has made his way on to the heaven. But it's constantly being smoked out. The Cyber Cage now, before it was the Astral Smoke, as Team Arrow are going to make their way in.
Yeah, here it comes. Here comes the bird to signal war. Butsob with the first frag. MSK tries to get a bit more done, but no, he's only good for 1. The bullets will fly across the server, but they'll come out on top for Clarity. The first round for them. And Talha, it's so impressive to me that Clarity are putting up such a performance, especially when it kind of seems like they're even playing against most of the fans, right? Because there's so much support for Arrow, and Clarity just being a relatively new roster, they don't really have that kind of backing.
They don't have that kind of backing, but you know, their players, their supporters, they support each other so well. I mean, they always manage to get the trades off. And that's really key. When you're going into a 5v5 retake situation, you need to get those trades off. And Arrow, that retake was slightly, you know, just very slightly a bit sloppy. But they have another chance at it, as it will be the first gun round, the first proper gun round coming out.
Oh, you can see that they try to play off of the early information, and Godchild, maybe he could have done more off of that, but Butsob and Kadak, they've got into 1 apiece. That's the A side being given up, and desperate rotations will eventually be called. The smokes are the only thing that stops this action from happening, along with the rotation starting to come through. Another kill added. On hit. The man who was looking for a team might have just found his footing, and he continues to deliver. 2 more kills for them, and that means Clarity have gotten it to a tie. Are they going to immediately bounce back like they did on the first map?
I mean, both of these times, Arrow has given away the site scot-free. I mean, in the previous round, before this one, it was a 5v5 retake, so they got that thing correct, right? They went in for a retake with as many resources as they could. It still didn't work out for them. And last time, they went in for a 4v2 retake situation. One of their players was stuck on the heaven, could not back away. One of their players in the defender spawn side could not back away. And it's really not the position where you want to be playing into. But now you have the Killjoy lockdown available, but the only caveat is the Sova's Hunter Fury is ready to counter it.
Standing ahead.
Look at how Clarity are playing this. They have butt sub slowly pushing on the A side, and because Arrow are going for a heavy short take, it means that butt sub will be able to catch 2 players in the back potentially. Now it's obviously a relatively low pressure round for Arrow. Okay, Protagonist, can he do more with that shot? No, Frebic immediately bounces it back. And things have been brought together once again for Clarity, inching towards that advantage.
As long as Katak is alive, the Killjoy lockdown can't come out. And they know this, as Katak is keeping himself safe. The spike plant again for the 3rd time, going to come onto the A side with on ahead coming from that flank, taking out Godchild. As Frebic finishes it off with a 4K. This man, I mean, he's in absolute form. Not just the MVP of last time around, but you know, if he continues on like this, he might just end up as MVP of this series.
And what a way would it be to start off the first day of Gamers Galaxy. I mean, this man, or this team, this entire team rather, they're showing us incredible signs of promise. I think they've actually already cemented themselves as the Big Four. It really just comes down to inching out another win, inching out a win against Arrow, and showing us that they're not just rookies that are going to struggle on land, no.
Protagonist, though, he's picked himself up an operator, and it did not work out in the last map. It's a very expensive purchase, so it has to work out now. But with all of these smokes, with them having the Cypher and the Astra available, it looks like a very difficult position to play with the operator. As the entirety of Team Arrow are forced back as the plant comes on towards the A site for a 4th round in a row.
This is going to be such a chaotic retake, Talha. The Astral Stars have been set up, which makes things a bit harder. And the spike has ticked down quite far, so any plays they make now, they're going to look very desperate, trying to clear out the corners, but the gravity well keeps them at bay. It means that it's wasted quite a bit of time, but MSK, he does damage before he finally falls. Shani retaliates in kind, gets the player off. And there it is. Clarity once again down to the 1 versus 1. It's Katak that steps up.
Katak. Oh man, I mean, they went in with all of that utility, but they did not count on that gravity well, just completely putting a halt to their plans. As the entirety of Arrow were forced to back away, and that operator could not find anything. No one even entering in that scope. As is Katak, who's, you know, I think he's been inspired by his teammate Frebic.
Yeah, I think so few people put response. Oh, I'm going to have to scratch that thought because Godchild's been overwhelmed, and I think there's a lot more coming where that came from. On to C-side they go. They've gotten a fair bit of information as well. Katak's managed to get a kill on Clarity. They've continued their winning ways. This might just be a repeat of map number 1 with the way Clarity are playing this out. Spike starts to go down, and Arrow now with this massive responsibility of threading a retake where there are very few opportunities. Protagonists, the knives are out. Can they come out to play? No. Quickly put back in their sheets, but it has actually made it. No, I started to think, I started to hope.
It's these sloppy retake situations that Arrow are finding themselves in, not having the resources to go in for that retake and still choosing to execute on it. It's a lackluster attempt, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work against this version of Clarity. where it's not Butsahab that's doing the heavy lifting, it's actually Frebik and Katak. He has 12 kills. He has 12 kills. In only 7 rounds. No one even on double digits except for this lad.
This might be one of the first few opportunities where Arrow have gotten early information so they can at least start to prime their defense. But even then, they only know where Butsahab is coming, and that's a position he's consistently taken for the past few rounds, where he pushes up A, and even if the rest of his team is not following, that's okay, because he's good enough for the pressure.
And this is really the player that Arrow were probably prepped for, right? They were probably hoping that Clarity would play around Butsahab, enable their duelist, but they don't have to just yet. As Butsahab, he's not the one fragging out, but now the Hunter's Fury comes out, so that means a lockdown can be placed by Team Arrow should they choose. As there's no Hunter's Fury to take it out. Instead, the protagonist has another operator. The second one did not work out. The first map did not work out for Trick in his match against Exploit. But it has to work now.
Okay, protagonist. That's something we've been missing. We saw him have a bit of a shaky performance in the quarterfinals, where he was good in some games, shaky on the others. But that op has got to be put to good use if Arrow wants to have a bit of a comeback going. Butsahab brings the numbers closer once again, but with only 15 seconds on the clock, the spike has been brought down on a site.
Arrow has the lockdown though. Oh, and it's going to come out now. It's going to force them all the way back, but they've used it on the defender's spawn side, so the mid position is not going to be much of a deterrence. The Astral Divide is also going to come out, and that should make it for a very easy defuse, but they're still having a bit of difficulty with it, as Frebik is going to find the kill onto Godchild. And actually another on to Shani. Arrow still not able to find a defuse as Beast will run into his death, and that's going to be the defuse as Frebik will find a third kill, but protagonist will be the one to find a defuse. But still,
that's a good save. I mean, the Astral Divide is the only thing that even allowed Arrow to get the round. And the thing that really worries me,
and they still, you know, one of the problems that we had with Arrow's gameplay in the first map was even the rounds that they won, they still took quite the hit for it. And the last round was the same as well, coming out ahead with just one player alive, having expended 3 of your ultimates. That's very costly.
Yeah, one thing that is still kind of okay for me, or okay in my books as far as Arrow is concerned, is that they're playing on the defender side. So anything they can scrape together that might be worth more than whatever Clarity is putting up right now. Butsahab, he goes for such a quick play initially there, not expecting it, and that means that Arrow immediately falls, and with the Astral Divide being set up as well, it's only a matter of time before the spike goes down and the round goes to Clarity. It's such a difficult retake to thread yourself through.
There's absolutely no way across that Astral Divide. And if you're Arrow, no ultimates to your name. Just the captain is down as well. And who's going to lead them for this retake now? As the spike is going to continue to tick away as Arrow backs away, trying to go for that save.
Yeah, Talha, I think that there's not even, it just goes without saying, right? Butsahab was the MVP of that round. He just walks in, gets 2 kills. The rest of his team really didn't even have to do anything except just serve as a distraction in the form of their existence, because they're like, okay, yeah, we can't just be checking for Butsahab. We can't have 5 players watching A just for Butsahab. He walks in, nice and easy double kill. And the
thing is, you can really see the desperation, because they're going for saves on a Spectre. Godchild saved a Spectre, right? It's not an operator. It's not a heavy assault rifle like the Vandal or a Phantom. It's not an ideal weapon to be saving. I mean, it really doesn't do much if you're transferring it forward. You get that many credits to buy the Spectre anyway, should you lose.
It really just shows that Arrow are starting to deteriorate. They're breaking down. And all of that veterans experience is really not helping them out right now. Clarity, a team full of young blood, is dominating them at the moment.
Oh, the Breach ultimate is going to zone all of Arrow back. And again, it looks like a free site for Clarity. The Hunter's Fury will come out as well, but Masav has a very nice
They're not even letting them plant.
Protagonist is going to get that kill. As Onhead is the only one to find anything. A 2k for him, but he will fall as well. As a Sova, the only one alive.
Okay, now we can get the conversation started. Arrow, still looking pretty close in rounds.
They showed some of the swiftness that Clarity has been demonstrating throughout this series, right? Going in for that retake, going in a very convincing and swift fashion, just taking them all out before they know what's coming for them, before they knew what hit them.
I really like this change of pace from Arrow, right? Because instead of waiting for Clarity to do their magic, they're actually proactively taking charge of it. I love that. Maybe we can see a little bit more of that from Arrow when it comes time for them to play on the attacker side. We are going to be seeing a tactical timeout. Good decision from either team to take a tactical timeout. I mean, there are arguments to be made for either team wanting one, because if you're looking at it from the perspective of Arrow, now that they've got 4 rounds, they need to pace themselves, want to make sure they can get this final round on the bag before they go on over to the next half. And
yeah, 5 rounds should be a good first half for Arrow on this map.
At least get to 5 rounds, maybe 6 if you're lucky, if you're playing the side, and then once you get to the attacker, things are going to be a bit more smooth sailing, but I think just the threat of being knocked out in one map now, that could potentially get to Arrow, and the pressure of making decisions on the attacking side will really test MSK's mettle.
I mean, MSK's mettle has been tested time and time again, and he hasn't disappointed us so far. I hope that this won't be the day. Clarity have the Cypher link up though. So Arrow, they can't let any player fall. They have to stick together, or at least as close together as possible. But it's so difficult on this map as the sites are so dispersed. 3 sites available, which means only one player will be on one of these sites.
Clarity, they've got their eyes set on middle. But Saab quickly.
Oh, he forced out a lot of utility.
Yeah, he taps the bomb just to try to make sure they use up some of their util, but Protagonist quickly manages to respond to that with an op kill of his own. Now, player damage hasn't really been done to Arrow, but Clarity have managed to get a fair bit of information before they start to head into a bomb site.
Here.
Clarity, they're choosing to go in to the garage.
Oh God, child, he's about to be tested. The only thing stopping
30 seconds left.
Stopping their vision is the smoke. He even takes out the recon dart, but he has to give up his position for it. Through the smoke, they get a couple kills, but immediately responding in kind and Clarity are able to make things very tough for Arrow. And the spike shouldn't be too difficult to bring down. Clarity don't even let it get to that, though. They don't even let it get to that.
How did they do that? All 3 players were stuck inside that smoke, pinned down by Arrow, and yet they were able to clear out all of those angles, able to clear out a defender spawn side the garage, and Onhead was able to come up with that flank, getting those 2 players. But Arrow, they need this last round. They absolutely should be looking to secure this, even though it's an attack-sided map.
Yeah, Protagonist tries to claw their eyeballs out, and he manages to get one. Onhead is the first one to receive a bit of a scuffle. But Arrow, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Clarity can choose their own battles. But look at this flank that's potentially brewing. Is it something that Clarity will be checking out for? Slowly but surely, their rotation going to the C side. This will be really problematic, Talha, because although a player has managed to make their way all the way in, no, Shanny gets checked because they're rotating. That flank would have worked perfectly if they were heading to the A or B site, but no.
Oh, but look at this. Look at this. Look at where they're going. As Team Arrow, they're scrambling to find where they need to go. It's 3 bomb sites, 3 players remaining. Just
Oh, this
too
is actually
little
not a bad
resources.
read at all. They've quickly tucked a player into A. There's the information. Ace is ready for it, but he could have done more off of that, Talha. Kata quickly responds to any bullets flying his way, and Arrow now have left it all on the shoulders of one frail Killjoy.
And what can he do without the lockdown available? Godchild. Oh, his location was revealed as well. This was not going to end well for him, as he has no choice but to make his way into the site against the 3 players who have perfectly positioned themselves to stop this rotation. Will be able to take down one, taking out Frebic with a neat little headshot, but he has 2 players to take care of. He's going to place the alarm bot, which is going to get taken out, so he has that information as well. But he has a reasonable idea where both of them are, but Beast, he's going to feast on Godchild. As Clarity close it out in an 8-4 fashion.
Now, Talha, this may seem really unnerving, but Arrow, at least they've got the attacker side advantage. But to be perfectly honest, with how dominating Clarity have looked, I have very little faith left in Arrow. I need to see those first couple of rounds before we can light out a candle for them.
It's the pistol round, so they really need to win this pistol round. They're on the attack side. There's no Killjoy on Clarity's side, right? No turret to deter them. As another tactical timeout comes out. I mean, if Arrow lose this round, then they'll be playing from a 10-4 position unless they go for a force buy after this.
And man, even if they end up winning this round, Clarity's ability to convert rounds that generally shouldn't be going their way is incredible. So there's quite a bit of work to do for Arrow. Not only do they have to fight this uphill battle on this map, they've also got to take it all the way to map number 3, but here's where the action starts. Beast on the receiving end, manages to cast a spike, but no, they immediately walk into the site and quickly take out 2 in kind. It's Arrow in a 4 versus 3 spot. Clarity,
Spike planted.
they're not quite locked out. They've got many different avenues they can approach from, but they will be moving in from A and C link.
But subs very low though, only 40 HP. Makes it 2.5 players to take care of.
Oh, it doesn't really get the timing right. Onhead gets punished for his aggression, and Protagonist really putting that frenzy to good use. The pistol round is basically guaranteed now. Kata, all right, you can maybe get a scratch on your opponents before you head out, but don't let the door hit you.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what? Okay. It looked for a second he was going to get the last kill as well.
Yeah. But regardless, the bomb, the spike had already ticked all the way down, so it's not really too big of a deal if you're in the shoes of Arrow. But now there's still a 3-round deficit that they have to get past, and when you're playing against a team like Clarity that time and time again have proven that even Spectres aren't really something that takes them out of the fight, I'm worried.
Definitely, and I mean, you know, going from a 4v2 scenario to a 1v1 scenario, that's very difficult, considering the fact you already had the spike planted down.
Blinded.
And now 8 and 5 as Clarity attempted to make a very aggressive play on towards Ceylon, but that got quickly punished as they are forced to go back. It's an eco though, so this should be a round going in favor of Arrow. They shouldn't give too much for it though.
It's a very split up round because neither of these teams have all of their resources in one position. Locations being revealed makes things a bit harder for Team Arrow. But now with the spike down, oh no, that is so much information being given now before Clarity go for the retake. And we've seen this position before, Talha. It can get dicey very quickly. And moving in from multiple angles, there's a flank, there's a player in heaven, and there's a player in defender spawn as well. How does Arrow respond to this? They've got to win every single fight, but Sob and Beast, They're continuing to devour their opponents. It's only one member left in this final. Sky can't do anything. Clarity, once again, have turned around a round full of SMGs.
With the stinger, nonetheless. Beast came in with a stinger getting that 3K. I mean, it looked like Arrow had that one in the bag, and they just simply whiffed it as Clarity were able to go for that retake. It seems like that A side, it's very dangerous if you're playing against Clarity. They seem to do very well on it on both the attacking and the defensive side.
And look at what Arrow has been dealt now.
How
Their
many
hands
kills
bust.
does Katak have?
They've got pistols, yes.
Is Katak on a 5 KDA?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Get out of my way!
Regardless of what it is, there's been incredible performances individually from everyone on Clarity, but look at where Arrow is headed. Okay, they've got Protagonist who's playing around with his ultimate, wastes quite a bit of it, and with only pistols they managed to get onto the C site, so knowing they're playing close angles, this is still something that's marginally doable. But these SMGs aren't going to make things easy. Protagonist, okay, first kill collected. Does Beast do anything more off of this?
Right there.
I think he saw a barrel there behind the box. Shouldn't be too long before all the resources of Clarity start huddling onto the C site. These smokes aren't going to make things easier either. Katak wants to make sure he can scope them out early on, but the Killjoy utility keeps them off the bomb for a little bit longer. The Sky cannot deter them for any more. The spike destined to be defused. Oh, that too?
I think Godchild had a knife out. I think he was very much done with that round.
Yeah, just gave up.
Clarity now 10-5. I mean, Arrow still have a way to come back into this. It's a gun round, but it might be one of their last gun rounds if they lose this one. They won't have the economy to recover from this.
I actually want to... I'm actually really interested in seeing how this MVP thing is going to roll out at the end of the game, because Clarity, while they were progressing on the metrics you expect teams to progress on, you know, okay, you're enabling your players, you're getting a lot of rounds, all of that stuff. So many indicators have changed. Now they're having players step up where we simply didn't expect them to.
Yeah, I did not expect this from Frebic and Katak. I mean, they're wonderful players, as I've been following them for quite some time now, but not expect them to put a performance like this. But now Team Arrow, they're moving in again on towards that A site. But they have to be careful.
Arrow, you can see they're doubting their every move. They feel no comfort on heading onto a site. But they've got it now. It's do or die, but the first player has already done the latter. Godchild quickly responds. It has been brought to a 4 versus 4 where they've got the spike down, but with utility quickly expiring, it's not going to be easy to hold any angle down. Katak quickly one-ups the opposition, and that puts Arrow in a spot where they're in a very disadvantageous 3 versus 4, with Sky also being low on HP. The utility is being readied up, Molotovs and flashes to clear angles out. Katak continues to deliver, and there's so little that Arrow can do, man. It's just chaos. It's Clarity time and time again.
It's Frebic and Katak as a duo going together. I mean, is this the start of another duo combination that takes the Valorant scene by storm? You know, sort of like Trans and Criminal, or HSB and Shaka. But this is an absolute disaster for Team Arrow. They have no more leeway to make any more mistakes. 11-5 now, as another tactical timeout will come out. But what do you even say to your players now if you're MSK? How do you even bring them back to this?
All right. It is I, MSK, preparing a speech for my teammates.
Am I your teammate?
Yes.
I'm giving up.
Oh, God. Why would you say that, Talha?
But no, I mean, like I said, if it's...
I didn't even get through my speech, and you're like, all right, I give up. See ya. All right, continue.
But,
go on.
You know, like I said, if it's anyone that can band them together, if it's anyone that can band a team together, it is MSK. And he's done it before. And he can still do it now.
It's really just about seeing one step at a time. Because right now, there's no coach in the world who can tell you exactly what to do. All they can tell you to do is focus on that current round, see where this leads you, and focus on one little detail at a time.
Here.
And now Team Arrow, they're changing it up a bit. Not going towards that A side just yet. Instead choosing to rotate towards that long C-long position. This protagonist is going to lead the fray with that bird. Flash sound not being given off, so they don't have any information as of yet. But they have control of the site now.
Okay, maybe they can show some promise here, because this is a round where they've relatively cleanly managed to get the spike down. The Gotchel gets checked here. Nope. Well, yes, Gotchel doesn't get a chance to respond. I thought he might have gotten a few more shots in, but Clarity just continuing to dish out the damage. Protagonist teaming up with 8ZI to go proactively take down the duels, and okay, they've brought it a lot closer together. And Beast is taking down the defuse. It's halfway done. Doltrus, they continue to hold it down, and it's 12 points on the board for Clarity. Just one round away from toppling the Green Giants.
They expended so many resources to protect that C-long position, to protect that flank, that they completely forgot about the spike. It was smoked off. Double smoked off rather, with the Cyber Cage and that Astro Smoke, and OnHead was able to get that defuse. That was a complete outplay by Clarity Esports. I mean, that flank, in addition with that defuse, Team Arrow are just one round away from heading back home. But Protagonist has done this before. Protagonist has kept Arrow from elimination before. Can he do it again?
You can already see that you can already hear the bags being packed on the side of Arrow. That's how close Clarity are to tasting victory.
They took their captain out first for us.
Oh, that's going to be gruesome. There's no avenue that Arrow can actually thread themselves through. Clarity going for a bit of a passive approach this time around, with only having one member going for some aggression towards the A-long area to establish control. But with only 45 seconds on the clock, these might be the most important last few seconds that Arrow have ever had to deal with. The lockdown at least gives them something to approach with, but Beast wants to stick around. He wants to stay close to the action. 8ZI gets a kill, but there's bodies flying across the board from Arrow. Last man standing, there's nothing he can do. It's just one man alive. How can he keep them in the game? It's really too tough of an ask for anyone, and Godchild cannot be the one to do it. Arrow, or rather Clarity, are your grand finalists.
And I mean, they came back, they came in the quarterfinals to defeat Salt Esports in 2-1, but they only got stronger as now they defeated Arrow in what was a stomp for the first game, and an evenly convincing performance by Katak and Frebic for the second game. As Arrow will be eliminated from this competition and will be sent packing home. As Clarity, they're looking happy and as confident as ever. You can hear the screams in the crowd. You can hear them on the stage. Absolute champions. It's going to be interesting to see what both of these teams, both of their representatives have to say about this matchup. I do not think that Clarity expected Arrow to go down like this. I mean, I think they expected more of a competition coming out from them. But it is friendly competition, as you know, the circuit, it's like one giant family. As all of these players, they will hug it out, they will shake their hands as they exit stage. we are going to hear some words.
But Saab, you've just made it to the grand finals. You've beaten out the green giants that are Arrow. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling super good, man. I can't even speak because my neck is throat is so hurting by that screaming and stuff. And I'm so lucky to have them on my team. My team played amazing, especially everyone on my team played amazing. All the credit goes to my team. They were amazing in this game. And yeah, I'm just lucky to have them in my roster, man.
That is crazy. I mean, Clarity's progression has been so amazing. I think everybody's been talking about it from the bottom. With this new roster iteration, you guys have nearly made it to the top. But that's the big asterisk. You guys are going up against Exploit next. How are you feeling about that?
Yes, the thing is we weren't preparing that much for Arrow because we knew we were going to face Exploit in the finals. So we are super ready for them. And we're going to try our best to take the trophy home.
Is there anything in particular you guys have already have been planning in advance for Exploit? Did you expect to make it this far, Batsab?
Yes, we have some tricks up our sleeves as of now. And yes, we are going to implement them in the finals.
Well, I'm really excited to see you guys in the grand finals with that crazy performance. You guys absolutely deserve it. But heading into the finals, is there anything you'd like to say to maybe the old fans, the guys that believe in you from the start, the ones that believed in your teammates from the start, and maybe all the new ones that you're going to have now?
There's a lot I can say, but I'm kind of speechless right now. So I'll just say thank you, everyone, for the support, for believing in me, especially my family, which is watching from home right now. I know that. So thank you so much for the support.
Well, thank you, Batsab. That was an absolute... That was absolutely amazing to watch, and man, I cannot see this. I cannot wait to see this guy in the grand finals.
Can I make a shout out real quick for the boy?
Let's do it. Let's hear that shout out.
अहमद भाई, यानी बिलीव किया था ना, इधर आ गया.
Oh man, that is so sweet. You know, he's not forgetting the fans anytime soon, and you're not going to be forgetting his face because he's going up against Exploit in the grand finals. Could this be the team to finally do it?
And I mean, you heard it from Clarity. I mean, you know, they're very thankful to all of their supporters who have followed them all the way through. And I think this should gain them quite a few supporters as well, you know, coming out to beat Team Arrow. First it was Salt, now it's Arrow. And they should be looking confident for their match against Team Exploit.
Yeah, I think so. If you're in their shoes right now, you've got to be feeling crazy. You've made it to the finals. What more can you ask? Especially with this kind of a landslide. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect it. But, you know, it's not only Clarity who are looking confident, it's Team Exploit as well. As HSB mentioned in his interview, he's confident regardless of who comes up against him, whether it's MSK and his team or whether it's Katak and Frebic and their team.
Yeah, but I think there's so much that we have to dissect about this game, Talha, because, I mean, although it was a pretty one-sided affair, I think we saw a lot of breakdowns happening on the side of Arrow, and I do want you to talk a little bit about that.
I mean, I did not expect Arrow to falter in that fashion. I mean, we saw some rounds where they were able to take a decisive win, but that it was more Clarity dictating the pace of the game throughout both of those maps. Clarity dictating which site is going to get hit, Clarity dictating how many resources will Arrow have for their retake, Clarity dictating just how they want to be using those ultimates. I mean, it seemed like throughout all of it, the pace of the game, whether it was slow, medium or fast, it was entirely determined by Clarity.
Yeah, I think so as well, and it really didn't matter what side they were on, right? You just mentioned that, Talha. It's whether they were on the defending side, they ended up going for multiple different pushes. They managed to control even the pace of Arrow's defaults, and it really seemed like from the start, as soon as they upset in the second round, a couple times actually with SMGs, they'd already gotten in Arrow's heads.
Yeah, and I mean, Arrow is not an easy team to stress out or put the pressure on. You know, MSK is a veteran, and true to his name, he's not someone who succumbs to pressure that easily. So the fact that Clarity were able to make that happen against them, were able to mount up the pressure, suggests to me that when we talk about the big three, we have a new, we have a new kid on the block. We have Clarity Esports who, normally a team doesn't simply jump from the 4th best or the 5th best position to suddenly being the 2nd best, but that's exactly where Clarity are right now.
Yeah, you never really see many teams have this linear progress. You never really see them go up a staircase. It's usually a bunch of hills, and then they actually they fall down a few of them in the process as well. But that's not the case for this particular iteration of Clarity's roster. They've continued to deliver. They have continued to decimate teams time after time, and they've only got one team remaining. They've only got to dethrone the top dogs of the Pakistani Valorant scene, and that is Team Exploit. Talha, how do you think tomorrow's game is going to go?
I mean, if Clarity continue playing like this, if Clarity continue improving, it's not so much of the fact that Team Exploit may have some tough competition tomorrow. It's the fact that almost certainly in some point in the future, Team Exploit will have competition. Team Exploit simply cannot ignore the rest of their competition anymore.
Absolutely not, especially a lot of these players on Clarity are quite young, so that really showed us the potential of what we could eventually see within the Pakistani Valorant circuit. These players, now they're showing signs of promise, being young talents. They're eventually going to be the veterans on the server, and it is really crazy to see a future like that, Talha. But we are going to be getting a chance to look at the map MVP, and this time around we get a different flavor. It's not Frebik leading the charge, it's Katak. And both MVPs have been players that we really didn't expect to see on the top. You thought there was going to be Butsub, you thought it was going to be another player, but no.
And again, like Frebik, he only has 1 first blood despite having 25 first kills. That means most of those kills were in between of those rounds. Most of those kills were after the action had already started. And that's what's more impressive. The fact that you can constantly get those trades out, the fact that you don't leave any stone unturned is really what separates you from your competition.
And I think what it also signifies is that they've really played their roles well in terms of hardcore roles. So if you're looking at Butsab, yes, he was getting so many first bloods, but not really being expected to get that many kills is something that comes along with the burden of being an entry fragger, right? And that's okay. It's not like he has to frag out wildly as long as he can get 7 or 8 first bloods. That's opening up the sights. That's good enough for the rest of his team. And because they can act like rocks, because they can collect every other kill that is available on the server, everything works in unison. And even if you look at the stat spread, of the teams across the board, I think Clarity, they're still a lot closer in contention as opposed to Arrow, where they really look lackluster in terms of fragging potential. And so some of the players that we potentially expected to be stepping up, they really didn't. You saw MSK not really fragging out like you expected him to. AZI looked mostly absent from the server. Protagonist, his op had a couple highlight plays, but those were in the form of maybe a single opening frag or perhaps a double. But
that operator was expensive, considering the fact that, sure, he didn't manage to find use for it the first time he got it, but he grabbed it around 3 times, right? And he did not make up for it.
And not at all. We didn't see a single highlight play. And when we were watching the online action when it comes to Valorant, I think Protagonist was basically a bit of a highlight machine, if anything. You would continually see him fragging out like a madman. He would be showing up, and he would often be found at the top of the scoreboard. But that's not the case anymore. Well, I mean, it might be in terms of pure fragging potential, but he's not as far apart from the pack as he's normally familiarized us with.
Yeah, I mean... And, in contrast to what you just said, Clarity Esports, they're very well within, their score lines are all evenly balanced from all of these players. Katak, sure, he has 25 kills, but the rest of his team is not so far off. Frebik, we saw him get so many frags as he's only 4th on his team's scoreboard, and that's absolutely massive. But over on Arrow's side, there's such a massive discrepancy between these kills. Some of their players didn't even manage to scratch the 10K mark, and that's disturbing.
Yeah, if you're Arrow, I think you've definitely dropped the ball here, but I feel like too many things really fell apart at the same time for Arrow. I think MSK, his general ability to act as a rock for the team, it failed to turn up on the server. I don't think he was really able to handle the situation with regards to having clear communication, because there were so many random pushes that they were unable to account for, and even in a lot of these retake scenarios, you saw them really sort of getting into position but not being able to close things down, which really tells me that communication was not present within the game. Mid-round calls weren't present or something of that sort. So I think individually a lot of these players had breakdowns.
Yeah, and when you talk about the lack of communication, that's really where Arrow's strength lies, in the fact that their communication game is very strong, in the fact that MSK, he's a sort of captain that likes to lead his team, and the fact that he wasn't able to do this time around, it's slightly disappointing, but it's Team Arrow, right? They've been in the scene for the longest time. It's MSK, he's been an FPS player for the longest time, and their potential to come back, their potential to stay strong and keep their head held high is very much there, and I do hope that this loss doesn't get to them.
And Talha, talking about not letting a loss get to you, obviously I think being the biggest tournament Pakistan has ever experienced, this is going to ruffle some feathers, because this effectively changes everything we know currently about the Pakistani Valorant scene.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Salt being knocked out, we've seen now Arrow being knocked out before they got to the grand finals, so are we suddenly seeing Clarity in an entirely new spot? Are they really contesting for the throne?
I mean, I do think that Team Exploit, will have a very tough competition. I do think that it's going to not be a landslide victory for Team Exploit. And certainly, Team Clarity, they do look a lot stronger than Team Fear Legends did. So at the very least, they should be getting 1 or 2 maps over Team Exploit.
And I think this is one of the storylines that would really... well, for me personally, it really messes with my head, because coming into this tournament, I expected Fear Legends to be the one dark horse which would surprise everybody with their performance, but it wouldn't be an unexpected performance, at least for the discerning eye, on the basis of the fact that they have LAN experience and they had veterans on the team that could guide the younger players. But on the flip side, instead you're seeing Clarity with really no reason to be this damn good on the LAN come out on top. So how does that even happen, Talha?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's just improvement upon improvement upon improvement, as Khatak and Frebic have gotten better each and every single time that they've played together. And despite of the fact that Dazzler has left the crew, Clarity, they're still quite strong. I mean, it seems like a star-studded superstar team, in the form. They have Beast, a core member of Salt. They have Batsahab, a core member of Arrow. They have 2 players, founding members of Clarity Esports, Khatak and Frebic, who on their own accord have performed exceptionally. And on his debut in this arena today, he played a wonderful game. So it does seem like Clarity Esports, they don't have the fame to go along with it, but they do have the firepower.
I think one of the big storylines here for the individual brands of the players really comes down to how Frebic and Khatak defended the fact that the founding members are not to be taken lightly.
Yeah.
So when this little superstar shuffle started to happen, we thought maybe the Clarity would get better just as a result of potentially getting more star members, but instead, it's the founding members that frag out like crazy, so they're really not to be trifled with. They've actually defended their spots as founding members and really deserving of their spots within the Clarity roster. But man, it has been such a long and arduous road, Talha. I mean, we've been casting it all the way since the quarterfinals, and among all the madness, we've seen the likes of Goaty Peak, we've seen the likes of Team Perfectionist, WDR, Salt Esports, and now even Arrow and Fear Legends finally drop out of the tournament, and that just leaves to it's Team Exploit versus Clarity tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's the first tournament in which Trans has not made it to the finals, or Salt, or Team Arrow. It's always been one of those 3 rosters. It's the first time that Clarity gets a chance to go at it against Team Exploit. And if I were Team Exploit, I mean, I'm obviously not. I don't play as well as Team Exploit, but I would want to do my research. I would want to do my prep on Clarity because they are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think overall this has really changed some things around within the Pakistani gaming scene. So even if you're looking at different FPS titles, even if we go as far back as to Do Gamers Arena 2018 and 2019, you would see the same familiar faces being playing up on the stage, maybe with a couple members being shuffled around, maybe one player playing in the opposite team this time around. But no, instead, Clarity, they're a team that is entirely new faces, so we really haven't seen them at the top of the Pakistani gaming scene. So it's going to be really refreshing to see people that are rookies to the scene balloted out against the likes of HSB, balloted out against the likes of Shaka, who have had a lot of really incredible experiences in the Pakistani gaming scene. But tomorrow is going to be an absolutely nutty day. It's going to be a crazy match between the two grand finalists, and the Her Galaxy tournament, or the grand finals for the Her Galaxy match, will also be happening. So we're gonna have to stay. You guys are gonna have to stay tuned to that. Make sure you check it out because tomorrow is going to be an incredible day. It's Wall Deity and Tultris signing out. See you tomorrow.
Hey! पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट इसे बनना है, गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा।
Hey, पेट्रोल तो पूरा है,
लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
Shortcut! Aw. Cute. देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे।
No, 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 no.
क्या? Thank you.
नहीं, Mountain Dew.
Come on!
माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।